Building AI-powered projects will get you hired 3 times faster, like this full-stack AI recipe platform called Serve. With this incredible My Pantry feature where you can simply scan an image of your pantry items through AI and watch as AI generates customized recipes based on what you have. Browse through our huge library of recipes organized by mood and cuisines from different countries around the globe, making it easier to find exactly what you're craving. Plus, the How to Cook search button in the header lets you search for any recipe in the world with our intelligent AI chef. Each recipe page includes everything you need: prep time and cook time, servings information, complete ingredients list, step by step instructions, nutritional breakdown per serving, chef's tips and tricks, and even smart ingredient substitutions for when you're missing something. Export any recipe to a PDF for easy offline access, or save your favorite recipes into personalized collections for quick access anytime. Users can start with free plan at $0 per month, which includes 10 pantry scans, 5 AI meal recommendations, and access to standard recipes, or upgrade to a pro plan at $7.99 per month for unlimited pantry scans and AI recipe generations with additional recipe information. We will be using Strapi as a headless CMS to manage all our recipe content efficiently, Neon as our PostgreSQL database, and implementing Arcjet to protect our app from attacks, bot protection, and add rate limits to our APIs, making this a production-ready application. Along with this fully responsive and beautiful user interface that we will be building using Next.js and Shadcn UI. So right off the bat, we have this professional and modern looking landing page with this beautiful hero image right here, which says turn your leftovers into masterpiece. And indeed, that is what it helps you to do. So if you scroll down, you will see some stats right here, some key features about our app. Like we can scan our pantry, we get some AI chef suggestions, we can search any dish using this how to cook button, which we will see. And we have a digital cookbook in form of the explore screen. If you further scroll down, we have the steps through which you can, scan your pantry and generate different types of recipes according to your mood. And also the pricing section, which shows us the free features that we get per month and after upgrading to the pro plan. And of course, made with love by Roadside Coder, indeed. And a modern landing page like this can play a huge role if you will be getting a call back from that company or not. Right, so let's get started. I'm going to click on Start Cooking Free and it will take us to the login screen. You can also click on this sign in button right here and it will show us this modal right here, this beautiful login modal, right? Let's click on Continue with Google and there we go. I am in. You can see we have this user drop down right here with different routes. We can click on this Manage Account button and we can, update our username, add more email addresses. You can see where you're logged in. If you click on security, you can also manage your billing information from right here, right? So everything is included right inside of this Manage Account button right here. And as soon as we are logged in, this information is added inside of our database as well. Let me show you. So we can manage our whole application using this content management system, which is made possible using Strapi. So over here, we can see all the last entries and stuff right here, right? We can click on over here in the content manager. We can click on different tables and see whatever the data that is inside of it. So let's see if our user has been added over here. And by the way, this is using Neon behind the scene as a PostgreSQL database, and Strapi also offers Neons out of the box as a database of choice, right? So you can see I have logged in successful. This is my user. If I click on it, I can see more information and I can edit this user's information from right here itself, right? So this is the benefit of using a CMS, a headless CMS like Strapi. Now after login, we have this dashboard right here, right? Where you can see the recipe of the day, which is updated daily. If you scroll down, we have browse by different categories right here and explore world cuisines, where we have so many countries right here to explore from, right? Like if I click on Indian right here, see, we have different dishes from India over here, right? Now, another way to search a dish is using this How to Cook button right here. So let's say if I search Rajma Chawal and click on Get Recipe, you'll notice that this will take us to our AI chef, which is crafting the details instructions for creating Rajma Chawal. So let's wait. And there we go. It has successfully generated a new recipe right here. Amazing. Now, if I scroll down, you will see we have this Save to Collection button and Download PDF button. If I just click on Download PDF. So I have downloaded it. If I open it up, there we go. We have the complete dish right here for offline access, right? Apart from that, we can also click on this Save to Collection button and this will be saved inside of our My Recipes page. There we go. Saved to your collection. Okay, we can see all the different types of ingredients that we will be needing to create this dish, and also all of the step-by-step instructions that this has given right here with tips and stuff as well, right? Now, these are the pro features, which is nutrition per serving, which is a pro feature, tips and tricks, and also the substitutions for the ingredients if you don't have them, right? So why don't we go on and just unlock our pro subscription? So if I click on right here, you can see it pops up this modal. We can click on subscribe now. This will open up this sidebar for the checkout. I'm going to pay with test card for now. There we go. Payment was successful. If I click on continue, and there we go. Everything has been unlocked now. These are the benefits that you get when you become Served Pro member. All right, let's go to my recipes page and let's see if this recipe has been saved. Yep, there we go. This is saved right here. This is one of the other recipes that I have previously saved. Cool. Now let's go to my pantry page. And you can see right here, unlimited AI scans because we are on the pro plan. Otherwise, it would have given us limited scans. Now over here, there are two ways to add to the pantry. If you click on over here, you can either scan your pantry through camera or you can add items manually right here, right? So why don't we go on and scan it? So if I just click on browse files, see, I have these example images right here, but you can also use your phone to scan or something like that. So if I, let's say, just select this image and click on scan image, you can see our AI is doing its magic, and you'll notice, there we go, found 5 ingredients, just like this. You can also edit right here, like if you want to delete some item, you can click on this X and it will delete it, right? Let's click on save 4 items to pantry and it will be saved to our pantry. And by the way, you can see all of these things happening in real time inside of our CMS right here, right? See, it has been added 4 seconds ago, 6 seconds ago, etc. Nice. So now that we have added a few pantry items over here, we can click on what can I cook today? And this is honestly amazing. Let me show you. If I just click on it, it is finding perfect recipes for us. And our AI chef will recommend us that these many recipes can be made using our available ingredients, right? And again, this is also a pro feature. Else in free plan, you will get a limited, scans over here. And again, if you click on view full recipe, it will take you to our recipe page as well. Awesome. Now you might be wondering, how are we managing this pro plan and stuff? So for managing the complete security inside of our application, we will be using something called as Arcjet, which will help us protect from a lot of attacks and bots which crawl our website. So it will provide us bot protection, except a few ones like, for example, Googlebot. Now if you notice right here, if I click on this, so this was an API call, and you can see it has some rate limiting as well. Now, since user is a pro plan user, we can set the capacity to probably 1,000 per day or something like that, right? So it shows us how many they have utilized right here, right? And it tracks it using their user ID. And I'll show you every single thing as we go on and move forward in this video. And before starting up, let me know in the comments down below from where you're watching this video and which is the feature that you like the most about it. Alright, so open VS Code over here and let's quickly go on and initialize a brand new Next.js app right here. So here in the terminal, I'm going to say npx create next app at latest and press enter. It's asking us to proceed. Yes. It's going to ask us the name of our project. So over here, we're going to have 2 folders. One backend, which will contain all the Strapi related code, and other one is going to be frontend. So I'm just going to simply name it frontend or whatever you want, name it served or some other name. You can do that as well. Press enter. Now, if you want to use TypeScript, you can use recommended default. Otherwise, I'm going to say customize settings. And here we can choose what we want and we do not want inside of our Next.js project. So I'm going to say TypeScript no, because it's just a syntax. I'm going to choose ESLint, React compiler no, Tailwind CSS yes. So basically I've said React compiler no because it's comparatively newer and it has a few bugs. So that's why I'm choosing not to include it. SRC directory no, app router yes, import alias no, and yes, there we go. It will initialize a brand new Next.js app right inside of this folder now. All right, there we go. It is done. Let's see inside of a front end folder. And you can see we have this app folder right here where most of the code of our app will exist. And this is the page.js, which is the entry point to our app. So what I'll do, I'll say npm. First of all, let me switch to that folder. So cd frontend, and I'll say npm run dev, and we will run our Next.js app. There we go. Let me just open this link, and there we go. It is running. Awesome. So if I go to this page.js right here, and if I remove all of the code that is inside of over here, let me just close the terminal. Let me remove this import, and I'll simply say a div, and I'll say subscribe to Roadside Coder, which you should if you haven't yet. So let's see. Yes, subscribe to Roadside Coder right here. Awesome. So our app is running, and don't worry if you're new to Next.js, I'll tell you every single thing inside of this video, how you can work with it. So first of all, for creating different components inside of our app. So for example, this is our app, right? Deployed app. So if you scroll down, you will see this button component right here, right? If I click on how to cook, it will show up this modal over here. If you scroll down, we have this card components, different things, right? So basically all of these different components are going to be coming from a library called Shadcn UI. And Shadcn UI is basically built on top of Tailwind CSS. So you don't have to learn anything new over here. These are just pre-made components that you can drag and drop and also customize inside of your apps. So if I click on view components right here, you'll see we have a bunch of different components. Like for example, if I click on button, you'll see we have this button, and to just import it, we have to do something like this. That's all. Let me show you. So first of all, I'll click on get started and let's go on and install it. Actually, it will be right here in installation. I'll click on Next.js. I'll copy this code or command and I'll go to my terminal. I'll open a new terminal over here. I'll switch to front end folder and I'll say npx shadcn at latest init and press enter. Meanwhile, that's happening. Let's see. Okay, so it's telling us how we can add a button component, for example. So npx shadcn at latest add button. And if you go to any particular component right here, like this button itself, it will tell you over here as well. Yes, this is how we can install it. So first of all, let me just install Shadcn. I'll say yes. There we go. Which color would you like? I'll say neutral. And there we go. Shadcn UI is installed. Awesome. You'll see it has created a bunch of things over here like this components.json. So these are all configuration files for Shadcn UI, right? Now I'll simply say npx shadcn at latest add button. And you'll see that it will create a button component over here inside of this components folder. And it has created this UI folder right here. And inside of this, we have this button.jsx. How cool is this? It has provided us the complete code right here, which we can customize according to us. And I'll show you how we can customize it with respect to our app, right? So how can we import it? So let's see. Inside of their docs, they have mentioned, see, we have different types of buttons over here. Like this button with icon, we have default variant, outline variant, secondary variant, ghost variant, and there's one more destructive variant, right? Let's just copy this up. And what I'll do, inside this div, I'll just paste this button right here. I'll move this text inside of over here. Let's import this button. Make sure to import from @component/UI. All right, there we go. We can see this button right here. Awesome. Now, similar to this, we are going to be needing a few more components. Like I showed you this card component right here, this badge component in a few places, this dialog. If you click on it, it opens up this modal, right? We are also going to be using something called as Sonar for displaying these toast messages and tabs as well, right? So why don't we go on and install all of these right away? And by the way, you can see we have this variant option right here where you can provide different variant and get the buttons over here. So I'll say Shadcn at latest add badge, card, dialog, Sonar, and tabs and press enter. There we go. Now let me show you how you can go on and customize a particular component in Shadcn UI. So we've already seen that this button is rendering right here. That's fine. But what if I want a little bit different appearance for this button and a custom variant? And by the way, this also provides us with something called as size. So if I say size to be large, we will see that this will be a little bit bigger button, right? So over here, I'm going to be adding a custom size. So I'll just duplicate this. Instead of height 10, I'll say height 16, rounded medium, some padding horizontal of 10. If this has an SVG, let's say padding horizontal of 8 and text to be large. Now let's see, yes, we can see a bigger button over here. So for something like this, right? And let's say if we want a custom variant right here. So let me just say primary. We'll call this primary. Let's provide it with the background orange of 600. And when we hover on it, it will be background orange of 700. And guys, highly recommended that you should be aware of how Tailwind CSS works. I will be covering it in this video as well, but it's very similar to our normal CSS. Just we write it in inline. So text primary foreground, which is defined inside of Shadcn UI, this foreground color. What happens when the button is disabled? I'm going to say if it's disabled, then background orange will be 400 and cursor will be not allowed. So let's see. Actually, we have to choose first of all XL over here, and this button actually will be XL, and then we will choose the variant to be primary. Now let's see. Yes, much better. Right, so this is how you can go on and customize these Shadcn UI components. Awesome. Now let me show you a little bit something about Next.js. So we have something called as layout.js file, which wraps whole of our app, and this also works at page level. Like if you have created any route right here, which I'll show you how you can create a layout.js file which will wrap that route, and then you can create a page.js file which will create the content or contain the content for that page. Over here, we can provide some metadata. We can remove the description, provide title like served, AI recipes platform, whatever you want to call it. I'm going to remove these fonts from over here. I don't need them. Actually, I'll be needing another font over here. Instead of these, I'll have enter font. So if you want this, you can import it. Let me import this font right here. So this is just a one-time thing. So const enter equals enter, and subsets will be Latin. And simply here in the body, let me just remove this. And here, I'll say enter dot class name. That's all. So that our fonts are a little bit better. In the HTML, I'll provide it suppress hydration warning so that it does not give unnecessary hydration warnings right here whenever our app updates during development. And this children is where our page component will be rendered. So what I'll do, I'll just wrap it with a main tag, just like this. And we can provide some stylings or some class names to this main tag now. Like for example, minimum height of screen. So now it will have the minimum height of screen. Obviously, you cannot see it yet because it's blank. Over here, I'm going to be having a header component. And below this main, we will be having a footer component. So why don't we go on, just create the footer component right away. So I'll say footer. Inside this, I'm going to be having our div. I'll say class name to be max width to be 6XL. Some margin horizontal to be auto, justify between items to be center, and gap of 6. Actually, we don't need any gap because we're just going to have one element. And simply inside this div, I'm going to be putting a paragraph tag which will say made with love by roadside coder. And this will have text stone 500 color and text small. So let's see how this looks. Okay, this is header, this is our footer. Let me just provide it with some class name to this footer right here. I'll just say some padding vertical of 8, padding horizontal of 4, and border top. So let's see. Yes, something like this. This looks good. We can align it in the very middle. So justify center actually, not between. So yes, this is awesome. Great. Let's just create our header component right away. So we will not create any component inside this UI folder. We'll create it outside of it. So let's just call it header.jsx, RAFCE, header component. Let me just import this header component right here, just like this, and we should see it's still here. Okay, nice. Now let's just get one very important thing out of the way, and that is our user authentication. We will create this login and sign up functionality inside of our app. You can see how beautiful these component looks and goes with the theme of our app, right? So click the link in the description down below and you will land on Clerk. And Clerk not just provides us with authentication, but a complete user management platform. And you guys might have already seen in my past videos, I absolutely love to use Clerk because of a few features, like it provides us these sign up, sign in components out of the box. Not only this, it also provides us with user dropdown, things like user profile, if you want to implement something like waitlist or organization. And also my personal favorite feature is billing, which we will be using in this video as well. Right? So it makes all of these things super easy. And if you have implemented user authentication in the past, you know how much pain that is, right? And Clerk solves all of these things out of the box for us. Awesome. So let's click on start building. And actually, I'll first go on and sign up. I'm going to sign up with Google. And there we go. We are in. Now over here, we can name our application. Like in our case, I'm going to say served, right? You can enable like Google login, email, password login, whatever that you want, right? I'm just going to choose email and Google for now. And I'm click on create application. And you'll notice how easy it is to set it up. All right, we are in. Now it will give us step-by-step information on how we can set up Clerk inside of our Next.js application. So first of all, we have to install Clerk. So I'm going to copy this command right here. I'll go back to our app in the terminal, make sure that you are inside of the front end folder and paste this paste this command in the terminal right here and press enter. There we go, it will install it. After this, we have to set up our .envs variables so that it can connect with the clerk. So right here, I'm going to be creating a .env file. So I'll create a new file, .env. Make sure that this is inside of the front end folder, right? And paste this right here. Okay, there we go. What else? Then we have to update proxy or middleware file. We used to call it middleware file, but after Next.js 15, we call it proxy.js. So just copy it up and create a new file over here, proxy.js. So basically this file runs before our app runs, right? So this is in good place for configuring the clerk, right? So just save it over here. You can see we are exporting clerk middleware over here so that we can properly verify if user is logged in or not and implement user authentication. All right. Now after this, we need to wrap whole of our app using something called as clerk provider, right? So this clerk provider over here, just copy it up and go to our layout.js. And here I'm going to be pasting it up. We need to put this closing tag at the very end right here. Make sure to import this from @clerk/next.js. Like remove all of these. Yeah, something like this. Awesome. Now notice what it has given us. It has given us this code. So what I'll do, I'll just copy it up and I'll show you what we are going to be doing right here. So let's copy it up and we will go to inside of our header. Let's just say header over here. And I'm going to paste this code right here. Don't worry, I'll explain you what's going on right here. I'm going to import sign out, sign in button, sign up button, sign in button, and the user button over here as well. So basically what's going on here is it's saying when the user is signed out, we will show this sign in button and sign up button. If user is signed in, we will show the user button right here. Okay, let's see if it is visible inside of our app. So yeah, you can see we have this sign in and sign up. If we click on sign in right here, you'll notice that this will take us to this page where we have pre-built sign in form over here, right? So this is super cool. Now I know what you're thinking. What is this weird looking URL? Don't worry, we can also add our local host over here as well, or whatever our website domain is. And I'll show that to you in just a moment. Now, if I click on continue with Google, all right, there we go. I have signed in. And yes, we have this user button over here with all this manage account and everything, right? So all of these things are coming out of the box from Clerk, right? This is super helpful. Let me just make it look a little bit better. So what I'll do actually in the header, I'll just give some class name of fixed on the top, right? So top is going to be 0. Width is going to be full. We're going to provide some border bottom. Color will be border stone to be 200. We can also provide it some background color. So background stone 50 with 80% opacity and some backdrop blur. So everything that comes behind header is going to give a blurry effect. I'm going to say Z index to be 50 so that it remains on the top. Supports backdrop filter with this color right here, right? Okay, let's see. Yes, this is nice. We will also wrap this whole thing with nav tag right here. So I'll just close it at the very end over here. For this nav tag, I'm just going to simply give the class name of container. So container basically provides us with these media queries with max width so that our page is responsive in different page sizes. MX auto so that everything is in the very middle, some padding horizontal and some height of 16. Then I'll suggest display flex, items to be center and justify to be between so that things are on the very far ends. Okay, this looks nice. Let's see. Yeah, this is good. What I'll do over here, we will have our logo, right? So I'll just keep logo text over here for now. Yes, you can see logo and our user button is at the very end. Then in between, we will have some nav links. So I'll just put it over here. Actually, I'll just put this inside of our div, just like this. These will appear in the very middle. As you can see, inside of our deployed app, we have logo, nav links, and then we have sign in and get started and stuff, right? Okay. Then for all this sign out and stuff, we will have a div right here with display flex, item center, space X to be 4. So let me just move all of these things inside of over here. Let me move this signed in part to the top here. So when user is signed in, obviously we will show user button. We will customize it as well. We'll come back to this. But when the user is signed out, we will show sign in button. And actually we will make this a closing tag, and I'll say button over here, which will say sign in, and this will be variant ghost. So variant, actually this will be imported from Shadcn UI. So variant ghost. And when we hover on it, we want orangish color, right? So I'll just give it a class name of text stone to be 600. When we hover on it, text orange 600, background orange 50, font medium, right? Let's see. Let me just log out. And if I click on over here, yes, you can see this looks good. Now, similarly, we can do it for sign up button as well. So instead of sign up, I can just say get started, and we can provide the variant primary that we have created earlier. Class name rounded full, padding horizontal to be 6. Yes, something like this. This looks nice now. So what we can do over here actually, instead of allowing them to go to a completely separate page, we will do mode to be modal over here, and same for sign up button as well. So what it will do is when we click on it, it will open this modal over here. Now, some of you might be thinking, can we customize this modal? Yes, we can definitely customize this. Let me show you. So if we go to clerks docs, you can see customizing clerk. And I think right here, let me just search over here, theme. Yes, this right here. So just install this at clerk/themes here in the terminal. I'm just gonna paste it right here. And then after it, we can choose different themes from over here. Yes, we can see them right here. So what I want is this theme. So this is Neo Brutalism. Let's go back inside of our layout.js, and here I'm gonna say appearance base theme to be Neo Brutalism, and make sure to import it from @clerk/theme. So let's see. Yes, we can see right here, just like this. Now it looks more suitable for our app, right? This looks awesome. If we click on get started, we can see create your account page over here as well. Awesome. Now, what if you wanted to have a separate page like /sign-in page, right? Currently it does not exist, obviously. So what we need to do, first of all, inside of our environment variables over here, so .envs, we need to add two things. Next public clerk sign-in URL, which is /sign-in, and next public clerk sign-up URL, right? This will tell clerk what our sign-up and sign-in page are. Now over here, we can create two routes for sign-in and sign-up. First of all, for containing those routes, I'm going to create a new folder. So if you create this folder inside of parenthesis, let's say auth, so it will not consider this as a route. Everything inside of this will be considered as a route. I mean, if you create a route inside of it. So let's say if I say new folder, sign-in, this is now a route over here. If I create a new folder, sign-up, this is again a new route over here, right? Now inside this, we have to create a certain type of route called optional catch-all route. So let me show you inside of Next.js docs. We have this optional catch-all routes basically. So it looks something like this. It's basically going to capture everything that will appear after this particular route. And if it does not have anything, it will just simply say undefined. So this is basically for clerk's internal functionality, I'm guessing, right? And don't worry, I will tell you what these dynamic routes are as we move forward, because inside of our app, we will be adding some dynamic routes. Like for example, if you go to a particular recipe page, etc., right? So, okay, what I'll do over here, I'll create a new folder with this route, 2 square brackets, ... sign in, and 2 square closing brackets. Similarly, I'll do that for sign up pages. Oops, over here, sign up page. Okay. For sign in, I'm going to create a new file inside of it called page.jsx. And to simply create a sign up page, all we have to do is this. Notice, I'm just going to say sign in page. And here we just have to import a component like this, sign in, from @clerk/Next.js. And that's it. This is our sign in page now. If I go back over here and if I refresh this, notice, yep, something like this. Awesome. But it's on the top left. I'll show you how you can fix it. What I'll do, I'll just copy this page and paste it over here in the sign up page as well. And the only thing that I'll change over here, instead of sign in, I'll say sign up over here. Let's see now. If I click on sign up, it should take me to sign-up. Yep, it does. And it appears right here. Now, what if in a situation like this, where you want to apply similar styles to both of these pages, what can you do? We can do something like this. In the parent folder, we can create a new file called layout.js that I mentioned earlier. And we can say RAFCE layout. You can call it auth layout, right? And you can provide it some common styles right here. First of all, we will take out the children and put them inside of over here, something like this. And then here inside the div, I'm going to say class name, display flex, justify center, padding top to be 40. And now you'll notice, amazing, we have our component something like this. There we go, our sign in page as well. Great. So this will basically be useful when user tries to access some protected route inside of our app, and they will be routed back to this page to sign in or sign up. Now coming back to our home page, which is this page.js. Let me just provide it with some basic styles, which is class name, minimum height to be screen, some background stone to be 50, text stone 900. Inside this, let's say if I create a section, like if I put this button over here inside this section, I can provide it with some class name, padding top to be 32, padding bottom to be 20, and some padding horizontal to be 4, something like this, right? And so that it will show up below the header right here. Okay, nice. Now, as I told you, we have implemented user authentication, but we want to, make a certain routes protected. Like for example, inside of our, if I try to go to my Pantry page now, you will notice that this will route us to the sign-in page, right? So how do we add this functionality? So we will do it inside of our proxy.js. So over here, first of all, we will define the protected routes. So what I'll do, I'll say const is protected route equals create route matcher. This will be imported from clerk. And we'll define all the routes that we want to protect, like /recipe, /recipes, /pantry, /dashboard, all of these pages, right? And then inside of over here in the clerk middleware, I'll take a callback. So async callback right here with auth and request. And inside of it, I'm going to be taking out the user ID from auth and also a function called redirect to sign in. And then I'll check if user is not logged in. So if user ID is not present and is protected route, I'll just provide it with request right here. And inside of it, I'll say if it's not a protected route, I'll just route the user. I'll say return redirect to sign in, and user will be redirected to sign in page. And yeah, I think that should be good enough. After this, if everything works fine, I'll just say return next response.next, which will make our app move forward, right? So let me just try it out. So this is our app, right? I'll just say /pantry and press enter, and you'll notice that this will route us to the sign in page. Awesome. Let's go back to our home page now. Now let's make our header look a little bit better, right? So what I'll do, and actually what you need to do as well, just go to my Git repository, link I provided in the description down below, go to the front end folder, and inside this public folder, I have provided you with a few assets like logos and hero image. So just download all of these and put them inside of this public folder right here. And by the way, let's delete all of these files. So let me just do that. All right, there we go. I have provided 2 logos for you right here. One is in black, one is in orange. So whatever you want to use, you can use it over here. I've also provided the hero image, which we'll be using later on. Right. Okay, so now I'll just go to my header.jsx right here. And here, in place of logo, I'll first of all wrap it with a link tag, which will come from next/link. Let's just wrap it over here. I'll say href. And actually, what we'll do, we will get our user right here, right? Later on, like something like user equals, currently I'll just put it as null, and I'll just say replace with actual user fetching logic later on. And this will actually be a server component. So I'll make it asynchronous. And here in the href, I'll say if user is logged in, I'll go to the dashboard page, else I'll go to /normal homepage, right? And then instead of this logo over here, I'll be having a image tag from Next.js. So make sure to import from next/image. And right here, I'm going to be providing it with src/orangelogo.png, and alt will be serve logo. We also need to provide it with width and height. So width of 60, height of 60, and some class name width to be 16. Let's see how this looks. Yes, we can see our logo right here. Awesome. Now after this, we can have some nav links right here. So let me actually quickly bring them in. So we will have 2 link tags over here. in place of this nav links, I'll just say link. So this is like easier things which you have already understood, right? I'll just bring them in so that you can quickly understand it and write the code for them. We won't waste much time on this, right? So for example, over here, we have this link tag and we will import this cookie icon from Lucid React, which comes out of the box from Shadcn, by the way. So we'll show a cookie icon and say my recipes. It will take us to /recipes. Class name can be text or in 600 when we hover on it. Transition colors, display flex, gap to be 1.5, right? Similarly, we can do it for my pantry page as well. We'll import the refrigerator icon and this will take us to /pantry, right? So let's see. Yes, something like this. Let me just provide some class name to this div over here, which is wrapping it. So it will be hidden actually in the smaller screens, right? So we'll have to take care of that as well. So I'll just say hidden in the smaller screens, in the medium screens. So this is how you add responsive stylings. So screen size is medium or bigger. We'll say flex, item center, space X to be 8, text small, font medium, and text tone to be 600. Let's see. Yes, now it looks really nice. Below this, we have our actions button. This is fine. All of this looks good. When user is signed in, we'll also show how to cook button over here. So how to cook, we'll just comment it out for now. And over here in our user button, actually, we want to show more options. So if I, let's say, sign in our user, there we go. Our user is signed in. Over here in these smaller screens, since these will be hidden, notice, we want to show both of those options right here in the user dropdown, right? So how can you customize it? Let's create a new component over here called user dropdown.jsx, RAFCE, user dropdown. And now I'll take the user button from over here, go back to user dropdown, and I'll put that right over here and I'll add a closing tag as well. Right, so let's import it from clerk. And inside of it, actually, this will be a client component. So basically, there are two types of components in Next.js or React in general, actually. Client component and server component. Client component run on browser. Server component run obviously on the server, right? And we can add asynchronous data fetching inside of the server components. I'll show you as we move forward in this video. And in client component, we can use dynamic logic like hooks. So over here, inside of user button, what we will say? I'll say user button dot link. Or actually, I think it's menu items, yes. Then inside of this, we can provide one single link. Like for example, if you want to add something over here, you can just say user button dot link, label my recipe, label icon. I'll provide this cookie icon over here, and it will take us to /recipes page. Similarly, I'll do for pantry as well. I'll import the refrigerator icon. So let's see how this looks. Okay, I think we have not imported it over there, right? I think that's the problem. So yes, let's import user dropdown component, import it. And let me just refresh my page. And now we can see, yes, something like this. Let's move this manage account at the bottom. So for moving that, I'm just going to say user button dot action this time, and label will be manage account, so that this will be moved. If you just refresh the page, this is now moved at the bottom, right? This looks awesome. So this is how Clerk is super useful for us. We have successfully implemented the complete user authentication and created the complete header component as well. Awesome. And now that our user authentication is done, why don't we go on and set up our backend and our PostgreSQL database? So click the link in the description down below and you will land on Neon. And Neon is a PostgreSQL database on a serverless platform. That means you don't have to put extra effort on setting up a PostgreSQL database. Neon does everything for you. And it works flawlessly with other ORMs as well, like Prisma, Drizzle, like you may have seen in my past projects, right? And obviously it provides us with the lightning fast read and write data speeds, right? And by the way, it is absolutely free to get started. So let's click on start for free. I'm going to log in with Google. There we go. I am in. Let's click on new project right here. And I'm going to name my project served. I'm going to click on building a new app and click on create. And there we go. We are inside of Neon. Now, right here, if you click on connect, you'll see we have a bunch of different options right here to connect our database, right? We can use this connection string if you want to use something like Prisma ORM. It also provides us with the Next.js code out of the box, right? But we are going to be using a headless CMS, and I'll show you in just a moment how you can do that. Now, if you want to create a new database right here, or if you want to set up a new role, you can do that right here. I'm going to keep it as it is for now. Over here, you can see we have an SQL editor. So if you are aware of how you can write SQL code, then you can run that right here, right? If you have any tables and stuff, you can see all the tables over here, all of your data. So Neon provides you the whole package out of the box. They even provide you with the authentication, right? But since we're already using Clerk, we're not going to be needing this. So cool then. Let's just do one thing. I'm going to click on connect right here. And over here, I'll go to parameters only. And these are the parameters which will be helpful for us when we go on and connect this database to a headless CMS, which is going to be Strapi. So again, I've given you the link to Strapi as well in the description down below. So open this page up and you can see the open source headless CMS. Now, what is a headless CMS? So CMS basically means content management system. And it basically provides you with a UI so that you can manage your whole application. Let me show you. If you just click on this cloud right here, and click on login to Strapi Cloud. I'm going to log in with Google, or you can log in with GitHub as well if you want. There we go. I am in. Now you can see I have one of my projects over here. So let me show you. If I click on this visit app over here, okay, it's asking me to log in. Let me just log in into. So basically this is my CMS for served application, right? And I'll show you how you can make all of this stuff. Don't worry about it. Let me just enter my password and I am in. There we go. You can see if you click on over here in the content manager, you can manage your complete database and everything inside of your app from right here. See, I can see my users over here, the recipes they have created, etc., right? Don't need to worry about all of these things for now, but I'll show you how you can do this as well, right? Okay, let me just close it for now. If you want, you can keep this window open. Strapi will use Neon PostgreSQL database behind the scene to store all of our data, right? Let me show you how easy it will be. So first of all, over here in the home page, you can see npx create Strapi app at latest. We are going to copy this command and go back to our app. Just go to our terminal and make sure that you are on the root right here and paste it. npx create Strapi app at latest. So it will create a new Strapi app right here outside of this front end folder. Proceed. Yes. It might take some time. Let's wait. It's going to ask us the name of your project. I'm just going to simply call it backend. If you want to call it something else, it's your choice. It will create a backend folder right here. Okay, so first of all, it's asking us, please log in or sign up. So I'm going to click on login. Let's do that. There we go. Device confirmation. I'm going to click on confirm. Since we've already logged in over here, we don't have to log in again. Now let's go back and you'll see authentication successful. Nice. Do you want to use default database? No, we are going to be using Postgres, right? So I'm going to say no and choose Postgres over here. Database name. So all of this information you will find right here in Neon. So go on over here. So database name is Neon DB. So just keep on using this information. So I'm going to enter Neon DB. Let me just make it a little bit bigger. Now it's going to ask us the host. So host is this over here, this link, which will be useful to connect to our database. Press enter. Port, it's going to be the default one, that is 5432. Username, it's going to be NeonDB user. Let's enter right here. Password, so password is this. Copy it up, paste it, press enter. Enable SSL connection, yes. So I'm going to say Y and enter. Start with example structure, no, and press enter. Start with TypeScript, it's your choice. You can press yes or no. I'm going to say no. Install dependencies with npm, yes. Initialize a Git repository, no. We're not going to be needing it for now. We're going to do it later on. Anonymous A/B testing, we're going to say no right here. Okay, now it's going to be creating a brand new Strapi application inside of this backend folder over here. So let's wait for it. You can see it's installing dependencies and all. And there we go. This whole thing is done. Amazing. Let me do one thing. I'm going to say npm run dev, or I think, npm run, I think it's develop. Yes, to start the development mode, develop, and press enter. Now, meanwhile, that's loading. Let's see. So in the backend folder, this is basically a React app that we've been given over here, but you don't need to worry about it. It is managing the whole thing by itself. All we need to worry about, we need to switch to the backend folder and then do npm run develop. Yes. So everything that we need to work on will be in the UI in the browser. So it will have set up everything for us over here in the .env. If you notice, it has set up all of these API keys from Strapi, our PostgreSQL database, right? All of these things are configured right here. Awesome. Let's see in the terminal. Okay, it is starting up. Let's wait for it to start. Okay, loading Strapi. Now, since you're starting this for the very first time, it can take a little bit some time to set it up, right? Because what it's doing is it's basically going to this Neon right here, and it is setting everything up inside of tables right here. So if you open this tables, you'll notice, yes, it's setting up everything inside of Neon. And again, you don't need to worry about these things. Strapi will take care of all of these things. So let's just wait for it to load it up. All right, there we go. It took a little bit of time, I would say around 5 minutes. So just let it take its time. And now we can open this URL right here in the browser. And you'll notice, first of all, inside of Neon, we have a bunch of different tables and stuff right here from Strapi to manage everything, right? Different types of things, which it has set up out of the box for us. And now you can see it has loaded it up. And now we can just, let's just create the account. And this is, by the way, just the local account. It will be helpful in development. So I'm just going to say some random email and password and click on let's start. Make sure to check that check mark on the bottom. Okay, there we go. We are in. Now, if you see, it will show you this dashboard right here with different things like your profile, entries and stuff, right? If you go to the settings, you can actually add more users over here to manage this alongside with you. Currently, you can see I'm the only admin over here, right? You can invite a new user to manage your database. And this is the beautiful part about using a content management system like Strapi. Now, if you want to create tables and all, we get this content type builder, which helps us to create full-blown, tables and all collection. So by default, you can see we have a user table already set up for us. We have something called as media library, where you can put your assets, which I'll show you how you can do after we have deployed this Strapi instance. You can add new asset. You can use the links to use inside of your app, and it works great. There's also a deploy tab over here, which I'll show you later on, right? And obviously inside of content manager, you can manage your tables and all. And also, by the way, we have some AI credits from Strapi as well. If you want to ask the agent to do or perform certain action for you, you can also write it over here as well. But I'll show you everything custom on how you can go on so that you can learn as well. Okay, now first of all, let's just first go on and understand the structure of our database. What are different types of tables our database is going to be having? And there we go. This is how our database is going to be looking like. We will have 4 major tables. Let me just make it full screen. So first of all, the user table for storing all of the user data inside of our database. Even though we are storing it inside of Clerk, it's good to have our data over here as well, right? So obviously we're going to have an ID for the database, Clerk ID, which we will be getting from Clerk. We'll store it right here. Email, first name, last name, the image URL, and what subscription tier the user is currently on, like free or pro. Now you might be thinking, how are we storing the usage data for the user, right? And I'll give you the answer for that in just a moment, because we will be using a tool for that, which will help us massively when it comes to rate limiting our APIs or managing this kind of stuff. Okay, now we have another table, and you can see these lines going on over here. So this is basically foreign key for this user table that it is on different types of tables. So let's see. First of all, can be pantry item. So we are going to be having pantry, right? We will scan the pantry as I showed you in the intro, and it will give us different types of pantry item. We can also manually add these items. With these will have name, quantity, the image URL, if there's any image URL over here, and who is the owner of that pantry ingredient, right? So again, this is a foreign key connecting to the user table. We will also be having a recipe table right here with ID, author, again, foreign key to the user table, who has that particular recipe or who made that particular recipe or generated that recipe, title for the recipe, description. Again, this will be description like rich text. Cuisine, this will be an enum. So I've just added this, placeholder right here. Don't worry about these. Category, it will have different types of category. Ingredients, this will be JSON actually, because we will be rendering it in a certain way inside of our app. So this will be an array of objects. Instructions as well. We will add the image URL. We will get the images for a particular recipe from Unsplash API, if it is a public recipe or not. So basically this is an extension for this project. If you want to create this a marketplace, you can make it as public or private. So that's why I've added this key right here. How much prep time, how much cook time this will take, how much servings, nutrition, tips, and substitutions. Okay, basically substitution for the ingredients, right? Apart from that, after generating the recipe, users can also save that recipe. They can choose to save this recipe inside of this save recipe table. So it will simply be the user, that is a foreign key to the user table, recipe, foreign key to the recipe table, and saved at. Okay, and yeah, that's pretty much it. It's very straightforward right here. Okay, now let's go on and create all of these tables inside of Strapi. So we're gonna go to this content type builder over here. And first of all, we already have a user table over here, right? With all of these different types of field. We don't need to worry about them. We will be needing email. I think that's the only thing useful over here. And then we can add other fields right here. Okay, so click on this add another field to this collection type. And we're going to add text, or you can see we have a bunch of different types of field that we can add right here. I'm going to say text first of all, and I'm going to choose clerk ID. This will be a short text. In the advanced settings, we can just choose unique field, and this will also be a required field, and click on finish. Now, if you want to add another field, you can choose it from right here, but let me show you how you can add a field. So click on finish and click on save over here, and you will see that it will say waiting for restart because it will make the changes and it will restart our Strapi. So notice Strapi has been shut down. So it will restart it in just a moment. If you want, you can just manually restart it as well by killing the server by pressing Ctrl C and then just running npm run dev. And see, my server has been restarted and this clerk ID has been added right here. So what I'll do, let me just add more fields over here all at once, and then we can, restart the server. Next, I'm going to be adding a text for first name. It'll be a short text. I'm going to add another field, text, last name, add another field, again text. It will be a image URL. You can probably keep it a long text. No, I think a short text will be fine for URL as well. Add another field, and then we will choose a enum type right here, enumeration. So this will be for our subscription tier, which will have either free or pro value. So click on finish over here. Okay, nice. And yeah, I think it's safe to save it now. So again, we will wait for restart. So every time you make changes to your database, obviously it has to configure some things inside of over here in the neon. So that is why it is important to restart it. And that's why Strapi restarts it. So again, let's wait. It has shut down. It is loading it up. So let's wait. All right, it is restarted. There we go. We have all of these things added right here. Okay, let's add other things. That is other collections. So first of all, let's just add the recipe table. So recipe, and you'll see it will show us the API ID like singular and plural. Let's click on continue. And here we can add some fields to this table. Like first of all, I'll say text and title of the recipe. And this will be a required field. Add another field. And this one will be actually rich text if you want to add some markdown, because description can be long, right? And it can have markdowns as well if you want. Add another field. Now next, I'm going to choose enumeration, and this one will be for the cuisine. Now there are going to be a bunch of cuisines that we're going to be adding right here. So I've actually provided it over here in the front end README for you guys to just copy and paste so that you don't have to type them one by one. Yes. So cuisine, just copy the list of these cuisines and over here paste it. And actually make sure to remove this semicolon after it. I don't know how this came over here. Make sure to remove it after each and every one of these. And it should look something like this. Okay, let's click on add another field. This will be enum as well. And this will be for the category. Again, let's just go to my Git repo, and these will be like, this will be just 6 categories. Again, make sure to remove semicolons after each and every one of them. This is fine. Click on add another field. Then simply we're going to be saying JSON, and this one will be for the ingredients, and this will be a required field actually, because we want the ingredients and the instructions as well. So after this, we're going to choose JSON again, and I'm going to say instructions, and this will be a required field. Add another field. Then I'm going to be choosing text and saying image URL for the images of the recipes. Then now this one is optional if you want to add it. So let's choose Boolean for is public. And by default, we can say true probably or probably false. It's your choice. Required field. Add another field right here. Now this one is a foreign key. So who does the recipe belong to? So I'm going to say relation over here. So we want the relation. So first of all, this will be called as author, and we want the relation with user from user-permissions. So let's call it author and choose user has many. So one user can have many recipes, right? So it will be many to one. Let's click on finish. Let me just make sure this is correct. Yep, many to one with user. This is correct. Let's click on add another field. Now these things will be like prep time, probably. Number format, let's just choose integer. Add another field. This one can be a cook time, integer again, add another field. Number can be serving, again integer, add another field. Then we can have things like nutrition, and this will be JSON. So I'm going to say nutrition, add another field. There can be some tips that we can provide the user. So JSON, tips, add another field, and the substitutions for the ingredients. So again, JSON and substitution. Let's click on finish. Let's make sure everything looks good. And I guess it does. Let's click on save. And this will again restart our Strapi right here. There we go. It has shut down. Let's wait a couple of minutes for it to get restarted. And after this, we will just create both of those tables, remaining tables, and then we will restart it so that we are good to move forward. All right, there we go. Everything has been added right here. Now let's create both of our remaining tables. So first of all, the pantry item. So I'm going to click on plus right here. I'm going to say pantry item and continue. Add new field. First of all, what is the name of that pantry item? So text, I'm going to say name. This will be a required field. Add another field. Next, for the quantity, so it can be in liters or pieces, whatever, right? So I'm just going to be keeping it as text right here. Add another field. Then we're going to be having image URL. Even though inside of our app we don't have images for pantry items, if you want, you can add this feature as well. Add another field. And last, we're going to have relation. So this pantry item is going to be in relation with users table. So user, and this will have, like, let me say owner, and one user can have many pantry items, right? So user has many pantry items. Click on finish. Yes, this looks good. Let's click on plus again and create another table right here, and that will be for the saved recipe. So saved recipe, click on continue. First of all, this will have a date time. So wait, I think date type will be date time, and this will be saved at. Add another field. This will be having relation with user and recipe as well, right? So I'm going to choose user permissions over here. One user can have many saved recipes, right? So let's call it user and saved recipe. Add another field. Again, relation. This one will be with the recipe table, right? Which recipe that we have saved over here. So I'll choose recipe. One recipe can be saved many times, right? So I'll say many to one and have recipe. Okay, let's click on finish. And yeah, I think this looks good. Let me just verify. Yeah, I think this looks fine. Let's click on save again. Okay, error occurred. I guess we have to, what's wrong? Let's click on save. I think I made some mistake right here. Let me just restart my server. If it worked for you, then great. I'll just restart my server, add all of these fields again, and then I'll click on save. Okay, I restarted my server and all the progress was lost. So what I'll do, I'll just create one table first. So you can just rewind the video, watch it. I'll just create one table and then just restart, like save it, and then create another table and then save it, and I'll come back. All right, I've done for pantry items. Let me just do it for saved recipe as well. There we go, and restart it. All right, cool. Now we have to provide the roles to different database. So just go on over here in the setting and this roles tab right here. Now over here, you can see we have two options, authenticated and public. So basically public is for the data that will be publicly accessible. That is when users are not logged in. And we're not going to be needing this right now because we're not going to be having any such feature where user is not logged in, right? So just go to authenticated, click on this pencil icon. And first of all, for pantry item, we're going to allow create, delete, find one, update, all of these features. For recipe as well, again, all of these things, we are going to be making the query. So this is basically very similar to like row level security that you have seen in probably some other CMS. Again, in the saved recipe as well, we can provide the different options. Just select it, and if you want to choose like change anything in users permissions, how users are going to be fetched, you can make the change over here. I'm not going to be making any change, and click on save. Now this won't require us to restart our DB or our Strapi instance, so this is fine. So save it, and yeah, that is all. This is what we needed to do to set up our database, right? That's all. Now next, what we will do inside of our app, let's go and continue and start working on it, right? We will store the user, as soon as the user logs in, we will store it inside of our database right here. So over here in the user table, right? But first of all, I remember something. So we are also going to be adding some protection to our app to protect it from attacks, right? So these are the type of features that you don't really see in other tutorials. We're going to be protecting our app from DDoS and also provide rate limiting to free user or pro user, and also stop the crawlers from crawling our website, right? And for implementing all of these features, we are going to be using Arcjet. And again, I've provided you the link to Arcjet in the description down below. And Arcjet helps us provide all of these features like bot detection, rate limiting, email validation, attack protection, data reduction, and so much more, right? So ship security features faster. And you might have seen in my previous projects, I've used it bunch of different times, like my finance app and my car marketplace as well, right? You can see it provides us with all of these different features, and I would highly encourage you guys to go on and read more about it from over here. I will show you as well in our project. Like for example, if I want to implement rate limiting, we just have to provide how much rate limiting we want and how much token it's going to be consuming every time that API is called. Like for example, over here, see requested 5, for example. So we are going to be using bunch of different such features inside of our app. Let's quickly go on and click on start 15-day trial, and this will log you in inside of the app. So click on Google. So I've logged in with my Google account. Awesome. Now right here, click on new site, and we are going to be saying served and creating a new project. Click on create, and there we go. We are in. You can see it supports so many different types of things. Let's click on Next.js and see it will give you the complete Next.js documentation. For now, we are going to copy this API key, and we will go back to our front end folder over here in the .env. Let's make it smaller. And here I'll just paste it, and I'll just say Arcjet key. Just save it right here, and we will come back to this very soon. All right, now let's go on and store our user inside of our database. That is inside of our users table, right? So what we'll do, as soon as user logs in, we will run a function right here in our header.jsx called check user function. It will check the user's current subscription and also if user is part of our database or not. Right. So what I'll do in this lib folder right here, I'll get a new file called check user.js. Export const check user. This will be an asynchronous function. And inside of this, I'll first of all get the logged in user information. And we're going to get it from clerk. So we do something like this. Await current user, and current user is provided to us from clerk. So make sure to import from @clerk/nextjs/server. And I'm going to store it inside of this user. Then first of all, we will check if user is actually logged in or not. Right. So I'll say if user is not logged in or user is empty, then console log, no user found. If you want, you can show some toast and all as well over here. Now after this, we need to connect to a Strapi database. And to do that, we will be needing Strapi token. So go to the settings right here, go to API tokens. And here we need to create a new API token. Let's name it served. Token duration can be unlimited, token type can be full access. And we've already provided all these permissions right here. So this is fine since this is full access, and click on save. All right, copy this token up. Just click on this copy button over here and go to .env. And right here, I'm going to paste it. And we're going to store this inside this Strapi API token. Okay, we are also going to be needing one more thing. That is the next public Strapi URL that our server is running on. So it is localhost :1337. So just copy it and I'll paste it right here, something like this. Let's remove this slash at the end. Okay, so this looks good. Now we're going to take both of these environment variables right here. So over here, I'll say const Strapi URL equals process.env.next public Strapi URL. If it's not present, I'm going to take localhost 1337. Now in the production, after we have deployed our Strapi backend, we will have a separate URL, right? So we will add them in .env while we are going to be deploying our app. And also Strapi API token that we just now added. So after this, we will check. If Strapi API token is not present, then we're going to throw an error that it is missing in .env. Okay, cool. Now over here, we also need to check what subscription tier the user is currently on, right? And for that, we have to set up pricing inside of our app. So what I'll do, I'll just take const subscription tier over here. I'll keep it free for now, right? We will be adding the pricing logic over here, pricing logic. We will replace it very soon. Now after this, we will finally make a call to our DB. So we will have a try catch block right here. So let's say try catch. And notice how we do it. So first of all, we're gonna check if user exists inside of Strapi. So I'll just add some comments over here. So I'll say const existing user response await fetch, and it's actually giving us correct suggestion. Let me just take it. Let me show you what it is. So basically we're going to take our Strapi URL. I'm going to say slash API slash the name of our table. So it's users. And then we're going to apply some filters. This is going to be clerk ID will be equal to this user.id. And then we're going to provide Strapi API token inside of over here in the headers. And I'll say cache equals no store. It's basically a string indicating how request will interact with browser's cache, right? To set the request's cache. Okay. Now, if user already existed inside of our database, we will have that detail right here. Now over here, I'm going to check if this request is failed. So I'll say if existing user response.ok is not true, then I'm going to throw the error, Strapi error response, and return null. Otherwise, we're going to get the user data. So I'll say existing user data equals await existing user data dot JSON, just like we do after a fetch request. And then I'm going to check if the data exists. So if existing user data dot length is more than 0, then we're going to take the existing user data right here. It will be in 0th index. Then with respect to the current like subscription tier, if user is on free or pro, we are going to update that as well. And again, as I mentioned, we are going to be updating this logic very soon. I'm going to check if existing users subscription is not equals to the current subscription. Then we're going to update just this part, just the subscription. Otherwise, we're going to update the whole user. So keep in mind, this is the case where user is already inside of our database, right? So I'm going to update fetch Strapi API slash users for that particular user ID. I'm going to say method put, which is for updation. And in the headers, application slash JSON, and we're going to provide the Strapi token. And in the body, I'm going to provide the subscription tier that has to be updated inside of our database. So you might remember we have this subscription tier property inside of our DB as well, right? Inside of our table. Then finally, we're going to return existing user with the subscription tier. Cool. Now, if this is not the case, if user does not exist inside of our database, then what we will do? We will create a new user in Strapi. First of all, we need to find the authenticated role inside of Strapi, to make Strapi know that this current user is authenticated. So roles response equals await fetch slash API slash user permissions slash roles. And over here, we can get the different roles for different tables. I'm going to provide the Strapi API token. And after this, I'm going to get the authenticated role. So I'll say const roles data await roles response dot JSON. And here in the authenticated role, I'm going to say roles data dot roles dot find for the authenticated, right? Then finally, we can create a new user in Strapi. So, if authenticated role is not found, then we're going to just throw the error. Otherwise, we're going to create a new user. So I'll say const user data equals, let's provide everything one by one. So we have a few, compulsory fields like username. So username can also be taken from clerk if user has provided it. So user.username, else user.email address, and we're going to split it before the @ sign. Then email, user.email addresses, 0th index, email address. Then we're going to take the clerk ID, which is user.id. And actually, if you remember in Strapi, we have this thing. So in the user table, we have a few of these default fields, right? Password and all. So we're not going to be using them, obviously, since clerk is managing them. So we need to put some default value to these. So let's say after email, I'm going to provide password. We're just going to say some random value like clerk managed user ID and date.now. We don't need to worry about it. We're going to add few more things like confirmed to be true, blocked to be false, and role that this current user is authenticated, right? Then clerk ID, subscription tier. This is very important. We are also going to provide things like first name, last name. So first name, last name, image URL from all of these from clerk, right? So this will be our complete user data to be stored inside of our database. So after this, I'll say const new user response equals await fetch Strapi URL slash API slash users. Method is going to be post header, content type application slash JSON, and authorization bearer Strapi API token. And in the body, we're going to provide it as a user data, right? What has it written over here? Okay. If new user response has not been returned, then we're going to throw the error, probably like error creating user with the error text. And then we're going to get whatever response that we got in JSON and then return it. We don't need to return subscription tier separately over here. We're just going to say new user. And then in the catch, I'll just say console error, error in check user. Okay, nice. So yeah, this is how we are going to be storing our users inside of our database. Okay, fine. Let's take this check user function now and call it inside of our header. So right here in the header, so we have kept this as empty, right? Now we will simply replace it with this await check user. Make sure to import it. And now finally, let's go on inside of our app. If we just go to our home page, just refresh our app once. Okay, nothing happened. Let's go to our database and see if user has been stored inside of the user table. And there we go. Yes, our user has been created. If you click on it, you will see more details right here. Amazing. So we have all of this information right here and current user is authenticated as well. Great. So everything is working flawlessly up until this point. Now, finally, what I'm thinking is why don't we go on and set up our billing as well. So in Clerk, go to this billing tab right here, click on get started and enable user billing. Click on save and yeah, the billing is enabled. Now we can create our plans over here. So click on create plan. And now one thing to know about Clerk billing is it provides you some component out of the box like pricing table. And you may have seen in my past videos as well. Like if I show you an example, you know what, I'll just show you in our app itself. So what I'll do, I'll just call it Pro subscription. Key will be Pro. If you want, you can provide some description over here, monthly base fee. We're going to keep it at $7.99. If you want, you can provide some annual discount or some free trial, whatever, right? Now over here, if you want, you can add some features and these features will show up by default in the pricing table. Okay, let's go to billing settings. See, it shows us this pricing table. Let's go to read billing guide and you'll notice that yes, this is the pricing table that we can use. So let's go back into the billing tab. Actually, over here in the billing, we have settings and we have subscription plans. So you'll notice there's already a free plan created right here. And then there's this Pro plan that we have created right now. All right, now finally, what we can do is we can go to the check user. And also, by the way, in our homepage, just to show you an example, how the pricing table looks like. So if I put a pricing table component over here, imported from Clerk, notice, see, it renders it in this way, free plan, Pro plan, and you can also, render the features over here. Obviously, we have not added the feature again, as I mentioned, because we are going to be creating our own custom pricing table, but you can add features over here and save it and it will display it automatically right here. You don't even have to create anything. So you see, we are rendering the pricing table right here. Now we can, add some features over here. So over here in our app, we have created our custom pricing table, but since Clerk is providing us with this pricing table, it's much more easier, right? So why don't we go on and add some features inside of it? So here in the Clerk billing, oops, not here, right here. First of all, for the Pro, I'm going to add a feature. So unlimited pantry scans. So I'm going to say unlimited pantry scans, create feature. Next, unlimited AI recipes, add feature, unlimited AI recipe. Then priority support, add feature, priority support. Then I'll say recipes with nutritional analysis, add feature. And I'm going to be adding it right here. There we go. Let's save this up and go back to our app. And I'm just going to refresh it up to see. You'll notice that all of them will appear right here. Something like this, right? So it looks super cool. Let's do the same thing with our free plan as well. So we're going to be providing 10 pantry scans per month. So I'm going to click on over here, add feature, new feature, 10 pantry scans per month, then 5 AI meal recommendations. So let me just first create it, add feature, another one, create feature, then standard support, add feature, create feature, and then standard recipes as well. So I'll do that right away. Okay, and then we can save it from over here. And you'll notice when I refresh the page, it will appear right here, right? So it looks super cool. If you want to subscribe to a plan, we can click on subscribe right here. And you can see it's breaking it a little bit because it should be above this header right here. So what I'll do, I think we can provide some props over here. So let's see, checkout props. Okay, inside of it, we have appearance. Inside of that, we can have elements. We can target specific elements to style them. In our case, I'm gonna say drawer root, I think. Yes, drawer root. And I'm gonna make the Z index bigger. So Z index to be, I don't know, something like 2000. So now it should appear on top of the header. Let me just refresh the page and click on subscribe. So yes, now it's appearing on top of it. Great. And you can see how awesome it looks. It has blended in with our theme, right? Let me make one more change. In our checkuser.js, we have this hard-coded value, right? Instead of this, we will import something called as auth from clerk to know which plan user is currently on. So auth, make sure to import it from right here. Yes, this is fine. So it has this has function, which helps us to know what plan user currently has. So over here, instead of this free, I'm going to say if user has, and I'm going to write the plan over here, pro. So it will return as true or false. So I'm going to actually check if user has pro plan, then just say pro, otherwise say free, right? Awesome. Now there are two places where we will be displaying our pricing table. First of all, right here on the home page, and then after user logs in, we will display it over here. So let me just sign in. So I've signed in with a new user right here, and you can see we have free plan. When we click on it, it will give us this pop-up where we can subscribe to a plan, or we can also go on over here and click on here to subscribe to a plan, right? Okay, nice. Let's create this. So inside of our header, let me just see. In our header.jsx, we will be displaying it right here, if I'm not wrong. So here I'll check if user is there, then we will display a pricing modal. So pricing modal. And obviously this component does not exist. So let's just create this component right here, new file, pricing modal.jsx, RAFCE, pricing modal. And actually I'll take children over here. And I'll show you where I'm going to be using it. First of all, let me just import it. Okay. Let's see. Yes, we can see the pricing modal right here. Okay, nice. Since we have the user subscription information right here from this user variable, we can provide it over here. So subscription tier equals user.subscription tier. We will use it to decide if we want to open the modal or not. Now, inside of this pricing modal over here, we are going to be creating a dialog component from Shadcn UI. So inside of Shadcn UI, we have this dialog, right? When we click on it, it opens up a dialog like this. So what I'll do, I'll just take this whole thing up and I'll go right here and paste it. Here we're gonna import the dialog. Make sure to import from ./UI only, and trigger content header. I don't think we're gonna need the header. Let's remove it. We also are not going to be needing the dialog description. And for the title, I think title is required. So we're just going to keep it self-closing, import it as well. Okay. And below it is where we're going to be rendering our pricing table. So over here, we're going to render the children tag, something like this. So let's see. Now we should see some open over here. We cannot see it, probably because we need to provide a few things. First of all, we're going to take the subscription tier over here that we're taking. Then here, I'm going to use it to decide if we want to open it. So let's make it a client component. So use client, and I'm going to be taking a state over here is open, set is open. So import from use state, and we will only allow it to be opened when user is on free plan. So I'll say can open equals subscription tier has to be free. And now over here in the dialog, it takes props like open equals is open, and on open change equals if we can open it, then I'm going to say set is open to close it, right? Otherwise undefined. And by the way, I realized it expects children over here, right? So we have to write anything inside of this. So I'll say open for now, and let's see. Yes, if we click on it, yes, we can see this modal right here. Obviously this is empty for now. So let's render some button over here. And here I'm going to simply be rendering a badge component from Shadcn UI. Inside this, we will render a sparkles icon with respect to if user is pro or free. So I'll render this sparkles icon from Lucid React, class name h3 and width 3, height 3 and width 3. If user is pro, then this will be text white and fill white 20, otherwise text stone. And over here in the span as well, if user is pro, we're gonna say pro chef, otherwise free plan. Let's see. Okay, sparkles is not defined. I think I have defined it. Let's save it. There we go. We can see this. If we click on it, yes, let's just add some styles to the badge. First of all, I'll keep it variant outline. And then for the class name, I'm going to have a bunch of classes. So basically, I'll say display flex, height to be 8, some padding horizontal to be 3, some gap between both of these, right? Rounded full from the side, text to be small, font semi-bold, and we will add some transition when we hover on it. So user subscription, if it's pro, then I'm going to show some orange yellowish color. So we're going to show linear gradient from orange 600 to amber 500 with text white. Otherwise, if it's a free plan, we're going to show a subtle more, grayish color. So text stone 600 and border stone 200, something like this, right? You can customize it according to you. So it will look something like this. If we click on it, yes, we can trigger this pop-up right here. Cool then, let's go inside of this pricing modal actually. And below this is where we are going to be rendering our pricing section. So actually, we are going to be using the same pricing section in two separate places. So in homepage and inside of this modal as well. So let's create a common pricing section component. I'm going to create a new file, pricing section.jsx, RAFCE, pricing section. Let's import this pricing section right here like this. And for the dialog content, I'm going to give it some class name of some padding 8, some padding top of 4. And in the bigger screens, max weight to be 4 XL. So now you'll see if I click on it, yes, it appears something like this with greater width. Inside of pricing section now, I'm going to provide this div with some class name, max width 6 XL and MX auto. Inside of this div, I'm just going to simply provide it with some heading and paragraph. Like heading will be simple pricing, paragraph can be start for free, upgrade to become a master chef. Okay, nice. And below this is where we will be rendering our pricing table. So let's just have our div right here. Let's give this div class name of max width to be 4 XL and MX auto. And let's just copy this pricing table. I think we rendered it in our page file, right? So over here, no, not here, right here. Okay, let's just copy this thing up and I'll just paste it inside of our pricing section over here. Let's import it and see if it looks good or not. If I click on free plan, okay, it looks weird actually. Let me just remove this and I think this as well. Let's see how this looks. Is there anything here? I think we should just remove this MX auto and it should be fine. Yes, it's fine now. I've removed it from over here as well. What if we can put max width 4 XL over here. I think this is fine. And over here as well. It depends. Like if you want, you can remove it from right here. Yeah, I think that should be good enough. So yeah, it looks good. If we click on subscribe, yes, we can see the checkout pop-up opens up as well. Great. So with this, we have successfully implemented our pricing plan. Great. Why don't we go on and subscribe to the plan? And we can use pay with test card over here. You can see it's loading. Payment was successful. And yeah, awesome. Let's continue. There we go. We have switched to the pro plan. Amazing. We can, I think, remove this table from the homepage. We are not going to be needing it for now. We're going to be rendering it later on using this pricing section component that we have created at the bottom. Okay, great. So finally, we have done all the setup of our app. We have created header and everything, set up authentication, database, pricing, each and every one of these things. Now we can finally go on and start working on our landing page. And after that, step by step, all of our major features of our app as well, right? But before moving forward, if you're preparing for interviews, you can definitely go and check out my front-end interview preparation course. This is the only thing that you will ever need to prepare for your front-end interviews. And not only this, I've covered every single topic of React.js, like React Router DOM, Redux, all of the hooks, class-based component, function-based component React, even the performance optimization, which is asked from senior developers a lot, tons of machine coding questions as well, and obviously in-depth interview preparation course on JavaScript as well. And not just this, along with this course, you get an active Discord community where you can ask your doubts whenever you get stuck and we will be there to help you. So click the link in the description down below because right now we're having the biggest sale of the year for a very limited time. So don't forget to check it out. Or you can also scan this QR code on your screen to go directly to the course page. Alright then, so I'll go to page.js and actually let's just call it page.jsx so that we can properly get the suggestions over here. Now our landing page is going to be a server component, so I'll just take async over here and we will be needing the details of the user's subscription plan. So we can just say const has await auth just like before. Make sure to import it from clerk/nextjs/server. And then we can check if user subscription tier has a pro plan, then we're going to say pro, else free. We're going to be using this later on when we go on and render the pricing table component right here. Now over here in the div, let me just remove this button. And first of all, let's create our hero section. So here I'm going to be taking a div. Inside of this div, I'm going to be having another div where we will be keeping the hero text. So if I show you, so this thing, AI cooking assistant and all of this text and stuff right here. Okay. So over here, let's just have a div actually, and here I'm going to keep a badge component. Let's just import it from add component/UI. I'm going to say variant outline, and then inside of it, I'll have an icon flame, and I'm going to say number 1 AI cooking assistant. So let's see. There we go. Let's make this a little bit better. I'm going to be having some styles right here, which will say border 2, border orange to be 600, text orange to be 700. So basically we're like making it with respect to our theme of our app. Background orange 50, text small, font bold, text to be uppercase, and tracking wide. So that there's some gap between the text a little bit, right? So see, something like this. It looks awesome. Then after this badge, I'm going to be having an h1 tag with text 6XL. In the bigger screens, text 8XL, font bold, margin bottom 6, and tracking tight. Okay. Inside of it, I'll have a text, let's say turn your, and I'm going to say leftovers. We're going to make it italic, some underline, and decoration 4, basically provide some underline, and decoration orange to be 600. And after this, turn your leftovers into masterpieces. So let's see. Yes, something like this. Nice. Then we can probably have a paragraph tag below it, like snap a photo of your fridge, will tell you what to cook, save money, reduce waste, and eat better tonight. Text XL. In the bigger screens, text 2XL, text tone 600, margin bottom to be 10, and some max width to be large. Margin horizontal to be auto. In bigger screens will be 0 and font light. So we made it responsive as well, right? So we'll put an image right here so that it will, get shrinked to the left side. Below it, we will also be having a link tag from Next.js. So next/link. This will take us to /dashboard page. And then below it, I'm just simply going to be having a button with size XL, where in primary that we have added both of these things. Class name, padding horizontal to be 8, padding vertical to be 6, text to be large. I'm going to have an arrow right icon, and I'll say start cooking free. Let's see. Yes, this is exactly what we wanted. Nice. Now, if you want, you can add some stats below it as well. Like for example, this paragraph tag, like 10K plus cooks joined last month, right? And some basic styles like margin top, text small, text tone 500, font bold, text tone 900. These are just basic CSS. Below this div, I'm going to be rendering our image, which will be rendered on the right side. So I'll put it inside of a card tag. So card, import it from Shadcn UI. Let's provide it with some class name relative, because we are going to be putting absolute card component inside of it. Let's provide it aspect square, which means some aspect ratio of 1:1. In the bigger screens, aspect 4:5. Border to be 4, border stone to be 900 color, background stone to be 200, overflow hidden, and some padding vertical of 0. Let's see. Okay, it's appearing right here for now. What I'll do, let me just provide this div some styling. First of all, for this div, I'll say class name, max weight to be 6XL, and margin horizontal to be auto. Then for the inner div, I'll have class name of display flex, flex column. In the bigger screens, flex row that we want right now. Item center and gap to be 12. In the medium screens, gap is going to be 20. Let's see. Okay, it's right here because it does not have any height and width right now, right? Let's see. For this div, I'm going to say class name, flex1, text to be center, and in the bigger screens, text is going to be left. So for all of these things that we have inside of this div. Okay, it won't make any difference because we need to provide it some dimensions to this card component. So inside of this card component, we are first going to be rendering an image component from Next.js. So I'll have an image from next/image. src is going to be /pasta-dish.png that we have already added inside of the public folder, if you remember this thing. Some alt tag with width and height, and some class name, width to be full, height to be full, object cover, something like this. It looks super awesome, right? Now we can add a card component right here as well, like a floating card. So below this image, I'll say card component. Inside this, I'll have a card content right here. First of all, for this card component, I'm going to say class name to be absolute, bottom to be 8, left to be 8, right 8, some background white with 95% opacity, backdrop blur to be small, border to be 2, and border stone 900. Some vertical padding of 0 because it has some default padding as well, right? For card content, I'll just give some class name of padding to be 4. Then below it, inside of it, let's just have a div so that everything is aligned properly. Now here we can just render as like example card over here, right? So like, for example, I'm going to render this div with H3, rustic tomato, basil, pizza. Then I'll render a div with star components showing, the rating of that dish. So basically I'll create an empty array right here, maps through it, and I'll render star 5 times. So let's see. Yes, something like this. Width and height to be 3, fill orange 500, text orange 500. Okay. We can also add things like a badge component right here, variant outline, border 2, border green 700, background green 50, text green 700, and font bold, showing 98% match. You can also add a few more things over here, like I have added like 25 minutes cooking time, 2 servings, right? Something like this. It completely depends on you. Let me just see. Yeah, let me just provide this div with some class name. Or actually, I don't think I need it. Let me just move this outside of this div, so it will have some gap. Yes. And yeah, as I mentioned, you can have a couple of more things over here, like for example, this clock icon showing how much time it takes, the users that can consume this dish, right? So 2 servings. So there we go. It looks awesome. Amazing. Let's move forward. What else do we have? Okay, we have some stats right here that we'll render. We have some features that we'll render about our app, right? So all of these, I guess we can just put them inside of an object and then render them right here. So what you can do, I've already created this object. So here in the lib folder, I have this data.js where I've compiled all of this data. And don't worry, I'll explain you how I've compiled it. So just copy it up and go to your lib folder over here. Let's create a new file for data.js and paste it over here. Now notice what I've done. We will pick one by one as we need this data. First of all, some stats that we have added right here, some features that we have added, how it works section. And okay, so this is going to be used later on. Don't worry about it right now. Okay, so we're going to be using these 3 things. So right here below this section, let's say section. First of all, let's just provide some padding to this section with some border and some background color. Inside of this, we're going to be having a div inside of which we will be rendering all of those stats. So max weight to be 5XL, MX auto so that everything's in the very middle. Some grid columns 2. In the bigger screens, grid columns are going to be 4, gap to be 8, text center, and some padding horizontal to be 4. Let's render. So I'll say site stats and make sure that you have imported it from @lib/data and just say .map. Now inside this, I'm going to be taking each and every stat and also the index. And then right here is where we're going to be rendering it. So I'll say div, close the div, key equals I. Then inside of this div, we can render both of the things. Like first of all, it was value and the label. Yes. So I'll render the value first. Text 4XL, font bold, margin want to be 1, text tone to be 50. Then below it, let's render the label. So we can use a badge component over here with variant secondary, class name background transparent, text orange 500, text small, uppercase. We will keep tracking wider to keep some gap between the letters, font medium, and border none. Let's see. Yep, there we go. Something like this. Okay, below it, we will render these features, then cook in 3 steps, and then finally our pricing section. Nice. Okay, so below this section, this won't have any background color, so I'll just keep simply padding Y to be 24 and some padding horizontal. We'll have a div where we'll keep everything, so max width to be 6XL and MX auto. And inside this div, I'm going to have a div with margin, bottom to be 16, where we will keep our title and paragraph. So I'll say H2, your smart kitchen, and paragraph, everything you need to master your meal prep. So class name is going to be text 5XL. In the medium screens, text 6XL, font bold, margin bottom to be 4. Text tone 600, text XL, and font light. Now below this div right here, we can render our features. So let's have our div. I'll have class name of display grid, the medium screens grid columns to be 2, some gap of 6. Inside this, we're gonna render the features. So features.map, I'm gonna take feature and the index. And actually, let me just add curly braces over here. First of all, we will extract the icon because we will have the icon as well, if you remember here, camera, and then we have title, description, and limit. So make sure that the features is imported right here. Then after this, I'm going to say return. Inside this, we are going to be rendering a card component with key to be index and class name with some border stone 200, background white. When we hover on it, border orange 600, shadow is going to be large, transition all. So that, we can see some small animation right here. I'm going to add this to the whole group. Padding vertical to be 0, removing the default padding. Inside this, I'll say card content. Let's have class name to be padding 0. Then inside of this card content, I'll have a div with display flex, justify between items start and margin bottom to be 6. And inside of it, I'll first of all show the icon. So inside of the div, I'll just say border 2, border stone 200. We're just highlighting the icon right here. Background orange 50. Some padding. Group hover is going to be border orange 600, background orange 100, and transition color. So let me show you how this looks. Okay, so index is not defined, my bad. It should be I right here. Let's see. So notice when we hover on it, it looks something like this. It has a separate styling. So card content actually is going to be having padding 8, not padding 0. Yes, something like this. Then below this icon, we can have a simple badge with feature.limit, something like this. And then we can have the title and the description. So I'll say h3 with feature.title and paragraph feature.description, something like this. Okay, I think I need to put it outside of this div. So right here, so that it will be rendering right here. Yes, now it looks good. Awesome. Let's quickly render this thing as well. Cook in 3 steps. So over here, right after this section, I'm going to have another section and we will have the same classes that we used over here. So let me just copy it up and paste it right here. So padding vertical, actually let's keep it 24. Some padding horizontal of 4. Border y2v2, border stone 900. Let's keep it 200. Stone 900. And let's have text stone to be 50. Inside this section, we will have another div to center align it. Max width to be 5 XL, MX auto. And inside of this, I'll first of all have the H2 for rendering the heading. So cook in 3 steps, text 5 XL. In the bigger screen, 6 XL, font bold. Margin bottom to be 16. So let's see. Yes, something like this. Then we can render the steps along with the text. So let's see actually. If I go inside of this again, we have, yes, step, title, and description. Okay, so right below this H2, I'll have a div which will say class name space y to be 12. And then over here, I'll say how it works, steps, and I'll just map through it. I'll take item and index, and then inside of it, I'll say return div over here. I'll have the index, key to be the index. Then inside of it, I'll render a div which will say flex, gap to be 6, item to be start. So this one will be for the first line. So over here, I'm going to render the step first. So that will be rendered in a badge. So badge component, we render outline, class name to be text 6 XL, font bold, text orange 500, border none, background transparent, some padding 0, height to be auto. Okay, after this badge, I'm going to be having simply a div with item.title and item.description. If you want, optionally, you can probably have line as well. That is an HR between these. So I'll say if it's less than the last step, then I'll render the HR line, some line between these. So let me just save it. It's not showing up. What's the reason? I think we need to keep it over here. Let's see. Yes, now it's appearing. Okay, nice. Now let's just simply render our pricing section over here. So after this section, this will be very simple because we have already created the pricing section earlier, right? I'll just say class name to be padding vertical of 24 and so padding vertical of 4. Inside this, I'll simply render my pricing section just like this. Let's see how this looks. If we scroll down, yes, nice. This is looking awesome. Let me do one thing. Let me align it to the very center. So probably I'll have this div over here. So I'll just put it just like this and wrap this div around it. So yes, it will appear in the very middle. Great. Our app looks absolutely amazing. And again, I've mentioned this before, that landing pages play a huge role in your personal projects, and it can be the first impression that you need in the eyes of the interviewer, right? So make sure that your landing pages look stunning like this one. Great. Now let's go on and dive into the core features of our app. And one of them, which is this. We're going to render the recipe of the day, browse by category, browser world. Oh, what's wrong over here? I think there's some, probably these are not loaded properly. But yeah, it will show flags over here for different countries. When you click on it, it will take you to that particular page. Like for example, if I click on over here, any of the category, see, it shows us all of the recipes that we are suggesting you inside of that category. And for our explore page, we're going to be using an API, which we will explore next. All right, so first of all, we are going to be understanding the meal DB that we are going to be using to render all of these items. And keep in mind, this is just for this page and for getting the recipes, for generating the recipes and the pantry item. We are going to be creating the custom logic inside of our database, right? My recipes and all of those things. So this is just to help us get started, right? And by the way, this is a free API, and a shout out to the developer, whoever made this. You can check out their socials over here, I guess. Thanks a lot for making this. So let's see what we can do over here. So it provides us with a bunch of different endpoints, like searching the meal by name, list all meals. So I guess something that will be helpful for us is looking up a single random meal for this thing and browse by category and browse by world cuisines. Let's see. Yep, meal categories. Actually, I guess right here. So this is for listing all of the so for a particular category actually. So if I, let's say, click on over here, let me just open it somewhere and see, it looks something like this. It opens up all of these categories. So it provides us with a bunch of different categories along with the images for it. So this is really cool. We have filter by area as well, right? So we're going to be using all of this. So, okay, let's go to our /dashboard page, which obviously does not exist yet. So we're going to be going on over here and making it. So inside of the front end folder, inside of our app folder, let's create a new folder called main. And over here is where we are going to be putting all of our private routes that are going to be protected, right? So over here, I'll say a new file, page.jsx. Sorry, I mean layout.jsx. And I'll simply put a simple layout code right here, which will have some padding top of 10. And we're going to render the children over here. Now, inside of this, we can create a route. So first of all, let's create the dashboard, or you can probably call it explore as well. Depends on you, because it's more like an explore page, right? So you can name it that if you want. We're going to create a new file, page.jsx, RAFCE, let's say dashboard page. Okay, let's go on and see if we can see it rendered over here. Yep, I guess it's there. It's in the back. So what we can do, we can give it some class name of min height to be screen, background stone 50, some vertical padding and some horizontal padding. Let's see now. Yes, that's more like it. Okay, so what we will do first, we will first create the server actions for fetching all of the data from this meal DB API. So let me show you how server actions look like. So over here, outside of this app folder, actually, I'll create a new folder called actions. So actions are basically the API, you can say, for Next.js, where you can write the backend logic. And these are only going to be running on server so that someone from client cannot see your code or, your environment variables and stuff. Okay, I'll create a new file over here called mealdb.actions.js. And it's important to use this use server flag right here on the top when you're creating server actions. So I'll say export async function. I'll say get recipe of the day. So this one will be for getting the random recipe. Then we will create one server actions for getting all of the categories. We will be creating one for get areas. Then when we click on a particular category or area, we are going to be triggering this export async function get meals by category. And another one get meals by area, which will simply take the area right here. This one will take the category. Cool. So let's go on and build them one by one. So first of all, for get recipe of the day, let's have a try catch block right here. inside of which we are going to be making the fetch call. I'll say const response equals await. And what I'll do, let me just take the base URL for mealdb API right here. So mealdb base, it looks something like this, dot the mealdb.com/api/session/v1/1. So you can check it out over here. It's given in their website as well. And after that, we will be adding all of the endpoints. So I'll say fetch. Inside of it, I'll say mealdb base/random.php. And then inside of this object right here, we're gonna cache each and every recipe for 24 hours because it's a random recipe and it should last 24 hours, right? Daily random recipe. So I'll say revalidate and I'm gonna give 24 hours right here, right? So it won't change for next 24 hours for that particular user. Then I'm going to check if response.ok is not true. Then we're going to throw the error. Otherwise, I'm going to say response data equals await response.json. And in the end, I'll say return success to be true. And recipe is going to be data.meals of 0th index. For the error, I'm going to say console.error, error fetching recipe of the day, and throw new error right here. Okay, this looks good. Let's create the server action for getting categories. So again, try catch block. It's going to be very similar actually. So what I'll do, I'll just copy everything inside of over here and paste it right here. And what I'll do, instead of this, I'm going to say list.php and C is equal to list, that is category. And categories rarely change, right? So we will revalidate it after 1 week. So we're going to cache it for 1 week. Here, I'm going to say fail to fetch categories. And in the return, along with the success, I'm going to say categories equals data.meals. If you check the response of their API, you will find this, right? And let's just provide some appropriate error message. Okay, nice. Let me just copy it again. And we're going to do similarly for get areas. So I'll just paste it over here. Instead of C, I'm going to say A. Again, we're going to cache it for 1 week straight. Instead of categories, we're going to say areas over here as well. And in the error message. Okay, nice. This looks good. Let's do get meals by category. Let me just copy this thing again and paste it right here. We will make the change. So in this case, we're going to take the category for which we are trying to fetch the data, right? So what we'll do over here, I'm going to say /filter.php. I'll say category and we'll provide the category. And again, we will cache it for 24 hours. In the error, I'll say fail to fetch meals. In the return, we will say meals to be data.meals and the particular category that we're fetching it for. And then we are going to be having the error logged over here. Okay, now same thing for getting the meals for the area as well. So I'll just copy and paste it right here. Now, since this is for the area, I'll just say A over here and put area right here. Again, we're going to cache it for 24 hours. Fail to fetch meals. This is fine. Over here, instead of category, I'm going to say area. And over here as well. Okay, this looks good. All right, now so to fetch all of those server actions inside of our component. And by the way, this is a server component. So it will be different fetching data in server component and client component. In client component, we're going to be using, use states, use effect and all, right? But here we can simply do this. So first of all, I'm going to make it a async component and I'll say const recipe data equals await get recipe of the day, right? And you can see I have imported it right here. Similar to this, we can get our categories data and areas data. Now let's take out the data from these variables. So I'm going to say recipe of the day will be recipe data dot recipe. Same for categories and for area as well. Okay, nice. So we have all of the data over here to work with. Let's start. So inside of this div, I'm going to have a div right here, which will say max width to be 6XL and MX auto set everything in the very middle and have some max width right here. Then let's create a header over here where we can say an H1 tag, fresh recipes served daily, and a paragraph tag, which will say discover thousands of recipes from around the world, right? Simply, we're going to give it margin bottom of 5. For H1, our usual text 5XL. In the bigger screens, 7XL, font bold, text tone 900, margin bottom of 4, tracking tight so that the letters are closer to each other and leading tight as well, right? Similar to this, in paragraph, I'm going to say text XL, text tone 600, font light, and max width to be 2XL. So now if we go on and look at it, it says categories. Okay, so we have not imported both of these right here. So let's import them. Okay, let's see now. Okay, this looks good. Amazing, right? So below this div is where we are going to be first of all rendering the recipe of the day. So I'll just add it, recipe of the day. Then we're gonna have the browse by category section, and after that, browse by cuisine or area. So first of all, recipe of the day. Here, I'm going to say recipe of the day is there. Then inside of it, I'm going to be rendering a section. Inside of this section, let's render a heading. So inside of this div, I'm going to be having a flame icon with h2 called recipe of the day. For this section tag, I'm going to say class name, margin bottom to 24, and position relative, right? Let's see how this looks actually. Yes, recipe of the day looks good. We're just gonna give it some font serif so that it looks a little bit different. Text 3XL, font bold, and text tone to be 900. Below this div. Now here, we're gonna be displaying a div with the image and some title and all, right? So let's just have a link tag so that when user clicks on it, they go to that particular recipe page. So it will be /recipe. And then I'm going to say cook, and we're gonna build this URL. So I'll say encode URI component. Inside this, we can give recipe of the day and get str meal. Basically, the title for that recipe is what we will be keeping over here in the search params, so that we can fetch it in that particular page. Now here, I'm going to be having a div, which will be position relative, background white, border 2, border stone 900, overflow hidden. On hover, we're going to say border orange 600 and shadow large. Transition all with duration of 300 milliseconds, and it will happen in the whole group with cursor pointer. Right now over here, I'm going to be keeping a div with display grid. In the bigger screens, we're going to show 2 columns, and in smaller screens, 1 column and gap of 0. Now here, we can render an image. So for that, I'll render it inside of a div. So I'll put position relative, aspect 4:3 for that image, and auto in the bigger screen, border bottom 2, in the bigger screens, border bottom 0, and right to be 2, border stone 900. And in the image, we're gonna just render the image that we're getting from this API. So from over here, recipe of the day .str meal thumb for thumbnail, and the alt tag with fill, class name, object cover. Let's see. Okay, so it's asking us to add this in the next.config.js. So basically this is how you add it. So if I in my Git repository, just go to this next.config.mjs, and here you have to add this images object. So let me just copy it and show you. I'll just paste it right here in the next.config.mjs. You have to say something like this. You have to say images object and remote patterns, and inside of this you can add different host names that you want to put images from, right? So I'm gonna put localhost images.unsplash.com and mealdb.com. I think this is optional, you can remove it. But yeah, these two are important because later on we're gonna be adding Unsplash API as well, right? So below this div, I'm gonna have another div with class name, padding 8. In the medium screens, padding 12, flex column, and justify center. See, now the image is starting to appear because it will be rendered with respect to what content we have over here. So inside of this div, if you want to give image some fixed width and height, you can provide it right here. Here, we're going to provide some div with display flex wrap, gap to be 2, and margin bottom to be 6. And inside this, we're going to have 2 badges. First one will be for the category, what category it belongs to, and second one, what place in the earth it belongs to, right? So area basically. So let's see something like this, desert and Canadian, and we're going to provide it with some styles just like we have provided it earlier. Below this div, we're going to provide like title of the meal and the instructions. So recipe of the day.str meal and recipe of the day.str instruction.substring, and we're going to truncate it, right? We don't want to show it completely. So something like this. Then after this, simply we are going to be having a button. So let's just import this button right here. And this should actually be variant primary and size to be large. We'll say start cooking, and we will have an arrow right icon over here. So let's see. Yep, something like this. This looks awesome. All right, now below it, we're going to render all of our categories. So section tag with margin bottom to be 24. And inside of this, first of all, we will render the heading. So I'm simply going to say h2 browse by categories and a paragraph tag, find recipe that match your mood. Again, all of these types of elements we have already added before. So text 4XL, in bigger screens 5XL, font bold, text stone 900 and margin mode, and text tone 600 for the paragraph, and text large with font light. Below this div, we will render all of them. So let's take display grid right here actually. So I'll have a div with display grid columns 2 in smaller screens, in bigger screens 4, and in the larger screens 7 with gap of 4. Okay, so inside of it, I'll say categories.map, and I'll take each and every category right here. And inside of this, I'll take the link tag. This will take us to /recipes/category/category.str.category, and we're going to convert it to the lowercase, right? And we have also added key right here, category.str category. Okay. Then inside of this, simply we can render the category box. So we're going to say a div with background white, some padding, border 2, border stone 200, on hover, border orange 600, shadow large, transition all, text center, and cursor pointer. Now we are going to be using this get category emoji right here, which we have created right here. With respect to our category, we have created different emojis over here, right? So that we can render them. So it would look good along with the title of that particular category. So let's see right here, just like this. It looks awesome. Similarly, we can render our cuisines as well. So what we'll do, I'll just copy it up and duplicate it right here. It will be kind of similar. Instead of category, we're going to have cuisine over here and travel the globe through food. Instead of category, I'm going to render the areas right here. And here, instead of this, I'm going to say area.str area, href/recipes/cuisine, and area.str. We're going to convert it to lowercase and join them using this dash right here. Then inside of this, simply this div and all will remain similar. It's just now we're going to render them in one line, that is display flex, item center, gap to be 3. We're going to use this get country flag function that we have created. So let me show you right here. With respect to different countries, we're going to render it. Wait, I think there's some issue right here. I think while copying it from GitHub, so from over here, okay, so it didn't give us the emoji. This is weird. Let me see. It should have actually given us the emoji. Let's do one thing. Let's just copy it up and we will get it from ChatGPT probably. So here in ChatGPT, I'll say replace these with emojis. I'll paste this function and it should give us all of the emojis. All right, there we go. It has given us. Let me just copy it up and we can replace it right here. Okay, that's fine. Now here you can see I've replaced it with area.str area and right here as well. So now if I see inside of our app, it should have rendered, yes, both of them. And I guess there's some issue with the data right here. Okay, it has created some spacing or not. No, I think we can remove this gap from over here. Yep, now it looks good. Awesome. So this is working correctly. Let's click on any of these category right here and it should take us to /recipe/category/starter or whatever that page is, right? For cuisine or category. So why don't we go on and create this? Because both of these pages are going to be very similar. So if I open any of this page, see, it looks something like this. And if I open the cuisine page, let's say this one, see, it looks very similar, right? So I'm going to make a common component for both of them. First of all, let's create the page. So here, I'm going to be creating a new folder for recipes. Inside of this, I'm going to say new file. I'll say category folder. Inside of it, I'll create a dynamic folder called category/page.jsx and press enter. So yep, we can see we have category/category page. This will be dynamic obviously because we don't know what category is going to be over here. And then I'm going to be creating another one for cuisine. Cuisine/cuisine inside of the square bracket /page.jsx. There we go. Both of these pages have been created. All right, so first of all, in the categories page, I'm going to be creating the component port default function. Let's call it category recipes page. And inside of it, we're going to first of all get our params from the URL. So I'll use the hook use params right here. And this will be a client component. So use client and we will take out the category params.category. Now after this, I'm going to say return. And here we're going to be creating a common component called recipe grid. And we can supply it things like type category, value category. So basically type category is for rendering the headings and stuff because this will be a common component, right? We're going to provide the value, that is all of the categories. What fetch function that we are going to be taking for fetching those particular categories or cuisines, and also backlink, which is going to be for the dashboard. Okay, let's create a similar page for the cuisine as well. So right here, just like this. The only thing that I've changed over here is Cuisine recipe page, and here Cuisine, and here get meals by area, right? So simple enough. Now let's get this recipe grid component. So here in the components, I'm going to create a new file called recipe grid.jsx, RAFCE, recipe grid component. Okay, let's just first import this component on both the places. First of all, here in the Cuisine, it's already imported. Here in the category, let's import it just like this. Let's go on and see how this looks. So if I go to, okay, this is our deployed app. So here in our local app, let's go to a page, let's say vegan, probably. Yes, I think we can see it. It's behind right here. So we have to add some stylings and stuff so that it appears. So inside of recipe grid, first of all, let's just take all of the props. So it will be type, value, the fetch action, and the backlink that we have sent over here. And then let's just give this div some class name of min height to be screen, background stone 50, padding top to be 14, some padding bottom, and horizontal padding to be 4. Let's see. Yes, we can see this recipe grid right here. Awesome. All right, so now inside of this recipe grid, first of all, let me just add a container class and some MX auto set, everything is in the very middle, and max weight to be 7XL. And now inside of it, let's first create the header, right? For header, I'm going to be taking a div right here, class name to be margin bottom to be 8. And inside of it, I'm simply going to have a link tag, which will take us back to dashboard page. So import from next/link. href is going to be the back link that we're getting over here, and the arrow left, something like this. After this, we're going to be rendering if it's a heading for category or cuisine. So in the h1, I'll say display name and a span tag, which will check if type is equals to cuisine, then it's going to be cuisine, else recipes. And we're going to say text 5XL, in bigger screens 6XL, font bold, text tone 900, capitalize, tracking tight so that they're closer, and leading tight. So let's first see this. And I actually forgot display name is going to be coming from the recipe. So let me just comment it out for now. Sorry, not the recipe, I mean the category. So we can just see the recipes over here. So before this, we're going to render the category or the name of the area, right? So how do we get this display name? First of all, we have to fetch this API right here, right? Now, when it comes to fetching APIs in client component, you might have seen in React, we have use states, which we use to store the data, right? To fetch something, we use use effect, and we call fetch action inside of it. Then we create loading state, error state, and data, as I already mentioned, for storing it, right? Inside of use state. So that is a lot of work, and which have to be done again and again whenever we want to fetch the data, right? So why don't we write this logic once and we can reuse it again and again, right? So over here, we're going to create a hooks folder, hooks, just like this. And I'm going to create a custom hook right here called use fetch.js. And by the way, custom hooks are very important when it comes to interview as well. And I've created this and many other custom hooks in my front-end interview preparation course, which you can find link in the description down below, right? So let's start building it. So let's say for this one, I'll say const use fetch equals whatever this is, right? This is basically a normal function, and I'm going to take a callback inside of it, which is going to be basically a API call, in this case, our create project call. So what will this contain? It will contain the 3 states that I just discussed: data, loading, and error, right? All of these 3 states, which we create again and again when we have to do an API call. Let's create a fn function over here, and this is going to be an asynchronous function, which is the only thing that we would be needing to call in the end when we have to trigger an API call. And we will write all of our logic inside of it, which we are going to reuse again and again, right? And in the end, I'm going to return data, loading, error, and this function right here. And also, if we want to manipulate this data from outside, I'm just going to send this set data as well. And I'll say export default use fetch. What's going on over here? Let me just import use state, just like this. Okay. Now inside of this function over here, first of all, before fetching our API, we're going to say set loading to true and set error to null, right? Oops, sorry, it is export default, not export delete. Yeah, so set loading and set error, by default values, this will be true and this will be null. Then inside of this, I'm going to have a try catch block for handling our errors and all. Inside the try block, I'm going to say const response equals await callback, whatever this callback is. And let's say if you want to provide it with some extra arguments, I'm going to take this args from over here and provide it inside of this args. Then I'll say set data to whatever the response that we get from it. So I'll say response and set error to be null. But what if we do get any error over here? Then I'll say set error to be error. Now inside of the catch, I'm going to say set error to be error and toast.error to error.message. Now where does this toast come from? So I've imported it from Sonar and we already installed Sonar, right? And what we have to do inside of our layout.js right here, right below main, we're going to add toaster component. We're going to be importing it from Sonar, just like this. And I'm going to say rich colors, or probably I think we have to import it from, we have to import from Shadcn UI. So hold on, let me see. Yes, add components /UI/Sonar. Yep. And it has different themes right here as well. Cool. So yeah, just import it right here so that our toast works correctly. And then finally, I'm going to say set loading to false. And yeah, with that, our custom hook is created, right? So let's go on and use it inside of our recipe grid. So we're going to take this fetch action. So basically how this will work is I'm going to say use fetch. Inside of this, we can give the server action. So I'll say fetch action that we are providing over here from right here. And this will return us the things that we want. So const equals like data, loading, and also function that we can call, right? Let's rename this function to fetch meals. And now we can simply call this function right here. So notice inside of use effect, I'm going to check if value is there, that is there's some category over here, then I'm going to first format it. So formatted value equals value.char at 0 to uppercase plus value dot slide 1. That is, we're making it capitalized. We're making first character capital and all of others as it is. Then we're going to fetch the meals with respect to this formatted value. Cool. So now we should have it. And when the value changes, we're going to fetch it again. Okay. After this, simply we're going to get the response, right? So we're going to get response in data. For cuisines and categories, we're going to get the meals. So data.meals. And display name, we're going to convert, like for example, this is how we'll get, right? Saudi Arabian. So we're going to convert it without the dashes, Saudi Arabian. And we can use this display name right here. So if I uncomment it now you'll notice, okay, use effect is not defined. Let's just import use effect just like this and make sure use fetch is also imported. Yes. Let's save this and check. Yep. We can see vegan recipes right here. Okay, nice. Let's render these recipes then. Now, first of all, below this h1 tag, I'm going to say if loading is not true and meals.length is more than 0, that is we have meals for that category or cuisine, then I'm going to render a paragraph tag right here that these many meals are available for this thing, for this cuisine or category. If it's a cuisine type, then I'm going to show dishes, else I'm going to call it recipes to try. Okay. Below this div, let's add some loading state. So I'm going to say if loading is true, then I'm going to show a div and a loader to icon from Lucid React. If you want, you can use some other loader over here as well. Class name can be flex column, justify center, item center and padding, vertical to be 20. So we can show loader and below it, loading recipes. So let's save it and check it out. If we refresh this page, we should see some sort of loading. Yes, there was a loading there for a split second. Okay, now below it, we can render all of our meals. But for that, we are going to be creating a common recipe card component, which we will be using multiple places. So first of all, let me show you. If we want to render it over here, I'm going to say if not loading and meals.length is more than 0. And we're going to render it right here. I'm going to render a div component over here. So display grid column 1. In the bigger screens, grid column 2, else grid column 3. And in the even larger screens, grid column 4 and gap to be 6 between them. And inside this is where we are going to be mapping through it. So I'm going to say meals.map and inside of it, let's just put a div for now before creating that component. And I'm going to render let's render the ID. So ID meal. Let's see if we can get all of these meal ID right here. Okay, nice. How about we create an empty state over here as well if that particular category or something does not exist or we are not able to fetch it. So below this, And this is going to be very simple. It depends on you. Like if you want to keep this thing, or if you don't want it, you can remove it as well. So if loading is not true and meals.length is equals to 0, we're simply going to say no recipes found. We could not find any recipes for this cuisine, right? And go back to explore more. Let's make this true actually, and let me show you. So if I make this true, and yes, something like this, it will show it. Okay, let me make this like revert it again. Let's create a recipe card component now actually. I'm going to say new file, recipe card.jsx, RAFCE, recipe card. And this will have actually multiple variants because we'll be using in multiple places like Pantry, here in the explore page, in the saved recipes page as well, right? So over here, I'm going to take the actual recipe and the variant. So by default, it is variant default. Let's render this right here, recipe card. Let's import it. And here, I'm going to provide it with key meal.id meal with the recipe and the variant, which is grid in this case. So let's create this variant grid, and we will create more variants as we move forward in this video. First of all, let's do one thing. Let's get the recipe data. So I'm going to say I'm creating a function for getting the recipe data, and for different types of variants, it's going to be different. So I'm going to check if recipe.str.meal, which is going to be for meal DB recipes that we're doing right here. I'll format it like this: title, image, href, where this will take us, that is the /recipe page, and if you want to show the image or not. And after this, we will be adding more conditions. Okay, so let's get this data equals get recipe data. In the end, we're going to return just empty fragments for the default variant, right? And after this, first of all, we are going to be rendering the grid variant. So if variant equals to grid, then inside of it, I'm going to say return, and I'll return a link tag. Let's import this link tag right here from next/link. And inside this link tag, I'm going to be having a card component, just like this. Let's import this card component. Class name, rounded none, overflow hidden, border stone 200, on hover, shadow XL, and translate Y to 1, transition all, duration 300, and cursor pointer with group hover, right? And padding top is going to be 0 for removing the default paddings and stuff. So first of all, over here, I'm going to check if data.showImage is true, or actually we're going to have two conditions. First, I'm going to be showing over here a div. Otherwise, we can just show some fallback gradient right here. It's not compulsory. If you want, you can, get rid of this thing as well, because I think most of these meals will have the images, right? So again, it depends on you. If you want to create it, you can create this div right here for fallback gradient. I'm going to work on this one. So for div, I'm going to say class name, relative, and aspect square. And here inside this, first of all, I'm going to render the image. So I'll say image tag from next/image. src is going to be data.image and data.title. Fill, class name, object cover, and we're going to provide it some responsive width and height right here, just like this, according to the screen size. Let's see something like this. It looks beautiful, right? Now below it, right below this, I'm going to be rendering the card header and card title, and I'm going to simply render data.title with text large, font bold, text tone 900, group hover is going to be text orange 600, transition colors for adding the transition to the colors, and line clamp to be 2, which is simply these styles right here. Let's see. Yes, this looks good. Let's add a simple overlay when we hover on these. So below this image, notice, and you can customize it according to you if you want. So I'll add a div right here with position absolute, inset 0, background linear to top. That is, we're going to add some gradient over here from black 60 via transparent to transparent. So there's some transparent from bottom to top. Opacity is going to be 0, and on hover, opacity 100. That is, this will be visible then. And this will simply say click to view recipe. See, if you hover on it, yes, it looks very professional, right? Super cool. And yeah, with that, I guess this is done. Let's go and check it out. If I click on any of these over here, this is a little bit breaking because of the padding. I guess you guys can fix it by providing it with some fixed width and stuff. So yeah, I guess Cuisine is also working fine. Amazing. Now, why don't we go on and let's work on our Pantry page. So if I click on my pantry right here, and this is going to be the one of the most interesting features of this app. Currently our pantry is empty. We can click on over here or over here, and this will open a modal. In mobile devices, you can click on over here to take a photo And in laptop, you can browse files, or you can also manually add a pantry item right here, right? So cool, let's go. All right, so let's go to my pantry page, and obviously it will break since it does not exist. So right here, I'm going to be creating a new folder called pantry. Inside this, I'll create a new file, page.jsx, RAFCE. Let's call it pantry page. Save this right here. I'll just give it some class names like minimum height to be screen, background stone 50, padding top to be 24, and padding bottom 16 with some horizontal padding. And inside of this, we are going to be having our div. Let's wrap this over here as well. And for this div, I'll say class name to be container mx auto so that everything is in the very middle, and some max width of 5 pixel. Let's see how this looks. Yes, our pantry page is right here. Okay, now first of all, as we saw, let's first create the header. Why don't we go on and just download some example image? I'm gonna say vegetables, and let's take an image. Yes, this looks good. I'll just save this image. Okay, now what we can do, we can just drag and drop this image right here so that this can scan it. And you can see in real time how this thing works. So you see, it is scanning, the AI is scanning this image, and there we go. It has added all of these things, and it also shows us how confident it is for that particular item. We can also remove it from over here, like for example, by pressing on cross button, right? And save 6 item to pantry. If you want, you can scan again as well. Okay, there we go, saved 6 items, and we can see it right here, and we can click on it and get some suggestions for these recipes, but we're gonna first work on this page itself. We can also, edit it right here, something like this. Okay, so first of all, let's go on and work on this header part. So inside of this div, I'll take another div right here. This one will be for our header. So our header will have basically 2 things, this part, left part and right part. So for containing both of them, I'll have a div, display flex, items to be center, justify between so that they are on far ends, and margin bottom to be 6. So for the first item, let's have our titles and stuff. So here in this div, I'll have this package icon from Lucid React with 16, height 16, text orange 600. We will have h1 called my pantry with tracking tiles so that the letters are closer to each other and similar styles that like we have given earlier. A paragraph called manage your ingredients and discover what you can cook. Let's see. There we go. It looks good. Okay. Now on the right side, we are going to be having a button. So below this div right here, I'm going to add a button tag, import it from Shadcn UI. Inside this, we can simply say add to pantry. We will also add a plus icon over here, showing that we can add something over here, right? Let's give this button some styles. So class name hidden, and in the bigger screens, it will be display flex. In small screens, it will be hidden, and size to be large. Let's see. Yes, something like this. Let's give this variant to be primary. There we go. This is looking good. Now, when we click on it, this should open a modal just like this, right? So why don't we create a component that we can open? And by the way, this will be a client component. So I'll say use client. And here actually we would need some states as well that will keep the track of different things. Like one of them is modal open to track if the modal is open or not, obviously. Let's import use state. Then we can have another state for the items, the pantry items that currently they're rendering. We will also keep a couple of states for editing, right? So I'll have the editing ID, set editing ID for editing a particular pantry item. By default, it will be null. Edit values, which will keep value like name and quantity. So we will obviously come back to these later on. First of all, let's focus on this modal part. So on this button, I'm going to be adding a on click set is modal open to true. And we are going to be adding this modal right here, add to pantry modal. And we are also going to be adding a couple of more things below this div. So let me just add these checkpoints. So first of all, quick action card, that is this right here, loading state, our pantry items grid, this, and also an empty state that we saw when there were no pantry items over here, right? Okay, let me just add this modal first. So let's just call it add to pantry modal. So here in the components, I'm going to create a new file, add to pantry modal.jsx, IAFCE, add to pantry modal. Let me just keep a simple dialog component in here. So I'll just go to dialog and let's see. I'm just going to copy this thing up. Let's paste it right here and import all of these one by one from /UI. So trigger, content, header, the dialog title, and the dialog description. We are obviously going to be needing over here the is open and close part. So I'm going to take a state called is open and handle close for closing this modal. And actually we can supply it from props right here. So we can take 3 props and supply it from outside. On close, what happens? And on success, that is when we have added the items to the pantry, what's going to happen then? So let me just create an empty handle close right here. Inside of it, we are simply going to call on close. And by the way, while we are at it, let's see what are the things inside of this modal. So we can configure them right away. So first of all, we have this tab for switching the tabs, right? So we're going to keep the state for that. We have probably a selected image. When we select a certain image, we need to store it somewhere, right? So let's create state for both of these. So active tab, selected image, right? Let's import use state, make this a client component, use client entry. We will get all of the items, right? So for that, and also for manually adding the items, right? So let's take 2 more states right here, something like this for scanned ingredients and manual item. Nice. And when we are closing the modal, we can just reset all of these states. So I can just set active tab to scan, back to scan, and set selected image to null, scanned ingredient empty, and manual item to be empty. Okay, this looks nice. Why don't we take this and go on back to our pantry and add this component right here. So add to pantry, right? We're using our is modal open that we just created a while ago. And on success, we're going to trigger this handle modal success function. Let me just create it right here called handle modal success, which basically will do, fetch the items again, fetch all of the pantry items again. So let's see if this is working or not. So if I go back to my app, if I click on, okay, this is working, but there's this open button over here as well. I guess we need to get rid of it. So add to pantry modal, we can get rid of this dialog trigger. And now if I click on over here, yes, this is fine. Functionality is working. Now, before moving forward further, let's go on and create the server actions for my pantry, right? We need to create server actions, right? Adding to pantry manually, scanning the images, right? So we're going to be using Gemini for that and also fetching all of the items. So let's do one thing. Let's first get the API key for Gemini. So I'll go to aistudio.google.com/API. And right here, you will have to create a new Google Cloud account. Just click on create API key over here. Name your key something. I'm going to name it served. Select a cloud project. You can choose it right here, right? And, or if you don't have it, just, create a project over here and click on create key. There we go. Something like this. Let's click on over here and copy this API key. And I'll go back to my .env. And here I'm going to be adding Gemini API underscore key and add my API key right here. Something like this. Close it. And let's go and build our server actions. So here in the actions, I'm going to be creating a new file called pantry.actions.js. All right. So first of all, let's just take a few things over here, like the Strapi URL that we'll be using to, query RDB. We've already taken this over here, I'm assuming, in check user. Yep. Just like this, you can just copy both of these lines to right here and the Gemini API key that we have just added. Right. Below it, let's just initialize the Gemini instance. So const gen AI. And actually, I forgot that we have to install a library as well for Gemini, right? So just go to your terminal and open a new terminal. Just switch to front end. And I'll say npm install at google/generative AI. So make sure that you write it just like this and install it. And then say equals new Google Generative AI. Make sure to import it. Just like this. And by the way, since this is a server action, I'm going to say use server over here. And inside of this, we will give this Gemini API key. Okay, so we're all ready to start writing our scan pantry image server action. So I'll say export async function scan pantry image. This will get a form data right here with all of the information. So I'll say try catch block. Inside the try block, I'll first of all check if user is logged in or not. So we're going to use the same check user function that we have created earlier. And I'm going to check if user is not there, then throw user not authenticated, right? After this, we are going to be applying the rate limiting over here. I'm going to check if user is pro, by saying user.subscription tier is equals to pro, right? It will return us true. Now here, after this, we are going to be adding the Arcjet rate limiting based on the tier that we are currently in. Now, how do you do it? So let's just create a separate file for managing this. I'm going to create a new file in lib called arcjet.js. Inside of this, let's initialize a new Arcjet instance. So I'll say export const aj equals arcjet. And we also have to install at arcjet/next, right? The package that we're going to be needing. So npm install, and I'm going to say at arcjet/next. Okay. And then we can import this arcjet instance from this package right here. Okay. Now inside of it, we're going to be taking an object which will take the key. So key equals process.env/next public arcjet key. Actually, this will be colon, not equals. All right. Now we can start writing the rules for rate limiting. So first of all, actually we're going to be writing 3 rules over here according to our pricing tier. So free users will get 10 scans per month. Free users will get 5 meal recommendation depending on their pantry, and you can change this number according to your own liking. And we're going to create a pro tier limit where users will get around 1,000 requests. We have to sort of apply rate limiting over here as well so that users don't go crazy. But regardless, any user won't be able to hit these many requests per day for pantry scanning and stuff. Okay, then let's create them one by one. So to add a new rule over here in Arcjet, we're going to say export const free pantry scan equals aj dot, and you'll see that it provides us with protect function and with rule. So protect we'll use later on. It helps us to make a decision on how you want to handle a particular request. I'll show you. We're going to be calling it in server action. And with rule, this basically allows us to add certain type of rule. Like in this case, we're going to be adding rate limiting. Inside the bracket, we're going to take the token bucket. Make sure to import it from Arcjet as well, just like this. Now here we can define our limits and stuff. So inside this object, first of all, I'll say mode to be, if you're in development, you can use try run. I'm just going to put live over here because this will be useful when we go to production. I'll say characteristics. Now this is very important. So characteristics basically means how you are tracking that particular user. We are tracking the user using the clerk ID or the user ID right here, right? If you want, you can also track them using their IP as well, right? So IP is by default tracked, but I'm going to choose user ID over here. Now refill rate, when month ends, next month they will get again new 10 new tokens, right? So I'll say refill rate will be 10. Interval, that is in how many gap this will refill. So I'm going to just say 30 days. And maximum capacity that they can use per month, right? So it's 10. Okay, nice. Arcjet makes these things super easy, as you can already see. Now when it comes to free meal recommendation, again, I'm going to do the same thing and copy and paste it over here. Free meal recommendation, aj dot with rule, token bucket, and again using user ID. But in this case, we are going to give them 5 meal recommendations, right? And when it comes to pro, we can just, let me just copy and paste it right here. I'm going to say pro limit, and over here, let's just make it 1000, probably 1000, and daily. So I'll say 1 day. Okay, nice. And by the way, I forgot one thing, that you have to add rules equals empty array right here, where we're gonna be writing more rules like adding bot detection and shield for protecting our website from SQL injection and stuff, right? So just put this empty bracket over here for rules for now. This looks good. I think this should work. Let's go on. And over here, I'm going to get the function with respect to if user is pro or free. So over here, I'll say const arcjet client equals is pro. If it's true, then I'm going to import this pro tier limit function that we created. And this else, this free pantry scans. Okay, nice. Now we can call them accordingly. Let's create a request object for Arcjet first. So const request equals await request. This will be imported from at arcjet/next, just like this. After this, we're going to make the decision according to what has happened, right? So I'll say const this decision equals await Arcjet client that we have taken over here. And I'm going to say dot protect. Now notice we're using protect over here to check what has gone wrong or right? So over here, I'll first of all provide the request object, and then inside of the object, I'll provide what we are tracking the user by. So we are tracking it using the user ID, right? So user ID is going to be user dot clerk ID. And after this, how many tokens will this request consume? So I'll say requested to be 1. One pantry scan will consume 1 token, right? If you want, you can provide 2, 3, whatever that you want. So I'll say if decision, we're going to check if the decision has been denied or not. So I'll say decision dot, and you can see it gives us a bunch of different methods and stuff right here. So I'll say is denied. See, check if decision is denied. I'll call it. Now inside of this, we can check the reason why that particular decision was denied. So I'll say if decision.reason.is rate limiting. If rate limiting is the reason, then we can simply throw an error, monthly scan limit reached. And if the user is pro, then please contact support. Otherwise, we're just simply going to say upgrade to pro for unlimited scans. If there's some other reason, then we can just say request denied by security systems. Okay. Now finally, since we have gotten the rate limiting out of the way, now we can get the image and scan it through Gemini. So I'm going to say const image file equals, I'm going to take it out from our form data. So form data dot get image. If image file is not there, then throw new error, no image provided. फिर से बोलना है. If image file is not there, throw new error, no image provided. Now let's convert the image to base 64 before providing it to Gemini. So I'll say byte equals await image file dot array buffer, and then I'm going to convert this bytes into the buffer and then into a base 64 image by doing buffer dot toString base 64 type. You can provide other types over here as well, such as these. Now after this, let's take our model. So currently, when I'm recording this video, I'm using Gemini 2.5 Flash Lite. So just make sure to check Gemini's documentation first on which is the best model that you can use right here, or probably just add ChatGPT or Gemini on what model is the latest that you can add right here, Lite model, right? Because this is a very light work and doesn't require much stuff. So that's why I'm using Gemini 2.5 Flash Lite. And I'll use this Gen AI variable that we have created right here. I'll say get generative model. So, okay, I have gotten the model right here. Now I'm going to write the prompt over here, right? I'll just keep it empty for a second. After we have created this prompt, I'm going to say const result equals await model that we've taken dot generate content to generate the content by providing it with the prompt and, not here prompt, and inside of an object, I'm going to provide the image file, right? So I'll say inline data, and inside this object, I'll say mime type. It's going to be an image file, right? So image file dot type, and then I'm going to provide the data over here. So data equals this base 64 image that we have. Okay, great. Now we can convert this response that we'll get from right here, just like this. Const response equals await result dot response, and then convert it into the text. Okay. Now, after we have gotten this text right here, this actually will be provided to us in sort of a weird format, like something like this. It will be /JSON, something like this, and then the content in the middle, and then closed at the end, right? Something like this. So we have to format it so that we can clean the data. So let's take a variable over here, ingredients, and inside of a try catch block, I'm going to be writing the logic for cleaning it up. So first of all, I'm going to take the regex, something like this. So I'll say const clean text equals text dot replace this thing with empty string and this thing with empty string. And we will trim it out from both of the ends. And then I'll say JSON dot parse so that we can convert it to an object because we want the response in an object. I'll show you how the prompt will look like in just a moment. And in the catch, we can just handle the error. Fail to parse Gemini response and fail to parse ingredient. So first of all, let's see what prompt is all about. Then this will make more sense, right? So right here, since this prompt is very long, I would encourage you guys to go to my GitHub repository to pantry.actions.js and just copy this prompt from over here. So then I can explain you how this will work, or what this prompt is all about. So, okay, so I've pasted it right here. So notice what I'm saying. You are a professional chef and ingredient recognition expert. Analyze the image of pantry or fridge, identify all visible food ingredients, right? Then we're saying, then return only a valid JSON array with its exact structure. So we want an array of objects with name, quantity, and confidence on how accurate this is. We can put some rules, only specify food ingredients and be specific, estimate realistic quantities, etc., right? So that's why we are converting it into the JSON format right here. After conversion, we're gonna again check if this is an array or not. So I'll say if array.isArray ingredients is not true and ingredients.length is equals to 0, then throw new error, this thing. No ingredients detected. Otherwise, finally, in the end, we can say return success to be true, ingredients, scans limit that's left, and the message that found these many ingredients so that we can show it in the toast. In the catch, I'm going to say error scanning pantry and failed to scan image. Okay, nice. This was quite a big function to create, right? Server action. Why don't we go on and create next server actions like save to pantry. Let me just write them out real quick first. Add pantry item manually. We will also have a function for getting it or fetching it. So get pantry items, delete pantry items, and also update pantry item. And yeah, that's all. We are going to be writing them one by one. So now for this save to pantry, we're simply going to get all of the ingredients that have been scanned and we can just save them inside of our database, right? So again, we're gonna check the user first inside of try catch, if user is logged in or not. After this, we are going to extract all of the ingredients from this form data right here, right? So I'll say const ingredients JSON equals from data dot get the ingredients, and we're gonna parse it to an object if they are not already in JSON, right? Let's also check if the ingredients are not there or the length is equals to 0, why would we make unnecessary API calls, right? Then I'll take finally saved items array where we can store them. And then we can run a for loop. So for const ingredient of, instead of item, let's call it ingredient of ingredients. This looks better. Inside this, I'll say const response await fetch. Let's see if it's correct. Strapi URL API pantry items. Yes, this is what our table was called. Inside of this, we're going to say method post and header content type application JSON. This is fine. Authorization bearer token with the Strapi API token. After this, we can provide the body, that is JSON.stringify. Inside of this, we can provide our data, which will include things like name, quantity, image URL, owner. So I'll say name to be ingredient name, quantity, quantity, then the image URL. Again, we don't really have any image here in the pantry item, but I've included it so that you guys can, expand this project as well. And owner to be user.id. Okay, nice. This looks fine. I'll check if the response is correct or not that we've gotten. I mean, if it's okay or not. So const data equals await response.json if it's okay, and saved items.push. Then after this, I'll say return to be success true, saved items, and I'm going to send the message that saved these many items into your pantry. In the catch block, I can just throw new error saving to pantry. Okay, let's create add pantry to item manually if you want to add it manually, right? So I would highly encourage you guys to write it yourself first and then see my solution. So inside of try catch block, again, I'm going to be checking if user is logged in or not, just like this. After this, I'm going to get the name and quantity from the form data. So I'll take out the name, quantity, and check. If it's not present, then throw the error. After that, I will make the API call just like above, right? So it's going to be very similar. So await fetch Strapi URL / API pantry items method post content type and authorization token. Inside of the body, we can just simply provide name, quantity, image URL, and owner. In the above case, we are looping through each and every item. Here we are creating just single item, right? Then after this, in the end, I'm going to check if response is not okay, throw the error. Otherwise, we're gonna, convert the response into JSON and then return it, something like this. Instead of catch, I'm gonna say console.error and throw new error. Okay, now to get all of the pantry items, this one will be even more simpler. So let me just write it real quick first so that you guys can see what I've written. I don't want to go line by line for each and every function because they are honestly the same, right? So see, first of all, in the try block, I have taken the user, just like usual. Then I've taken our API call /API / pantry items. And here, what do we want? We want the pantry item for that particular owner, right? So in filters, I'm saying owner and provide the ID of the owner for the owner field equals to user.id. And we're going to sort it created at descending. And again, you guys might be thinking, how will I know what to write over here? So highly recommended to check their documentation and read more about the different ways to query a Strapi API. Then inside of this, I'll provide headers, authorization, bearer token, and cache to be no store, that is will be fresh. If response is not okay, throw an error. I'll parse the data. If user is pro, then we're gonna provide it over here as well in return. That scan limit is 10, right? Otherwise, if user is pro, unlimited. And catch, we're gonna throw the error. Delete pantry item, it's going to be again very similar. Just some changes in our API endpoint. So let me show you. Let me make it smaller. So this is how it will look like. Again, we're gonna check the user is logged in or not. I'm gonna take out the item ID from the form data. Here, we're gonna make the API call, await fetch /API/pantry item / this particular item ID. What do you want to do with it? We want to delete it. If you wanted to update it, we could have put over here, right? PUT. But we want to delete it, so method delete. And again, Strapi token. Probably what you can do, you can probably create a proper method to extract this thing so that we don't have to provide it again and again. If response is not okay, throw the error. Otherwise, return success true and message that item removed from pantry. For updating pantry item, again, very similar to what we've just now written. I'm going to say something like this. See, first of all, check if user is logged in or not. We're going to take out the item ID, name, and quantity that has to be updated. Then again, we're going to query for that particular item ID and see method is now put over here. Content type to be application/JSON since we're providing JSON. And the token in body, we're going to provide the name and quantity that has to be updated. If response not okay, fail to update item, parse the data and return success to be true with item data.data and the message, right? Nice. And finally, throw the error if there's any error over here. Great. So we have written all of these server actions right here, and we are ready for them to be used inside of our UI to add the functionality. Great. So let's go to this pantry page and we will fetch this data one by one. So again, we will be using over here our use fetch hook that we have created. So make sure to import it just like this. And inside of this, we can provide the server action. So get pantry items, for example, this will be for fetching all of the items, right? And this will return us it will return us with loading data and function. And we can rename them, like I'm renaming them to loading items data, and fetch items for the function. Let's take other two as well, other two server action. So apart from this fetch pantry items, for deleting the item, I'm going to be taking delete pantry item, make sure to import it, and update pantry item, make sure to import it, and rename the loading data and function for each and every one of them right here, just like this, so that we can use them. By default, we are going to fetch we're going to call this function right here, right? Fetch items inside of use state. So let me just call it so that we can get all of the items over here in the items data. Let me just see if everything is fine up until this point. If I just refresh it. All right, there we go. I think everything is working fine. So we're good. After we have fetched these fetched items, we can just populate this items right here, right? So after the data has arrived, what we can do, we can update the items array right here. So set items. And this might give you this red lines because of new React compiler. You can ignore it. Just click on this just click on this quick fix and just ignore this. Okay, so let's go down right here and start working on these one by one. But first, actually, below this add to pantry button, we have to include if user is pro, we have to show that unlimited AI scans. Otherwise, if they are in a free plan, we can show that they only have limited scans, right? So over here, I'll say items data. So this items data come from right here when we get the pantry items. If you remember, we are sending, so over here, let me show you. We are sending this scans limit over here, right? So that's what we're gonna render right here. So if items data dot scans limit is not equals to undefined, that is we have some data inside of it, a div right here. Let's first render an icon right here for denoting the AI credits. So sparkles icon. Below this, we're gonna have a div with text small. Inside of it, we are going to be rendering the text. So it will simply look something like this. I'm going to check if items data dot scans limit is equals to unlimited, then I'm going to show unlimited AI scans, that is pro plan. Otherwise, I'll show upgrade to pro for unlimited pantry scans, and we're going to use our pricing model over here as well. So let's see. Since we are a pro chef, no worries. But let me, okay, wait, it's not rendered over here. There we go. It's breaking a little bit. Let me just fix this and then we will check the free plan as well. So basically in this div, I'm going to give some class name of background white, some padding vertical and horizontal, some border 2, border stone 200, item center and gap to be 3. So now, wait, I think I have missed some style right here. Let me see. So button tag, and I think this should be outside of this div. Then it will appear below these. So now, yes, there we go. Let me just log out from this user and log in to another user. Sign in, continue with Google, and I've logged in to another user. Just like this, you can see free plan. Let's go to my pantry. And here we can see upgrade to pro for unlimited pantry scans. If we click on it, yes, it shows us our pricing model right here. Amazing, right? And if you click on it, again, it will show us this pop-up on the side. Great, let's continue. So I'll go back right here and start working on all of these. So first of all, this quick action card, it looks something like this that you guys may have already seen this, right? When we click on it, it will take us to /pantry/recipes. You can see on the bottom left corner of the screen. Okay, so we will render it if the items.length is more than 0, right? If we have something inside of our pantry. So I'll render a link tag right here from next/link. And I'll say href to /pantry/recipes. Okay. Inside this link, first of all, for this link tag, I'll just give it some class name of block and margin bottom of 8. And inside of this, I'll have a div over here with gradient class name. So see, something like this. Background linear to bottom right. That is top left to bottom right. From green 600 to emerald 500. Text white, padding 6. Border to be 2. Border emerald 700. On hover, we're going to say shadow XL and translate Y to -1. Transition all, cursor pointer, and this will happen to the complete group. Then inside of it, I'm going to have a div, display flex, item center, and gap to be 4, where I'm going to first render an icon of chef hat with background white of 20% opacity, some padding 3, border 2, border white to be 30, group hover, I'm going to say background white with 30% opacity and transition colors. Let's see. Okay, so it won't be visible actually right here because we don't have any items inside of our pantry, right? Let's make it true. Or you know what? Why don't we go on and manually add any item for now? So what I'll do, I'll go to Sentry here. In the pantry item, I'm going to say create new entry. So this is the benefit of using a CMS, right? Let's just say milk and I'll add 1 liter. Image URL, I'm going to keep it as empty, and owner, let's keep Piyush Agarwal, and click on publish right here. There we go. I've added it right here. So now if I go back and refresh it, there we go. Now it is visible right here. Cool. Let's create more. Below this div, I'm going to have another div, which will have class name of flex1 so that it takes most of the space. And inside of this, I'm going to add an h3, which will say, what can I cook today, right? Which indeed, this is what it's all about. When we click on it, it will take us to that page where it will tell us what can we cook using these pantry items. So now we can add a paragraph tag which will say, get AI powered recipe suggestions from your these many ingredients, right? Whatever user have right there. So let's see from your 1 ingredient. You can probably add some check over here. If there's 1 ingredient, it will say ingredient. Otherwise, it will say ingredients for correct English, right? Below this div, I'll have another div with badge. And it will show us how many items are there. So these many items, dot length with basic styles like background white, text white, border 2, border white with 30% opacity, font bold, etc. Right? Let's see something like this. Awesome. Let's create a loading indicator right here as well. So what I'll do, just like we've done earlier, below this link tag, so loading state, I'm simply going to say if items are loading, that is loading items, then I'm going to show a div with loader2 from Lucid React, and I'm going to say loading your pantry. We've created this exact loader earlier as well, right? So let me just make it true and let me show you how it will look like. Something like this, right? Okay, let me revert it. Now we're going to be rendering all of our pantry items. But before it, let me just add the empty state right here when there's nothing inside of our pantry. So I'll simply say if loading items is not true, that is there is no loading going on, and items.length is equals to 0. Then I'll show a div. Inside this, we're going to show a package icon and an h3 saying your pantry is empty. So let me just make it true actually. True. And you'll be able to see something like this, right? Looks good. And now let's go on and render all of our pantry items right here. Now, right here, I'm going to say if loading items is false and items.length is more than 0, then we are going to be rendering them right here. So right inside of it, I'll have a div where first of all, let's just render our header. So it will simply have this div right here, which will say h2, your ingredients, and a badge with variant outline, items length, and if it's one item, then item, otherwise it's items. And after this, we will have a div where we will render all of the ingredients. Let's give this class name of display grid. In the medium screens, grid columns to be 2, and in the large screens, grid columns to be 3, and some gap of 4 between them. Inside this, I'll say items.map, and here I'll create a div inside of it where we will render all of these things. First of all, let's give this some key of item.document ID, and class name will be background white, some padding of 5, border 2, border stone 200 on hover, border orange 600, and shadow large, and transition all. Now, inside of this div, we also have to consider the fact that we are going to be making some edits. First of all, let me see if it's, yes, your ingredients is being rendered and shows one item right here. Okay, so over here, we have to consider the fact that we could also be in the editing mode. So see, it has given a session editing ID. If it's equals to item.document ID. If that is the case, then we are going to be rendering a div right here for showing the edit mode. Otherwise, we are going to be rendering another div, right? Let's first work on the div where we can just view the ingredient. That is the view mode. So inside of this div, first of all, we will render the name and quantity. So I'm going to say h3 item.name and item.quantity inside of a paragraph tag. This will be font bold, text large, text tone 900, and margin bottom to be 1. Quantity will be text small, font light, and text tone to be 500. Let's have a look. Yes, something like this. Then in another div right after this, we are going to be rendering the 2 buttons for editing and deleting. So here I'm going to have this div where we can render this button. If you want, you can use Shadcn UI button over here as well. Let me show you. I wanted it to be a transparent sort of button. So what we can do, either we can give it variant ghost. Let's take this variant and put it right here as well. And I'm going to provide edit to icon and trash to icon right here. Something like this. Let's have a look. But hold on a second. I'm going to comment this line and this line for now. Wait, not this line, just this on click over here for now, because these function does not exist. Yep, now we can see it is rendered right here. But we want it to be over here. So let's see, flex. Let's just wrap it, or yeah, let's wrap both of these things. So this div until this particular point, I will wrap it in a div and just give it a class name, display flex item start, justify between margin bottom to 3. Let's see. Yes, it looks good now. Apart from that, below this div, I'm just going to render when this was added. So added and this particular date, item.created at, and I'm going to say to local date string. So now it should look something like this. Nice. Let's first add this delete functionality. So this handle delete item right here. So handle delete, I'll just go up over here and let's create it right here actually, or probably below, yeah, over here. It'll be pretty simple. We're going to be making use of this delete item function right here, right? So I'm going to say handle delete equals async item ID, which we will take, and we're going to create a form data right here. So new form data, and I'm going to add this item ID inside of it and call this delete item function, this thing right here, right? And then after the deletion is done, we are going to check right here. So I'll add a use effect and I'll say if delete data dot success is true, and this will only run if the delete data changes and deleting is not going on, then toast.success item removed from pantry. Let me just import this toast from Sonar and fetch the items again. Okay, nice. This should work properly now. Since we just have one item, actually, let's just add another item then, and then we can try it out. What if I delete this over here? So see, I have clicked on it. It is getting deleted. There we go. Item removed from pantry, and it is loading our pantry. It should show us the empty state now. Something like this. Awesome. Now we can say create new entry, and let's create another entry over here. If we refresh it, you'll see that this is gone. Okay, let's create a new entry right here. I'll add probably apple right here. I'll say to 2 apples, right? So, and here I'm gonna add the user and publish. There we go. It's right here. Now let's go on and create this editing functionality. So here you can see I've added this start edit function, right? So let's create this start edit function. We're sending the item over here. So all this start edit will do is this. I'm gonna send the item. It will set the editing item to this and set edit values to these. That's all. After the edit is done, we are going to be creating another function. And actually, we're going to create two functions. First for canceling the edit and then for saving the edit, right? So first of all, for save edit, whatever editing has been done over here in the edit values, we are going to be appending it inside of a form data and then sending it to our backend in this update item function that we have taken right here, right? If we cancel it, then set editing ID to null and set edit values to empty. And by the way, I noticed this is empty right now. So this should have fetch items right here because we're sending it to this, right, on success. So I should not forget it later on. I just added it beforehand, right? Anyways, so when we'll start editing, you'll notice that we will see this div. So I'll just, what I'll do here, I'm going to say class name space y to be 3. And here I'm going to be adding an input tag. So it will look something like this. Type text. This one will be for the name. So value equals edit values.name. On change, I'm going to set the name inside of the edit values state. I'm spreading all of the other values, that is quantity and stuff, and just updating the name. And I'm saying class name width to be full, padding horizontal to be 3, padding vertical to be 2, border 2, border stone 200, and on focus, I'm going to say outline to be none. If you want, you can also use the Shadcn UI's input over here. Completely depends on you. Placeholder to be ingredient name. So if I click on it, see, it's allowing me to edit the name now, right? Okay. Below it, we will have another input tag, just like this. This one will be for the quantity. So again, everything is same, just the only difference is quantity right here again in placeholder as well. Below it, we can have two buttons. One will be for canceling and one will be for saving. We have already created both of those functions above for these buttons. So here, see, I've added this div. Inside of it, first button, just like this, is for saving the edit. So on click, I'm going to say save edit, and it'll be disabled when this is updating, right? And it will be loading while updating. And if it's loaded, or if it's not loaded, that is, I'm going to show a check icon right here. Same for cancel as well. I'm going to show an X icon for canceling the edit, right? Cancel edit function. Let's go on and see. There we go. If I click on over here, yes, we can see this. How about I change it to 4 apples, right? And click on tick mark. It will show us loading indicator right here. And looks like nothing happened for some reason. Okay, I think it was done, but yeah, I think we are not switching it back, right? We need to refresh and refetch the data. So let's just below this, I'm going to say if update data dot success, then toast dot success, item updated successfully, set editing ID to null and fetch items again. Let's see. Yep, we can see this has been edited right here. Amazing. All right, cool. Now let's go on and finally work on this modal right here, right? Where we can scan it and stuff. And we can even manually add our data or pantry items, etc. So I'll go to add to pantry modal. Let me just close all of these files right here. Yep, there it is. Now over here, first of all, we need to add a tabs component over here for both of our AI scan and add manually. So over here in our Shadcn UI, I'm going to say tabs and you'll see it looks something like this. We have 2 tabs. If you want to add more tabs, we can add that over here as well. Right, so let's just copy this code over here and I will paste it right here. Let's import all of these tabs from /UI tabs list. Again, make sure to import from /UI, not from @radix. So tabs component, tabs content. And let's see if we can see anything over here. Oops, not this one. I mean, our website. Yep, there we go. Let's change it to suit our use case. So I guess we have already taken the state. Yes, active tab and set active tab. So we're going to be using that right here. By default, the active tab is scan, right? So I'm going to say value equals active tab, on value change, set active tab, class name, margin top to be 4. And both of these tabs list will have class name grid, width to be full so that they take the complete spaces. And both tabs will be first for the AI scan with camera icon and add manually with this plus icon from Lucid React. Okay, for tabs content, first one will be value scan, class name space y to be 6 and margin top to be 6. Second one will be value manual and class name margin top to be 6. Let's go and have a look. So if we click on this, yes, nice. We can see both of these tabs right here. So first of all, let's create this add manual tab, right? So this thing right here. So inside of it, I'm going to be taking a form component. On submit, it will trigger handle add manual. So let's just create this function right here. Const handle add manual. We'll come back to this. Now inside of this form right here, let's create our form. So first of all, I'll have the first input. I'm going to have a label right here, ingredient name. Then I'll have an input tag, type text, value, manual item dot name. On change, I'm going to say set manual item. So this state basically that you have taken right here. And I'll put whatever that's already added, and I'm going to update the name input, right? Placeholder, some basic classes, and it'll be disabled when adding is true, right? So basically we're going to be taking over here our use fetch hook with a few functions that we already created. So first of all will be for scanning the image. So scan pantry image server action, save to pantry server action, and add pantry item manually that we are currently working on, right? So let's import it as well. And you can see adding is right here, the loading indicator for this one. So it will be true when it's being added. After this, I'm going to be having for the quantity. So same thing, label and an input tag, type text, value manual item dot quantity. We're setting it right here and disabled when it's getting added. After this, we're gonna have two buttons, actually just one button, because we already have X mark for closing the tab, right? Okay, so use fetch is not defined, by the way. Let me just import use effect, right? Sorry, use fetch right here. And after this div, I'm going to have this button. Let's import it from ./UI, type submit, disabled adding, class name will be flex1. Actually, let's get rid of this. We already have variant of primary. Then we're gonna have loader to icon, which will say adding. Otherwise, it will say add item. Let's go on and try it out. Let me first handle after the item has been added, what's gonna happen, right? So let me just add a use state over here actually below this. I'll say use effect, sorry, not use state, use effect. So use effect, import it. If add data.success is true, then I'm gonna show the toast over here. Item added to pantry, set manual item to empty, and I'm gonna close it, right? If on success has something that is, fetching the items again, we're gonna trigger it over here. And let's write the logic for handle add manual over here first, then we can go on and test it out. So here, this will be an asynchronous function, and I'll take the event right here. First of all, I'm going to, add some edge cases. Like, first of all, I'm going to say e.prevent default so that it does not refreshes our page. And then edge case, if manual item.name.trim, if it's empty or the quantity is empty, right? Then I'm going to show the toast.error, please fill in all the fields. Otherwise, I'm going to prepare my form data just like this. I'll add name and quantity and trigger this add manual item just like this. Right, I think this should work now. Let's go and check it out. Let's add milk, 2 liters, click on add item. It's adding it up right here. And by the way, I realized I haven't changed this heading as well, right? There we go, item added to pantry. It is loading our pantry again. And there we go, amazing. Let me just do this. Let me just update both of this title and description. I'm going to say add to pantry over here and scan your pantry with AI or add items manually. For this dialog content, I'll have class name max width to be 3XL, max height to be 90 viewport height, overflow y auto, rounded none. So now if I go back to add to pantry now, yes, we can see it properly over here. Cool then, so add manually is working correctly. Now we can go on and work on our AI scan feature. That is, if you go on over here, see, we can put the image right here and I've already shown you, right? So why don't we go on and create it? So in our add to pantry model, this is where we'll be creating it. So there are going to be 2 views. First one will render for all of these scanned items. So we will be checking over here for scanned ingredients. So if you notice, we have this scan pantry image function, right? And we have this scanned ingredients state that we have created right here where we will be storing all of the scanned ingredients. So if this is empty, we're going to render something, otherwise something else. So where is it? Yep, right here. I'm going to say scanned ingredients.length is equals to 0. Then we want to render the UI for, scanning the items. Otherwise, I'm going to render all of the items right here. So let's close it just like this. So let's create this image uploader first. So inside of this div, first of all, I'm going to give this div some class name space y24. And inside of this, I'm going to be creating my image uploader component. So it will look something like this, image uploader. And this will take these two things, the set selected image function. So we will be, wrapping it in another function and sending it. And also this scanning loading state when we have added or uploaded the image. So simply we will create that function just like this, handle image select. It will take a particular file and it will do set selected image to file and set scanned ingredient to empty because we are going to be scanning it again, right? So right here, obviously this function does not exist yet. Sorry, component does not exist yet. Let me just provide the props to it and let's go and create it first. So it will take on image select and loading. So here in the components, I'm going to create a new file, image uploader.jsx, fce image uploader. Let's provide the props to it, that is on image select and loading. And now to implement this functionality of image uploading, let me first import it right here. Yeah, so we will be using a library right here called React Drop Zone. So just open this up, npm package. Yep, this is the library. This is how you can install it, npm install React Drop Zone. And to use this, the code will look something like this. Let me just install it first, then I'll show you. So in the terminal, just switch to front end, npm install save React Drop Zone. Okay, now notice, let's see if we have any better example. Yes, something like this. We will have a UI like this, a div which will take get root props and an input get input props. So basically this is the syntax to create it. This will come from this use drop zone, which will come from this React Drop Zone library that we've just now installed. So let me just copy it up and let me paste it inside of our image uploader component. And let's rename it to image uploader. And I'll say export default this function. And this will be a client component since we're using hooks. So use client. Okay. Let's see what changes we need to make. First of all, obviously after selection of the image, we will have to have some preview as well. So I'll say two states over here. First one for the preview and second one for file input ref when we have inputted any file, right? Make sure to import both of these from React. And also we lost our props. So let me add them again. Okay. So it has provided us different functions right here. So first let's, start from the beginning. Over here, you can see we have this use drop zone hook, which will take a bunch of things. And one of them is this on drop function, which will decide what happens when you upload an image or any file, right? So it will take actually more props right here like we can tell it what exactly to expect from us, like accept, max files, max size, etc. So I'm just going to say in accept, I'll have an image that these many images type can be provided. Max file can be 1, max size that is 10 MB, no click and no keyboard. Okay. If there's anything inside of the preview, we will, write or return another component from right here. Let me just keep it as empty div for now. But first of all, when it comes to upload, let's have a look how this looks right now. So what's going on over here? Okay, this is just the apostrophes right here. Okay, let's have a look how this looks currently inside of our app. If I click on add to pantry, drag and drop some files or click to select files, it won't properly work because we have not added proper functionality right now. Let's do it. First of all, for this div right here, I'm going to give it some styles. So class name, relative, weight to be full, aspect square, border to be 2 and border dashed, so that we can show an area where user can enter the data or enter the image. Rounded 2XL, transition all, cursor pointer. When the drag is active, so is drag active, this will be coming from right here. So it provides us with a bunch of different things like is drag accept, active, reject, etc. Right? So this will be true when we are hovering an image on top of this div right here, right? So it will be border orange 600, background orange 50 and scale to be 1.02. Otherwise, just simple stylings, right? So let's see how this looks. See, something like this. If I click on it, I guess nothing happens right now. We'll see what's wrong. So input is correct. Below it, we are going to be having a div where we are going to be displaying some text like this. So let me show you inside of a deployed app here, something like this, right? So here inside of this div, I'll first of all show the icon. So if drag is active, then background orange 600 and scale will be 110. Otherwise, background orange 100. And is drag active? So I'll show image icon. Otherwise, I'll show camera icon over here. So let's see. Okay. So let's try it out. I'll bring in an image over here. Yes, you can see it's working fine. Cool. Below this, I'm going to be adding a text right here. So again, similar to this, an h3 tag. If the drag is active, I'll say drop your image here. Otherwise, scan your pantry. And I'm going to also instruct release to upload if the drag is active, right? So let's see. Yes, something like this. Now let's show the buttons over here when the drag is not active. So below this div, I'll say if drag is not active, then I'm going to show a div right here. This div will have class name, display flex, flex column, in the bigger screens flex row, and gap to be 3. Inside this, first button will be for taking the photo, right, for our mobile phones. So I'll have this button from Shadcn UI, type button, on click, e.stop propagation, and we will use this file input ref, and I'll say .current.click, so that we can open the camera inside of our mobile phone. So this will specifically work for our mobiles. But if you try to click it over here, nothing happens. I guess we have not added this functionality inside of file input ref, right? That's why. Let's just provide it variant primary so that it looks inside of a primary color. Yes, nice. Let me just add this functionality over here for file input ref. So here on drop, I'll take the accepted files. It will provide us the file. I'll first of all check if file is not there. So I'll say const file equals accepted files of 0th index. If file is not there, then return. But thing is, in our cases, we will just be having one single file, right? So we don't need this internal for each loop over here. So let's get rid of this. Const file equals accepted files of 0th index. If file not there, then return. Then I'm going to say const reader equals new file reader. And then we will not be using these. We'll be using this onload. So what I'll do, I'll write reader.onload end after it has dropped the file. I'm going to say set preview to be this, and reader.read as data URL to be this file right here. And in the end, I'm going to pass this image to the parents, right? So on image select, this thing right here. What's wrong? Okay, so I guess we need to add this right here. Yes, that's fine. So it correctly memoizes this function. Now, for this file input ref, for making it work inside of our mobile phones, we will have to add an hidden input right here. So let me just wrap this whole thing in fragments. Let me just bring this closing fragment right here, and right above this, I'm going to be having an input tag, something like this. So it will have this ref, file input ref, type file, accept the image, capture is going to be the environment, right? That is the camera. On change, we will create this function, and class name will be hidden, right? We won't be able to see this. So handle file input chain. Let's just create this over here. All it will do is this. It will take the file and it will manually provide it to on drop just like this. Now it should work. Let's check it out. So if I click on over here, see, we can see this being opened. Great. Now let's create another button for selecting the file. So below this, I'll have another button, which will simply say upload and browse files. And this will just call this open function from over here. Use drop zone, right? And this open function will be responsible for opening the browser window. I mean, the file explorer window. So if I click on over here, click on browse files, see, it will open it up. Nice. We can also add a simple helper text right here, which will say supports JPG, PNG, max 10 MB, something like this. Great. So this is working fine. Let's create the preview. So if I select an image, right now we won't see anything, right? So we can show it right here inside of this preview div. So I'm going to give this div a class name, position relative with full aspect video, background stone 100, rounded to XL, some overflow hidden, border 2 and border stone 200. And inside of this, I'm just going to simply be rendering our image. So something like this. Select the image from next/image. SRC will be this preview, some alt tag, fill, and class name object cover. Then we can show the loading indicator. So first of all, if loading is not going on, I'm going to show this button with this X icon to remove this image. That is, the image has been selected. if the loading is going on, I'm going to show this ring loader. So this will come from actually a library called React Spinners. So npm install react-spinners and press enter. I think it's spinners or spinner. Let me confirm. Yeah, it's spinners. There we go. Let's close this up and import it. Let me manually import it on the top, just like this. Okay, looks good. Now, when we click on this button of X button, we have to trigger this clear image function to clear the image from right here. So here, I'm going to create a function called clear image, which will simply set the preview to null and on image select to null. And if file input ref.current has anything, it will put it to null as well. Let's see. If I click on add to pantry and click on browse files, let's select this image right here. And there we go. It is selected. If I click on cross icon right here, it is gone. Amazing. Let's display those buttons over there as well after selecting the image. All right, now below this image uploader, we will say if selected image is there and scanning is not going on, then we're going to show the button right here, which will say scan image. We'll have a camera icon over here as well. And when it is scanning, it will show the loader to icon showing analyzing. On click of this button, we're going to trigger this handle scan function that will make it in just a moment. And by the way, let me just remove this from over here and just say variant to be primary. I have written this in few places because when I was initially creating this app, I had not created this primary variant. Right, so let's create this handle scan function right here. So it's pretty straightforward. I'm going to say if selected image is not true, then return. No image is selected. But if it is, then I'm going to create a form data right here and I'm going to assign it to the image key and call this scan image function from right here. It will show loading, which we will use to disable this button right here. And then we will get this scan data, right? Which we will use and show the toast. So inside of use effect right here, I'm going to say if scan data.success is true, scan data.ingredients are there, then set scan ingredient to this and toast.success found these many ingredients, right? And this will only change if the scan data changes. Okay, nice. Let's go and check. If I click on browse files, click on over here, click on scan image. Okay, there we go. We can see the loading over here. Obviously, we won't see the ingredients, but let's see if we get any toast pop-up right here. There we go. It says found 7 ingredients, which were in our image. Great. Now let's display those ingredients right here. Okay, so now if you remember, we have this scanned ingredients.length equals to 0, right? If it was 0, we would have shown all of this UI. Otherwise, we're going to render all of the ingredients right here. So first of all, for this div, I'm going to have a class name of space y to be 4. Then inside of it, I'll say a div, and I'm going to create a class name of display flex, items to be center, and justify between, right? This is for the header. And then inside this, for the header, I'm going to first of all have this header part with review detected items and found these many ingredients. Okay. Then we will have a button right here from Shadcn UI, which will be the scan again button, right? So something like this with variant outline, size small, on click, set scan ingredients to empty and set image to null because we want to scan again, right? And a camera icon and text scan again. Okay, now after this div, I'm going to have a div which will say space y to be 3 where we will be rendering our actual ingredients, right? And inside this div, I'm going to say scan ingredients.map and ingredient and index. And inside this, I'm going to be taking a div right here with key to be index and class name, display flex, item center, and gap to be 3 with padding 4, some background, and some rounded corners, right? And inside this div, first of all, let's display the name and the quantity. So something like this, ingredient name, ingredient quantity. After that, we will display the confidence, that is how confident the AI is in its selection. So I'll say if ingredient.confidence is there, then I'm going to show a badge from, I'm going to show a badge from ./UI/badge from Shadcn UI. Variant outline, class name, text small, text green 700 and border green 200. And over here, I'm going to say ingredient.confidence in 200 and I'm going to show it in the percentage. After this, we will show a cross icon for removing the ingredient, right? So I'm going to have a button component and an X icon inside of it. On click, it will trigger remove ingredient function, which we will create in just a moment, which will take the index, right, to remove it before saving. And text tone 600, on hover, text rate 600. Okay, nice. Now, finally, in the end, we can just display the save button for saving all of these to our DB. So below this div, I'm going to be having a button. On click, handle save scan. Again, we will be creating it in just a moment. It'll be disabled if the saving is going on or the ingredients length is 0. If the saving is going on, I'm going to show a loader. Otherwise, I'm going to show a check mark icon and click on save items, save these many items to pantry. Okay, so let's just go on and create both of those functions first of all. So right here, it will be handle save scan and the remove ingredient, right? Both of these. Let's have a look. So if I click on add to pantry, browse files and click on right here, click on scan image. There we go. We can see it right here. Amazing. Let's go on and write both of these logic. First of all, for handle save scan, I'm going to say if scan ingredients.length is equals to 0, then I'm going to say no ingredients to save, right? Otherwise, we're going to create a form data. We're going to append the ingredients in the JSON format, and we will trigger this save scanned items server action, right? This save to pantry server action, right? Let's take this save data right here, and we're going to call it inside of a use effect to show the toast and stuff. So I'll say if save data.success is true, then I'm going to show the success message, and I'm going to close our modal. And if there's something inside of on success, I'm going to trigger it as well. Now inside of this remove ingredient right here, I'm going to say set scanned ingredient, and we're going to filter out the ingredient that we want to remove by the index. Okay, let's check it out. Let's try to, scan it again. Scan image. There we go. All of these items right here. If I remove this, let's say a couple of them, and click on save 4 items to pantry, it is saving and it should all display right here. Let's wait. There we go. Saved 4 items to your pantry. And there it is. Amazing. And notice here I am on Arcjet. We were using our app, right? And notice we have made a couple of calls to generate the recipes and stuff. So notice the rate limiting is working fine. See, for pro users, we provided 1,000 rate limiting, right? So remaining is 997. If it was a free user, after 5 calls, it would have reached the limit, right? So notice over here, we have called it 4 times. So it is displaying all of the data right here, right? It is also showing how many tokens were requested with what user ID, right? So it is super cool. It shows us the reset time as well, that is the next month, and the rules over here as well. If you want, you can get more details over here by checking the analytics and stuff right here. See, it will show you how many requests were denied, error, and obviously the SDK configuration that we just configured from over here, right? So cool. We will come back to this and we'll keep on monitoring it to see if everything is working fine or not. So our pantry page is working flawlessly. Now on to the more interesting part, that is what can I cook today? If we click on it, it will take us to /pantry/recipes, and it will use Gemini to generate the recipes for us. Yep, obviously this page could not be found because we have not created it. So why don't we go on and build it? So inside of the pantry, I'm going to create a new folder called recipes, and inside of it, I'm going to create a new file, page.jsx, RAFCE, pantry recipes page. Let's save it and have a look. It should be hidden, I think, behind this. Let me just give it a class name as well. For this div right here, class name main height to be screen, background tone to be 50, padding top, some padding bottom, and padding horizontal. Let's have a look. And there it is. Nice. Let's first have a look how this is going to work. So if I click on over here, this is our deployed app, by the way. It will take me to /pantry/recipes. It is finding perfect recipes for me. And behind the chef, the AI chef is analyzing our ingredients and creating the recipes. And there we go. We have it right here. So it has given us all of these ingredients, all of these recipes based on our ingredients. Amazing. It also shows our ingredients right here. Great. Let's go back to our app and start building this page. I guess first of all, what we can do is we can create the server action for this. And for all of the recipe related server actions, we can create a new server action file right here called recipe.actions.js. And inside of this, we will first create this get recipes by pantry ingredient server action. Now we need to take a few things over here first. So if I go back to the pantry actions.js, we have this on the top, right? So we will be needing all of these things. Let me just copy the whole thing up and I'm going to paste it right here. All of the Strapi related stuff, Google, Gemini API and all, this will be helpful for us. Inside of this function right here, I'll have a try catch block where we will first check if user is logged in or not. So I'm going to say const user equals await check user function, just like before. If user is not there, user not authenticated. Then we are going to again check for Arcjet rate limiting. So again, I'll go back to the pantry actions.js, and here we've already written this logic. So scan pantry image, I guess. Yes. So I'll just take this whole thing up until this point. and just paste it. We'll see if we need to add anything. So first of all, we're gonna check if user is pro or not. If user dot subscription tier is equals to pro, then this will be true. And then accordingly, we can get our Arcjet client from either of these, right? Then we will define a request object and the decision object right here. And by the way, instead of this free pantry scan, this one will be free meal. Oops, free meal recommendations. Yes, this one. So we have also written this over there, right? Let me click on it and it will take you right here. Yes. So we'll be using this. Then after this, again, we're going to do Arcjet client.protect to check if user's decision has, like user's request hasn't blocked or not. If monthly scan limit reached, we're going to show the same errors. Otherwise, a fallback error. Okay, nice. After this, we're going to get the user's pantry items first, right? Before sending them to AI. So over here, I'm going to say pantry response equals await fetch. I'm going to use Strapi URL /API/pantry items, which is our table. I'll take out all of the pantry items for that particular owner or user, right? For that particular user ID. It will be equal to user.id. And in the headers, obviously, I'm going to send the bearer token and cache no store. And after that, I'm going to check if the response was not okay. If it failed, I'm going to say failed to fetch pantry items. Then after that, we can just convert it to JSON. So pantry response.json and store it inside of pantry data variable. If we don't have anything inside of our pantry, I'm going to check if pantry data.data is not true, or if it's empty, length is empty, your pantry is empty, add ingredients first. After that, if we do have ingredients, let's format them. I'm going to say const ingredients equals pantry data.data.map. For each and every item, I'm just going to get the item name and join them with commas. And then finally, it's time to make our API call. Then I'm going to get our AI model. So GenAI.get generative model, Gemini 2.5 flashlight, just like before. After that, we're going to write the prompt. So const prompt. Again, this will be a long prompt right here. Let me show you where you can get it. So if I go back to my GitHub repository, right here, you can see there would be this function, get recipe by pantry item. It's quite below. So just get this prompt right here. I'll explain you what this is all about. Just copy it up and paste it right here. So see, it's saying you are a professional chef given these available ingredients. Suggest 5 recipes that can be made from these, right? Return only a valid JSON in this format, the array of objects. And we have provided some rules so that AI does not hallucinate, right? After this, we're going to get our response right here. Result equals await modal.generate content. With this prompt, result.response and text equals response.text. Okay. Then we can just clean the response up just like before, because the JSON can have some backticks and stuff. So I'm going to say let recipe suggestions equals inside of the try catch block. I'm going to say const clean text, and just like we've done before, right? Nothing new. We're going to clean it up, parse it into an object. If there's any error, I'm going to show it inside of the catch. After this, we can simply return. We can say success to be true. Recipes that we have gotten, ingredients used, recommendations limit. If it's pro, then unlimited, otherwise 5. And the message that found these many recipes. If it failed, we can show it inside of catch block right here. Error in get recipes by pantry ingredients. Okay. Or probably we can say error generating recipe suggestions. Okay, cool. Why don't we now go on and create the UI for this? All right, so first of all, over here, let's just import our server action that we have created, right? So let me just make it a client component. So use client, and inside of over here, I'm going to be taking our use fetch hook. Let's import it and get recipes by pantry ingredients. We'll take loading, we'll rename the data to recipe data and function to fetch suggestions. Okay. Then let's load suggestions on when the component is mounted. So I'll call fetch suggestions function on use effect, and the dependency array is empty. Nice. So we will get recipes data right here. And if you remember, we were sending it in this format right here, right? Okay, so let's just take it inside of a variable. So recipe is going to be recipes data dot recipes. That is this recipes array that we have gotten generated from AI. And ingredients used are going to be recipes data dot ingredients used. Okay, now inside this div, I'm going to have another div right here. Inside of it, let's first create the header, right? So I'll create the header in this div. I'll say class name margin bottom to be 8. Inside this, first of all, I'll just add a back button. So I'll have a link tag right here, which will take us to /pantry again. import it from next/link. And I'm going to have an arrow left, just like we did, for the dashboard. Back arrow to dashboard. Let's see how this looks. Yep, this looks good. Nice. Then after this, let's add the heading. What can I cook? Right? So over here, I'm going to be taking a div, display flex, item center, gap to be 3, and margin bottom to be 6. And I'm going to have a chef hat icon right here. And then inside of this div, we will say, what can I cook? And a paragraph tag, AI powered recipe suggestions, right? And similar styles that we have already added. Okay, so below this div, we're going to be displaying a div where we can show the ingredients used for generating these recipes. So I'll say ingredients used. So here in this div, I'm going to say background white, some padding, some borders tone 200, and some margin bottom. Inside of this, we're going to have an icon, package icon, and we will say your available ingredients and all of the ingredients used. That is these many ingredients. So let's have a look. Yep, all of these. Nice. Then after this, we can also show the usage stats that we are sending from the backend. So below this, I'll say if recipe.data is not equals to undefined, inside of this, I can just have a div right here. Background orange 50, some padding, border 2, some border orange 200, inline flex, and item center gap to be 3. And here I'll have a sparkles icon first of all for denoting AI credits. After this, we can say inside of a div over here, I'm going to say text small, and I'm going to say if recipe data dot recommendations list if equals to unlimited, that is user is on a pro plan, then I'm simply going to say unlimited symbol over here, unlimited AI recommendations. Otherwise, I'm going to say upgrade to pro for unlimited AI recommendations. Okay. After this div that is outside of the header, we can show a loading state when our recipes are being loaded or generated. So I can say loader 2 icon right here, finding perfect recipes. Our AI chef is analyzing your ingredients. So let's see. Yep, this looks good. If I refresh this page, you'll notice, okay, loader 2 is not defined. I guess, yeah, I didn't save the file. Now I saved it. Let's see again. Yep, we can see finding perfect recipes. Awesome. Now after this thing, we are going to be displaying the recipe grid component. So over here, I'm going to say recipe grid using the recipe card component, right? So we will have to make changes to recipe card component. But before that, let's just create the empty state actually. So I'll say a div. And again, this is not something that you have to just create exactly this. You can modify it according to you. So if loading is not going on and recipe length equals to 0 and recipe data success is equals to false, I'm going to show an alert icon right here and say your pantry is empty. Add ingredients to your pantry first so we can suggest delicious recipes. So how about I make this true for now? So I'll say true, and notice you'll see, yes, your pantry is empty, something like this, right? If you want, you can add some probably button over here to take you back to the pantry page, previous page. And after this, what if user's limit has been reached, right? It will be the case when loading is not going on and recipes data is equals to undefined, right? We are not able to complete it. We get the error. So here I'll say if loading is not going on and recipe data equals undefined, then instead of it, I'm going to have a div right here, background linear to bottom right, from top right to bottom right. That is a gradient from orange 50 to amber 50, some padding 12, text center, and some border around it with border orange 200. Inside this div, we can say our message that like a sparkles icon and monthly limit reached. Below it, we can display a paragraph tag with message you have used all your AI recipe recommendation this month, upgrade to pro, right? And we can use our pricing model over here and then a trigger using a button inside of it, right? So now if I go back and actually let me just make this true. I'll just say true right here, and then we can see it over here probably. See, if I click on upgrade to pro, it will show me our pricing table or pricing model. Great. Let me revert it. Okay. So finally, let's go on and create or render all of our recipes right here. So first of all, I'm going to say if loading is not going on and recipe.length is more than 0, then I'm going to render a div right here. Inside of this div, I'm going to have another div with display flex, item center, justify between, and margin bottom to be 6. And I'm going to add two things right here. First of all, the heading. So I'll say this recipe suggestions with trending up icon, and a badge right here, badge component from Shadcn UI with variant outline. Let me import this badge from add components. And I'm going to say recipe length. If it's more than 1, Then I'm going to call it recipes, else recipe. So let's see. It's finding the perfect recipes. There we go. Something like this. Below it is where we are going to be rendering it. So right here below this div, I'm going to be having another div. And inside this is where we will be rendering it, right? And below this div, we can have a button, probably something like to get more recipes, right? So it will be simple enough. I'll just have a div right here with this button, and on click we will just call this fetch suggestions function again with new form data. We didn't outline some class name right here, and it will disable when it will be loading, right? If it's loading, then I'm going to show loader to icon, else I'll say get new suggestion. So let's see. Yes, something like this. This looks good. Now finally, let's go on and render everything over here. So simple enough, I'm going to just make use of our recipes array that we have gotten from over here. And I'll say recipes.map, recipe and index. And we are going to render our recipe card right here with key index, recipe. And we are going to be creating a new variant called pantry. Obviously, it does not exist yet. So yeah, we won't see anything over here. So if we go inside of it, first of all, let's create a condition over here for formatting the pantry data, right? So I'm going to say if recipe has dot match percentage, that means it was generated by AI, right? So I'm going to just create it something like this, because here we will have more information. So if I show you in my deployed app, see something like this, title, description, how much time it takes, servings, and all of those extra details, right? So for that, we have to format the data as well. So title, description, category, cuisine, prep time, cook time, servings, match percentage, if there's any missing ingredients, if there's any image, href, where this will take us, it will take us to /recipe page, right? Where we can know how we can cook that particular recipe. And if we want to show an image over here or not. So if the image URL is present, then we can show it. Okay, nice. So it's formatted. Now, after this grid variant, we can add another variant over here. So I'll say if variant equals pantry, right? And inside of it, let's add a card component. So let's go to Shadcn UI. I'm going to go to this card component right here. And let's take this card component from over here. And we'll keep the things that we're going to be needing. Let's just import all of them for now. So card description, card action. I don't think we will be needing the action over here. We're going to need the card content and card footer. Let's import it. And let's see, we should see empty cards for now. Wait, I need to return this as well. Yep, something like this. And let's see. Yep, we can see all of these empty cards for 5 recipes that we'll be adding right here. Okay, first of all, in the header right here, I'm going to be having a div with display flex, justify between and items to be start. Then I'm going to have another div inside of it with flex one, so it takes most of the space. And then we can render the cuisine type and the category, right? So I'm going to have a div right here, display flex, flex wrap, gap 2, and margin bottom to be 3. So this simply will have a badge from ./UI/badge, variant outline, and text orange 600. And just like we've done before, right? We're going to render data.cuisine over here and data.category right here. Okay, let's have a look. Yep, we can see American and breakfast, something like this. Okay, now below this div over here, I'm going to say if data.match percentage has anything, we can show how much confidence the AI has. So inside this div, I'm going to have a badge component. And I'm going to say if data.match percentage is more than 90, then it will be green. If it's more than equals 75, then orange. Otherwise, it's not that much confident, right? So I'm going to say background stone, like brownish color. Text white, text large, some vertical and horizontal match padding. And we're going to show the match percentage over here along with the match. So see, something like this. Okay, now over here for the card title and description, I'll check if, okay, so first of all, we're going to render that card title with data.title. And for description, I'm going to say if data.description is there provided by AI, then we're going to render it. And class name will be text to Excel for this, some font serif, font bold, text tone to be 900. Similar to this as well, but leading relax, so there's some gap between these characters. So yeah, something like this looks good. Now inside of the card content that is right here, I'm going to have a class name space y4, flex to be 1. And here we can render the how much time it will take and how many servings and stuff, right? So here inside of a curly brace, I'll say if data.prep time or data.cook time or data.servings are there, Then let's just take them in a bracket and I'll say, and I'm gonna render a div over here. Okay, this div will have class name, display flex, gap to be 4, text small, and text tone to be 500. Inside of this div, let's render the prep time first. So I'll say if prep time or cook time is there, then I'll add a clock icon and I'll add both of them so that we can show the total time it will take to cook this particular recipe. And then below it, I'm gonna show data.servings, right? I'll have a users icon right here and I'll say data.servings to be servings. Okay. Now below it, we can also show missing ingredients, right? Because sometimes, let's say if you just have an apple or milk in your pantry, right? It's not possible to make a lot of recipes with just that. So we can show some missing ingredients over here as well if there are some recipes which require it. So that will also be provided by AI. So here I'm going to say data.missing ingredients and missing ingredients.length is more than 0. Then I'm going to be rendering a div just like this. Here, this div will have class name of padding 4, background orange 50, some border and border orange to be 100. Inside of it, we can just render what they'll need. So I'll say you will need with text small, font semi-bold, text orange and some margin bottom of 2. And we can render them right here. So I'm going to have a div with data.missingingredients.map for each and every ingredient and index. I'm going to be rendering a badge right here with key index, variant outline, and some class name text orange 700, border orange 2, and background white, right? And we can render the ingredient. Let's have a look if we have something right here. Let's see. Yes, this is fine. This looks good. In card footer, what we can do, we can say a link tag which will take us to the recipe page. So I'm going to have a button right here with chef hat icon, and I'm going to say view full recipe. So now, all right, there we go. We can see this view full recipe button right here. We've also added the extra ingredients that we will be needing, right? Something like this. So yeah, super cool. Now finally, let's go on and create our recipe page. Like for example, let's check the whole flow. If I go back to the explore page, something like this. Let's say if you want to create breakfast, it will show me breakfast recipe, and let's choose bread omelette right here, right? It will take me to /recipe page. See, something like this, and cook bread omelette. Now, how do we approach this page right here? Let's see. If I go back to over here in my deployed app, if I go to the same page right here, right, in breakfast, bread omelette, notice it shows me preparing your recipe. Our AI chef is crafting it, and it will show the whole loading indicator. And if this recipe already exists inside of our database, it will just fetch it. Otherwise, it will use AI to generate that recipe. Okay. And there we go. New recipe generated and saved to our DB as well. All right. So this is how it will look like. It will basically have this cover, some details about the dish. If we want to save it to our collection, if we want to download it as a PDF, all of the ingredients on the left side and all of the step-by-step instructions on the right side, right? This is super cool and so much in-depth information right here, right? Along with the nutrition per serving, etc. Okay. Now this thing, we will keep it as a pro for only the pro users, and probably we can also keep it as pro, right? Okay. So let's go back and start building our /recipe page. So right here, I'm going to be creating a new folder for recipe. And inside of this, I'm going to create a new file, page.jsx, RAFCE. Let's call it recipe content. Okay. Now in this page, we need to extract this search param first, right? Bread omelette or whatever the name of the recipe is. Let me first make this a client component. Use client. And then right here, I'm going to be taking use search params right here from next/navigation. To get it, we're going to say search params.get and the name of the search param, that is cook in this case. Okay, let me just render it right here. And for this div, I'm going to give some class name, usual, min height to be screen, background stone 50, some padding top, padding bottom, and padding horizontal. And you know what, let me just call it recipe page right here. Inside of this, I'm going to be having another div, which will say container, mx auto, max width to be 4XL, and text center, padding Y to be 20. Now this one will be for the recipe page. I'll just say export default recipe page, just like this. And above it, we will be keeping the recipe content. So this one will primarily serve the loading purposes. So here, I'll say function recipe content, and inside of it, actually, I'm gonna move both of these things. And this one will primarily be for showing the loading, right? So how will we do it? We will be using the suspense tag over here. So suspense, and inside of it, we will render the recipe content, and we will take this div from over here, and I'll say fallback, and we can show loading over here. Instead of loading, we will show this div over here. Instead of recipe name, I'm just going to show loader over here, just like we have done. So loader 2 and loading recipe, something like this, right? Let's import suspense from React as well. We can't see anything right now because we are not returning anything inside of recipe content. If there's anything happening inside of recipe content, it will show up. Like if there's loading going on, then it will show it right here. So let's do the same thing over here as well. I'll say return. Inside of it, I'll just render this div and close this div over here. Min height, background 150, some padding top 24. Yeah, this is correct. Let's remove this horizontal padding. Over here, we can remove these. So yeah, this looks good. Let me just render this recipe name inside of it. Let's see how this looks. See, we can see bread omelette right here. Awesome. So let's first of all go on and create server actions for this page. So here in my recipe actions.js that we have already created. So I'll just minimize this server action that we already created. Now right here, what are all the server action that we're going to be needing? So if you notice our deployed app, we have this image right here coming from Unsplash API, right? So here I'm going to say fetch recipe image. Okay, that's one. And this function will actually be used right here inside the get or generate recipe server action, right? This will either get the recipe if it already exists inside of database or generate it using Gemini. Now, apart from that, we have save to collection button as well. So I'm going to say save recipe to collection. And apart from that, we also have remove recipes from collection server action. So these four are the major server action that we'll be creating right here. Okay. Now, let's first understand this get or generate recipe server action. Let's write the different steps. So first of all, I'll take the try catch block right here. And obviously, we will be checking if user is logged in or not. So again, const user equals await check user. We've already imported it. If user is not present, then throw error, user not authenticated. In the form data, we will just provide it with the recipe name from our search params that we just extracted, right? So form data.get recipe name. If recipe name is not present, then it is required, right? We're going to throw the error. And also, by the way, we are going to writing a function for normalizing this title. So let's say if we get apple cake, we are going to convert it to apple cake so that format remains the same whenever we try to query our DB. So we'll create this normalized title, which is quite a very simple function. So all we'll do over here is this. We're going to take the title. I'm going to say trim. First of all, remove all of the spaces. We're going to split it from the spaces. We're going to take each and every word and convert the first letter into uppercase, right? And I'm going to join all of them. That's all. Simple as that, right? That's what we're going to do right here. After this, there are going to be multiple steps. Let me just write them out real quick over here. First of all, I'm going to check if recipe already exists inside of DB, right? Case insensitive search, as we already seen, we have converted it. Step 2, I'm going to say if recipe does not exist, generate with Gemini. Then after that, either of these will give us the recipe, right? And step 3, fetch image from Unsplash. And then step 4, save the generated recipe to the database. That's all, right? And this is going to be a really long server action. Now, I have prepared some dummy data to show you how the data will be prepared for this. So if I go back to my Git repository, inside of lib folder over here, we have dummy.js file. Let me just copy this up and let's create this file inside of lib and I'll show you how the data will look like. So here I'll say new file, dummy.js, paste it right here. So notice, this is what we will get the response from that get or generate server action, right? First of all, obviously success true. And then inside recipe object, we'll get ID, document ID, title description for the recipe. Like in this case, we are taking butter chicken as an example. Cuisine, what's the type of cuisine, the category, right? Image URL, if there's any image. I mean, there will be when we will be storing it inside of DB. Otherwise, we'll be getting it from Unsplash. And I'll show you how to configure Unsplash API as well in just a moment. Then we will have all of the ingredients array, right? Something like this with item, amount, and category. Let me minimize it. Then we will have all of the instructions with step, title, instruction, and tip. Okay. Then prep time, cook time, servings, all of these other information. What's that nutrition, the tips, if there's any, and the substitution for that particular ingredient, right? The original and the alternatives. Let me minimize this as well. So yeah, that is how simple it is. And after this, we're going to have recipe ID is saved from database, recommendations used, recommendation limit, all of these informations right here. All right. So what we can do for now, I can just copy it up. And over here, before building this whole function, because after we have built it, we are going to be, creating our UI, and then it's going to make AI call again and again. So we can just simply return this DB recipe response from over here for now, right? We will come back to this very soon and we will create the whole thing. In the catch, let me just say console error in generating recipe, failed to load recipe. Okay. Apart from this server action, let's just actually create all of these as well. This one I'll create it at last. So save recipe to collection. I'll have a try catch block right here. In the form data, again, I will provide it with the recipe ID. So simply, I'm just going to say const user, await check user not authenticated. If user is not present, again, same checking for the recipe ID if it's present or not. And first of all, let me check if user has already saved this recipe. So I'm saying if already saved, /API/saved recipes table. I'm going to filter it out with respect to that particular user ID. So equals to user.id. And I'm going to filter with respect to that particular recipe ID as well, right? So it will be equal to recipe ID. If it's already saved from before, so I'm going to check if existing response.ok, then I'm going to convert it to JSON, and I'm going to check if it already presents data.length is more than 0, then success true, already saved to true, and message that recipe was already saved. After this, if that is not the case, we are going to save it, right? Then I'm going to say await fetch /API/saved recipes, and this will be method post. Again, similar headers, and inside of the body, simply we're just going to provide the data of user, recipe, and when it was saved. Again, if this throws any error, I'm going to check if saved response is not okay, fail to save recipe, fail to save recipe to collection. And finally, after this, we will return success to be true after converting it to JSON. Already saved, the saved recipe, and the message, right? Inside of the catch right here, simply throw the error, right? Error saving recipe to collection. Okay, nice. Let's go on and create this remove recipe from collection server action as well. And it's going to be very similar to the previous one. So let's have the try catch block right here. Again, first of all, check for user and recipe ID if it's present or not. So after this, I'm going to check if it's in our database, the recipe that we have generated. So /save recipe again for that user and for that particular recipe. We will get the response if we have already saved this, if it fails. And I'm going to give the error if it's not already saved inside of our collection, recipe was not in your collection. After this, I'm going to say saved recipe ID, search data, and I'm going to take it, the 0th index and the ID for that particular saved recipe, and I'm going to say method delete for that saved recipe with bearer token. If everything is fine, if everything is not fine, I'm going to say fail to remove recipe from collection and return if everything is fine, success to be true, and message removed recipe from your collection. And in the catch block, I'll just say console error removing recipe from collection, right? Simple enough. We have created both of these server actions right here, right? Cool. And again, as I mentioned, these two are pending. We will create it after we have created some level of UI over here, right? So right here, let's fetch all of these. First of all, I will get the get or generate recipe, right? So inside of my use fetch hook, and I'm going to import get or generate recipe right here, something like this. And we will get this fetch recipe function by renaming it dfn, right? And I'm going to rename data to recipe data, loading to loading recipe. After this, for our save and remove as well. So save recipe to collection that we created. Again, we're going to rename these variables, and for remove recipe from collection as well. Okay. Now, as soon as the component is mounted, we can call this fetch recipe function over here, right? So I'm going to say inside of a use effect, it's imported. If recipe name is present from search params, and we're going to take a state over here called recipe. Actually, I'll take 3 states over here. One for recipe, another for storing the recipe ID, and third one if it's saved or not state, right? Okay, so I'm going to check inside of this state right here, is this going to be null by default. So if it is empty, then I'm going to populate it. So data equals new form data, recipe name, I'm going to put it inside of it and call this fetch recipe function using this form data, right? So it will give us our recipe. Okay, so now we should see if I just take it and console log the recipe data right here. There we go. We can see our dummy data that we are supplying from the backend, right? So we will use this dummy data to render and create, recipe page right here. Okay. Now, as soon as we get this recipe data over here, what we are going to be doing, we are going to be creating a use effect over here. I'm going to say recipe data dot success, and this will give some sort of error. Just ignore it for this entire file. Yes. Set recipe to recipe data dot recipe. For recipe ID, I'm going to define it by recipe ID that we are getting from, again, from this same data. Set is saved if it is saved or not, right? If it is coming from database, so if you notice, we are also sending this from database key. If it's already saved inside of like if it's coming from a database or it is AI generated, right? If it is coming from database, I'm going to just trigger a toast recipe loaded from database. Otherwise, new recipe generated and saved. This will only run when recipe data changes. Okay. Now, before we go on and render all of this recipe data inside of our UI, let's handle some edge cases right here. So before this return statement, I'm going to say, like, one of the edge case could be if no recipe name is provided in the URL. Then I'll just take this div and paste it over here. Inside of this div, I'll first of all show an alert circle icon, something like this. Let me just make it, I'll just make it true after I've built it. So we're going to show an alert icon. Then I'm going to say no recipe specified. Please select a recipe from dashboard, and inside of a link tag next slash link and a button from Shadcn UI, I'm going to say go to dashboard, and we will send it to slash dashboard. Let's make it true actually and see how this looks. Oh, by the way, we have to return over here as well. Yep. See, something like this. Let's give it some background probably. So it's already given actually. We can probably say text center. So it's in the center and some vertical padding of 20. So yes, something like this. It looks good. Let's convert it back to no recipe name. So if no recipe name is provided, we're gonna render this. Okay. There's another state for loading, right? And this is very important. We're gonna show a beautiful loader over here. So below it, so if loading recipe equals null, that is the data has not come yet, or if it's true, right? Then inside of it, I mean, it should not be false in any case. So again, I'm just going to copy this div over here, and inside of it, we are going to be showing our loader. So we are going to be using clock loader. Let me just provide this with this text center as well. So where is it? It's text center and vertical padding right here. And here inside of this div, I'm going to be displaying this clock loader from React Spinners library that we have created. Class name MX Auto 2b6 and some color to this. And in H2, I'm going to say preparing your recipe. So let's see if I just make this true by default, and I'm going to say return over here. See, it shows something like this. It looks cool. Below this H2, we can show a paragraph tag which will say our AI chef is crafting detailed instructions for, and then we will put the recipe name in this text or in 600. So it will look something like this. Now below this thing right here, we are going to be showing a fake loading indicator, a slow loading indicator, right? And I want you guys to complete this, right? So it will look something like this. If I just refresh this page, I want you guys to use CSS and CSS animations to build something like this. If you are confused, you can obviously go to my Git repository and check the solution for it. I have also added some classes inside of this globals.css. But again, try to implement this first yourself and then check it out. All right. So, all right, cool. So now that's done. I'm going to again replace this true with the original conditions. Okay, nice. Now there can be a case where recipe does not load, right? That is the error state. So let's create the error state over here as well. Error state, something like this. If loading recipe is equals to false and recipe is still not present. Let me just take both of these divs from over here. These will be common in all of these. Let me add a closing div over here. Okay, inside of it is going to be very similar to this no recipe name. So I'll just simply say an alert circle icon failed to load recipe. Something went wrong while loading the recipe. Below it, we can just simply show go back or retry. So I'm going to say a button on click router.go back. Let me just take the router over here first of all. So I'm going to say router equals use router from next slash navigation. This will enable us to go back to the dashboard page variant outline. And I'm going to say arrow left right here, go back. And second button will be for reload. So this will simply reload the window. And let me just say return over here. Okay, let's see. Let me first make this true, this condition as true, and we will see then. Let me make this loading false actually first. It will interfere it. Yeah, we can see failed to load recipe. Something went wrong while loading the recipe. We can go back or we can retry. Okay, let's revert it. All right, now finally, let's go on and create our main recipe view. So first of all, inside of over here, instead of this, I'm going to be creating the header, right? So I'll say dev. Let's give it the class name of margin bottom to be 8. And inside of this, I'll take a link which will take us back to the dashboard, right? So I'll say link tag with href equals dashboard, arrow left and back to dashboard. And again, similar styles just like we've done earlier. Something like this, right? Okay. Now below it, we will create the title section. That is this whole title section on the top, right? So below this link, I'm going to be taking a div over here with background white, some padding of 8, bigger screens padding to be 10, border to border stone to be 200, and margin bottom to be 6. And inside of it, first of all, if we have any image URL, we are going to be rendering that over here. So I'll say recipe.image URL is there. Then inside of the div, I'm going to render an image tag from next/image. And I'm going to provide the source to the image and alt tag as well. I'll say fill, class name, object cover, sizes, and we're going to provide different sizes in a responsive way. If the screen size is more than this, then this. Otherwise, if it's more than this, 80 viewport height, etc. Right? Let's see. There we go. Nice. Our image is looking good. Below this image, let's render the recipe, cuisine, and category, just like we did in Pantry Page, right? When we were rendering, I think it was Pantry Page or yeah, Pantry/recipes. We rendered the cuisine from add components. We're going to take the badge, and also we're going to render the category, right? Both of them will be variant outline, something like this. Okay, after this div, I'm going to be rendering the title of our recipe. In the H1, I'll say text 4XL. In the bigger screens, 5XL. Font bold, text, stone color 900, margin bottom 400, and some tracking tight so that letters are closer to each other. Something like this. Below this, we can display the description over here as well. So in a paragraph tag, I'm going to say recipe.description. See, something like this. It looks awesome. We can also display some meta information over here, like how much time it will take, servings, how many calories, etc. Right? So below it, I'll be taking a div right here. Display flex, flex wrap, some gap to be 6, text tone 600, and margin bottom to be 6. And here, inside of the first div, I'm going to be taking simple a clock icon, and I'm going to add prep time and cook time over here, and I'm going to show these many minutes total. Okay, now below this, in the next div, I'm going to be showing the servings. So I'm going to take this users icon over here, and I'll show recipe.servings, these many servings, right? So it will display, yes, 4 servings. And notice we are just using this dummy data that we have taken right here, and we will be replacing it very soon with our actual API. Below this, we are going to be creating the nutrition information. So recipe.nutrition.calories is present. Then I'm going to be adding a flame icon over here, and recipe nutrition calories, and these many calories per servings. We can enter this information. So see, something like this. Okay, it shows calorie twice. I guess in our dummy data, I have written this incorrectly because in the real data, we won't be getting it twice. So here, just remove this calories. Yep, something like this. Now below it, we want the action buttons, right? Like save to collection and download PDF. So below this div right here, I'm going to be rendering another div with display flex, flex wrap, and gap to be 3 between them. And inside of it, first of all, I'll take the button for adding the save functionality. So let me show you how this will work. So basically, here's our button. I'm going to say on click, handle toggle save, which is like it does not exist yet. I'll create it very soon. And this will be responsible for both saving and removing the recipe from our database. Class name, if it's saved, then I'm going to show it as green color. Otherwise, orange color, right? If saving is going on or removing is going on, I'm going to show the loader. If it's already saved, then I'm going to show save to collection. Else, we can say save to collection, right? So let's import both of these icons, and let me create this handle toggle save function, which is going to be very straightforward since we are just going to be calling this save to collection and remove from collection right here. So over here, the const handle toggle save. Inside this, I'm first going to check if recipe ID is not present, then simply return. Otherwise, I'll check with respect to if it's saved or not. So if it is already saved, then await remove from collection. By the way, we have also created the form data before it. Remove from collection if it's saved. Otherwise, save to collection, right? Simply using both of these functions right here. And also, with respect to that, we are going to be triggering the use effect as well. First of all, when it is saved, so I will add this use effect. So if save data.success is true, that is whenever the saved data will be changed, I'm going to check. If it is already saved, then recipe is already in your collection. Otherwise, I'll say recipe saved to your collection. Similarly, we're going to be adding a use state for remove success as well. So I'm going to say if remove data.success is true, then recipe removed from your collection and set is saved is going to be false then. Okay, nice. Let's see how it looks. So right here we have saved to collection. Now obviously we have dummy data right here to make sure we will check it out after we have added the actual data. Otherwise this fake butter chicken data will replace this bread omelette right here, right? So we'll test it out later on. But after this button, we will have the functionality of PDF downloading, right? So PDF download button. And again, we will come back to this very soon. I'm just going to add a comment over here for now. So now after these three divs, let's start working on our main content, that is after header, right? So I'll have a div right here with grid. In the bigger screens, grid columns will be 3 and gap to be 6. So why I'm taking 3 over here? Because notice this is one column and it is taking 2 columns right here, right? So 3 columns over here. So the first column will be for ingredient, second one will be step-by-step instructions. Okay, let me just add comment here for both. Yep, left column and right column for this. So first of all, over here for left column, I'm going to be taking a div, and inside of it, this will be first of all, span 1, because we just want to provide it one section of the grid, and this one will be column span 2, right? Since it's taking 2 sections. Okay, inside of this one, first of all, let's just render all of the ingredients over here. This will have ingredients and nutrition. So background white, some padding of 6, border 2, border stone 200. In the larger screen, sticky, so that when we scroll on it, it will remains over there. And top to be 24. And inside of it, I'm going to say H2 with chef hat icon and ingredients. Right, so text to Excel, font bold, text tone 900, some margin bottom of 4, display flex, item center, and gap to be 2. So let's see. Yep, just like that. Okay, nice. Now below this, we are going to group all of the items by category. So how will we do it? Let me show you. So I'll take curly braces on over here. Notice object dot entries, and I'll take recipe dot ingredients, and I'm going to use a reduce function over here. I'll take the accumulator, which will have empty as the default value, and each and every category, or sorry, ingredient. So I'll say const category equals ingredient.category if it has any category. Otherwise, I'm going to say other. And if that category is already present inside of our accumulator, which is currently empty, that if it is not present, then we will add it accumulator of category by doing accumulator category dot push and that particular ingredient, right? So this way it will basically, what it will do is it will categorize it in this manner, like grain, vegetable, spice, right? Something like this. And now after this is done, we can just simply map through it. I'll take each and every category and item. Let me just close this bracket right here. We are not going to be needing this. And inside of this, I'll take each and every div right here. I'll take the key and the class name, margin bottom be 6. And last one will not have any margin bottom. All right, so I'm going to render the category first for that. Text small, font bold, text tone 500, uppercase, tracking wider, and margin bottom to be 3. And below the categories, we are going to be rendering, below the category, we're going to be rendering the list. So I'll take the unordered list over here, and I'll take the items, and I'm going to map through it. For each and every list item, I'm going to say ingredient item, name, and the amount that we have to take. So let's see something like this: protein, dairy, butter, vegetable, spice, right? Different types of categories and the other as well. Okay, looks good. Below it, we can show the nutrition info. So if you see, and by the way, this nutrition info is a part of our pro plan. I'm going to be writing it over here in the div, but what you have to do, you have to check if user is pro, only then you are going to render this over here. Otherwise, you're going to display a message, upgrade to pro to see nutrition information, something like that. So below this, so over here, I'm going to say recipe dot nutrition is there. Then inside of it, I'm going to be rendering a div. And inside of that div, I'm going to render the nutrition. So nutrition per serving, font bold, text tone 900, margin bottom of 3, uppercase, tracking wide, and text small. Let's see in our app. Yes, something like this. We have taken border top to be 2, so it's some gap between both of them. Now below this H3. It's going to be very simple. So let me just bring it in real quick. We are just going to be rendering all of this information, right? There's nothing special over here. So see, this is all what I'm doing over here. I'm taking a display grid columns 2 and cap to be 3. In each and every grid, I'm saying recipe, nutrition, calories, and these many calories. In the second one, I'm rendering the protein. Third one, I'm rendering the carbs. In fourth, I'm rendering the fat, right? So all of the 4 types of nutrition that we have taken over here. So let's see, something like this. It looks beautiful, right? And with this, we have created our left section. And again, you are not supposed to display this information over here. This should be a pro feature. All right, and with this, this ingredient section is done. Let's go on and start with our right section, that is for instructions and tips. So inside this div, let's render the instructions first. So I'll take a div over here, background white, padding to be 8, border to be 2, border stone 200. And inside this div, I'll take the heading, step-by-step instructions. And below it, I'm going to take a div right here where I'll be rendering all of the instructions. The recipe.instructions.map, and inside of it, I'll take a div right here, something like this, with key step.step, and class name is going to be relative, padding left to be 12, padding bottom of 8. And if index is not equal to recipe.ingredients.length, that is, if it's not the last step, then I'm going to say border left of 2, border orange 300, and margin left to be 5. Otherwise, we're going to say margin left to be 5. See, something like this. It will show a line right here. Then we need to show the boxes and stuff over here as well. That's why we've taken relative so that we can align those boxes in absolute way. So let me show you. I'm going to take step number for that. So it will be position absolute, minus left minus 5, top to be 0, width to be 10, height to be 10, some background orange to be 600, and this will be in a square format, right? Text white, display flex, item center, justify center, so that everything is inside is in the very middle. Font bold, border to border orange 700, and we'll render this step.step inside of it, something like this. See, now we can create some gap between them by rendering the content right here. So below this, I'll take a div over here, and inside of this div, first of all, let's render the title and the instruction. So step.title, step.instruction, which will look something like this. Cool. And if there's any tip for that particular step, like if I show you, inside of over here in our object, we have instructions, right? So for each and every instruction, we have title, we have instruction, and we have tip as well, right? So I'm going to say step.tip is there. Then we're going to display this light bulb icon, and we're going to structure this div in background orange 50, border orange 600, width and height to be 4, margin top 0.5, shrink 0, that is flex shrink 0, fill orange to be 600. And we're going to simply render the step.tip over here by saying pro tip in bold. See, something like this. Pro tip for all of these instructions right here. Great. Now after this, we can give some completion message. So let's see. Below this right here, this div, I'm going to have another div for completion message. Here I'm going to be taking margin top to be 8, padding to be 6, some gradient from top left to bottom right, green 50 to emerald 50, border to border green to be 200. Okay, all of this stuff is just very simple. We're just simply rendering all of the data from the API, right? So I'm just going to bringing them in real quick. So inside of this div, I'll have check circle icon with shrink of 0, some width and height, and I'll say you're all done. Place your masterpiece and enjoy your delicious, whatever the recipe title is. And we're gonna import this check circle 2 icon over here. See, something like this, you're all done. Okay, now after this, we are going to be rendering more stuff like this chefs, tips and tricks. Again, this will also be a pro feature, and ingredient substitutions. This will also be a pro feature. So all of this is just simply rendering of the data, right? So I want you guys to create this because I've told you quite a lot on how you can build this app, right? So I want this simple information to be rendered by you. So let me tell you where it is inside of the API. If not, you can just obviously always look at my Git repo and take help. So here in general tips, if you go to recipe, we have this tips section right here, right? So you're going to be rendering this over here. And for ingredient substitutions, we have this substitutions object where for each and every one of them, you will get the name, which we will render over here. Instead of this, these things can be rendered over here. Okay, nice, right? So again, quickly go on and complete it and I'll wait. And also, as I was saying, make sure that this is locked if user is not pro. You do not want to show this over here, right? Cool. All right. I hope you were able to do it. Now, final homework for you. of this project, and this is a very important assignment for you guys, is that you have to search at react-pdf/renderer, right? And this is a React PDF library which helps us generate PDFs from React components, something like this, right? It's very simple. You just have to use a document tag and render everything inside of it. So what I want you to do, I want you to go through this library right here, and I want you to implement this feature. When you click on download PDF, it will generate a PDF for you just like this. See, it has generated me this complete PDF right here. Awesome, right? So do it and let me know in the comments down below if you're able to do it or not. If you're not able to do it, just simply go to this recipe/page.jsx and see how I've done it. Right here, I've created this PDF download link component, and this component, you can find it, this recipe pdf.jsx, right? See, I have followed the exact way that was mentioned in the library. It's a very simple component, just 80 lines of code, right? So just do it and let me know in the comments down below if you are able to do it or not. Okay, now finally, let's make this page dynamic by creating the server action for it, the actual server action. So I'm gonna go back to our recipe actions.js, and this is where we will be creating this get or generate recipe. We are not going to be needing this dummy recipe response anymore. So let me just remove it from over here. So first thing first, we want to create this fetch recipe image as well, right? And for that, we are going to be needing the Unsplash API key. So what I'll do, I'll just open Unsplash, search Unsplash API. Here we go. Click on your app. Make sure that you're logged in right here. We are in, and you can see I've created multiple different apps right here, right? Let's create a new application, and it will ask you these terms and stuff. So okay, let's take it, and I'll accept the terms. Let's say call it served YT. Create application. Okay, description. We don't have any description. Let's create the application. All right, there we go. And what we need is this access key right here. Just copy it up, and here in .env, I'll paste it and assign it to Unsplash access key, just like this. Use this, and here we can take cons access key. Okay, cool. We will use this wherever necessary. So first of all, inside this fetch recipe image server action, I'll have a try catch block right here. I'm going to check if Unsplash access key is not present, then I'm gonna send console.warning and return null or empty. And after this, I'm going to get the search query, which is going to be our recipe name right here, and then we will trigger it, right? So how do you trigger it? Let me show you. So you have to do something like this: api.unsplash.com/search/photos, and then we will add the query over here for that particular recipe that we're trying to search, right? So I'll say search query over here. Per page, we just want one, and orientation is going to be landscape. In header, we are going to be providing the Unsplash access key. So authorization client-id Unsplash access key. Right, so this should give us something in the response. So I'm going to check. If response is not okay, then Unsplash API error, we're going to return empty string. Otherwise, we're going to parse it, so response.json, and store it inside the data right here. And then finally, in the end, I'm going to say if data.results has anything and data.result.length is more than 0, then we're going to take the photo. So const photo equals data.results and 0th index. And then we'll return photo.urls.regular. It will give you multiple different size. We just want the regular size. Otherwise, we can just say console log no Unsplash image found. This is optional actually. And we'll return empty string. In the catch, I'm going to throw the error fetching Unsplash image and return empty string. Okay, cool. Now, coming back to our main function over here, we already have the title right here. Let's first search inside of our DB if it is present. So I'll make the call to Strapi. So I'll say Strapi URL/API/recipes, and I'll filter it out using the title, right? So title should be equal to this normalized title that we have, and we want to populate everything inside of it, right? We want the complete information for that particular recipe. I'll provide the header and cache no store. Okay. After this, if search.response is okay, then inside of it, I'll take out the JSON. So await search response.json. Then I'll check if we got anything from this. That is, if we got anything inside of our DB. If search.data is there and search.data.length if more than 0, that is, we have got some recipe right here. I'm going to get the save information for this particular recipe. So I'll check if user has saved this recipe, right? So I'll make the call to the saved recipes table now, and I'll say filters for that particular user ID, it will be equal to user.id, and that particular recipe ID equal to searchdata.data.id. Again, same thing over here. And after this, I'll take a variable over here is saved, which will be false by default. And I'll say if saved recipe response dot okay, that is, we've got some response right here, then convert it to JSON, and we will assign it to is saved variable right here, saved data.data, and saved data.data.length is more than 0, that is, this will be true. So, and finally, at last, we will return success to be true, recipe to be this. Keep in mind, this is coming from our DB. Recipe ID is saved from database will be true, and message will be recipe loaded from DB. Nice. Now finally, if recipe does not exist, we will generate it with Gemini. So inside of this, first of all, we will take the model for our AI. So I'll say const model equals GenAI dot get generative model and Gemini 2.5 flash light. After this, I'm going to be writing the prompt right here, right? And again, this prompt is quite long. So let's take it from my Git repo. So right here in recipe actions.js, we have this prompt. Let me just copy it and then I'll explain you what this is doing from here up until right here. So you see, this is a big prompt, right? So I'll paste it right here and let me show you what it is all about. So basically what I'm saying, that you are a professional chef and recipe expert, generate a detailed recipe for this title right here. Okay. The title field must be exactly this, right? Because we don't want it to be changed because we want it to be stored inside of our DB as well, right? Then we're going to say return only a valid JSON object with its exact structure, which is going to be this that we already seen, title, description, category, cuisine. Now we are going to be mentioning over here what categories can be, what cuisine it can be, prep time, cook time, servings, ingredient, how ingredients will be, the area of object, instructions, again, area of object, nutrition, tips, substitution, right? All of these that we've already seen. Important rules that we are mentioning over here, like breakfast items can look something like this. They will come into breakfast. We're just giving it a few examples so that you understand what it needs to do for cuisine as well, right? And some guidelines in the end. Cool. So yeah, this is how we will instruct our AI. Then after this, finally, in the end, we will parse whatever response that we will get from it. So I'll say result equals await model or generate content, and then we will get the response, convert it into text, just like before. And also one more thing, we are going to parse the JSON response. So we've already written this code earlier, right? Let recipe data instead of try catch block. I don't need to explain this again, right? We've already seen how this works. Okay. Now let's force the title to be the normalized version, whatever the Gemini, provided us. I'm going to say recipe.title equals normalized title. That is whatever that we had earlier. After this, let's take both the category and cuisine. So I'll take the category, recipe.category to lowercase, and cuisine. If you want, you can probably add some checks over here if it belongs to that list or not. Let's also get image from Unsplash. So we have created a server action for it, right? Await fetch recipe image, normalized title, and we'll store it inside this image URL variable right here. Now finally, let's store it inside of our database. So first of all, I will prepare the data for this, the recipe data. So it will look something like this. It will be an object. I'm going to say inside of data, title, description, cuisine category, ingredients array, instructions array, prep time, cook time, servings, nutrition, tip, substitution, all of these things that we want, right? And also author, don't forget this at the end, right? After this, I'm going to create the recipe inside of our database. So create recipe response equals await fetch Strapi URL /API/recipes table method post this header just like before, and we will provide JSON.stringify this Strapi recipe data right here. Now finally, after we have gotten the response from it, we will check if this response is okay. If created recipe response.okay is not true, then I'm going to say failed to save recipe. Otherwise, we will just convert it into JSON, create recipe response.json, and in the end, finally, we are going to return it to our front end. So I'll say return success true, recipe with all the title, category, cuisine, image URL, recipe ID is saved from database would be false since this is AI generated. Recommendations limit if it's pro, unlimited, else 5. So this is something that you can use to generate, like display those pro features over there, right? And also message recipe generated and saved successfully. Great. And yeah, with that, this function is done. Why don't we go on and test it out now? Now this should be working, right? Let's go over here. I'm going to click on retry. It it is preparing our recipe. AI chef is crafting detailed instructions, and moment of truth, we will also keep our database open. Okay, we get an error. Is pro is not defined. Okay, I think it must be in our recipe. Yes, is pro. So let's define it here on the top. So right over here somewhere, I'm going to say user dot subscription tier is equals to pro. Then it will be true in is pro. Let's retry again. Yeah, let me just open meanwhile our recipe table right here, and it is loading. And there we go. We have gotten our bread omelette recipe right here. Okay, everything is working flawlessly. This is something I guess that is breaking a little bit. You can just remove this approximately text right here if you want. But this is super cool, right? This is working amazing. Let's click on save to collection. It is saving. And there we go. Recipe saved to your collection. Amazing. Let's check our database. So yep, we can see a recipe stored inside of our database for bread omelette. If I go to saved recipe, we should see the same one right here as well. Amazing, right? So this is a very big part of our app that we have just now completed. Now we can add the feature of searching a particular recipe, right? By creating this how to cook modal right here. We can search recipe over here. It will take us to this particular page to search it, right? And also one more thing, we can create my recipes page over here. We can see the saved recipes. Cool. So let's start. So basically when you click on this how to cook button right here, it will ask you what would you like to cook? Let's say Rajma Chawal. नहीं ये नहीं बोलना है, ये नहीं बोलना है. Let's say, I don't know, butter chicken only. And then we can click on get recipe. And you can see our AI chef is crafting details for butter chicken. And again, after this, the flow is absolutely the same, right? So you get the idea, right? Let's go on and start building it. We're going to display the button right here. So I'm going to be creating a component for it. Here in our components folder, I'm going to say new file, how to cook modal.jsx how to cook modal, and we will import this in our header. So go to header.jsx, and we have left the space for it. Yes, right here, how to cook modal. So I'll paste it over here and import it. Okay, nice. So since this is a modal, we're going to be needing the dialog component for it, right? So let's go to Shadcn UI, and I'll go to the dialog component just like this. So let's take the whole thing up, and I'm going to paste it right here. Let's import everything one by one. Dialog trigger, dialog content, header, title, and description. Okay, let's see if we can see this right here in our app. Yes, we can see. If we click on it, yeah, this will open the modal. Nice. Now inside of this dialog trigger right here, I'm going to say as child, and I'm going to provide button right here, chef hat icon, and how to cook. So it looks something like this. Yes, we can click on it. Nice. Let's take some states right here, and also let's make this component a client component. So I'll say use client right here. I'm going to take three things. First, for the router from use router hook, so that we can route it to the separate page. And make sure to import from next/navigation. Then I'll take the recipe name that we will store. We'll get from the user, right? And is open to track if modal is open or not. So I'll provide all of them right here. Open is open on open change to be handle open change. Obviously this does not exist. So right here, this will be a very simple function. I'll just say set is open to be open, and we will also set recipe name to be empty when we are trying to close it, right? When it is false. Now here in the dialog content, I'm going to take the class name max width to be large, and let's provide these title and description right here. So inside of this header, I'm going to provide the title, chef hat, how to cook, and description, enter any recipe name, and our AI chef will guide you through cooking process. Okay, let's see. Make sure to import use state over here and use router as well. Okay, let's click on it. Click on over here, and yes, we can see how to cook just like this. Nice. Now below this header component, I'm going to be taking a form component where I'm going to be creating our input tag, class name margin top to be 4, space 5 to be 6. So I'll take a div right here, and inside of it, first of all, I'll take a label which will say what would you like to cook, and then after it we're going to take an input tag, type text, value recipe name, on change, set recipe name to be this, the state that we've taken. We're going to add some placeholder, and in class name I'm going to say width full, some vertical and horizontal padding, border stone 200, rounded XL, on focus outline will be none, right? So basic styles that we are going to be providing right here, and autofocus as soon as the component is opened. And we're gonna add a search icon right here from Lucid React, and we have put relative over here so that we can put absolute, and we can align it on right 4 and top half so it appears right here. Let me show you. So if you notice, we are providing padding right as well, so that we have some space for search on the right side. So it says handle submit is not defined. If it's because here in the form we have handle submit, right? So let me just create a empty function for now for handle submit over here. Let's save this, and now look, let's click on how to cook right here, and you can see we have the search bar and we have this search icon right here. Nice. Now below it we can show some example for the user that user can click and add it to the search. So right below this, I'm going to say a div background orange 50 rounded XL, some padding, border orange to be 100, and inside of this div I'm going to add an h4 which will say try these, and then a simple div right here which will have some example recipes. You can add it according to you, and we will map through these and just simply have a button right here. When we click on either of these, we will just set the recipe name to that particular example. This is optional. If you want, you can add it, otherwise you can skip this as well. And below this div we can just simply have a button which will trigger the submission, right? So we will have button right over here, type submit disabled if recipe name has not been entered, variant primary, class name to be flex1 with full and height to be 12. Inside this, we're going to have a chef hat icon and get recipe. So let's see if I click on it. Yes, something like this. If we click on either of these, it will change the input, or we can obviously enter custom input over here as well. Okay, let's write the submission logic. So here in the handle submit function, I'll first of all say e.prevent default so that it does not refreshes our page. If recipe name is not provided, then we're gonna say toast, please enter a recipe name. Otherwise, we are simply going to push it to our recipe page. So I'll say router.push /recipe and cook encode URI component and this thing right here, the name of the recipe. And then we will trigger the handle open change to be false so that we can close the modal. Let's see if it is working. If I click on over here, click on get recipe, there we go. It is preparing our recipe right here. Amazing. So we've successfully created our how to cook page, modal. Now, why don't we go on and create this my recipes, right? Let me just open this page up first and we will save this in my recipes. I'll click on save to collection and it has added it to our collection. Nice. Now let's go to my recipe page. Obviously this does not exist, so it will show us 404. Right then, let's go to our /recipes that we have created and let's create the page for it. So page.jsx rafce saved recipes page. Okay, and here as usual we are going to be providing our two wrapper divs just like we do in every other page. So close this one, something like this with min height and stuff and container margin horizontal auto, etc. Now we should see this page. Yep, something like this. Cool. Inside of it, first of all, let's create the header part. So I'll have a div display flex item center gap to be 1, margin bottom to be 8. And here I'm going to render a bookmark icon from Lucid React, class name, width and height to be 25, text orange 600. And below it, I'll render a div with h1, my saved recipes, and a paragraph tag, your personal collection of favorite recipes. Let's see. Yeah, something like this. This looks beautiful. Now, let's first of all go on and create the server action for fetching the saved recipes. Let me just say use client over here since it's a client component. So I'll go to actions, recipe actions.js, and right here, let me minimize all of these other functions. Okay, so right below it, I'm going to say get saved recipes. And again, this will be very similar to what we've already done right here in the try catch block. I'll first of all check if user is logged in or not. Then I'll fetch the saved recipes with populated recipe data. So I'll say /API/saved recipes. I'll filter it using user ID equals to user ID and populate the recipe with all of the recipe data, right? So I'll say asterisk over here. That means get all of the data and sort it with respect to descending order, right? When it was saved at. Again, providing the Strapi token right here. And if the response is not okay, we're going to throw the error. After this, simply we can extract the data. So we can say response.json and then extract recipes from saved recipe relation. So we're going to say data.data.map. And for each and every saved recipe, we're going to just get the recipe object. And we will filter it with respect to Boolean, that is remove all of the null recipes. And finally, we can return success to be true, the recipes array, and the count of the recipes. In the end, I can just throw the error right here. Console.error, error fetching saved recipes, and throw new error. Okay, let's go back to the page.jsx right here for saved recipes. Let's first of all fetch the data right here. So I'm going to say use fetch hook with get saved recipe server action that we just now created. And inside of the use effect, we're going to trigger this fetch saved recipes. We have renamed all of these variables. And then finally, we can extract all of the recipes from recipes data. Otherwise, I'll say empty array. Okay, now let's just add a loading state first. So below this div, I'll say if loading is going on, then simply I'm going to show the loader to React. And I'll say loading your saved recipes, right? After this, we can just render all of our saved recipes. And by the way, we have to create another view for saved recipe inside of our recipes card. So we'll do that right here. Let's first create the empty state. So I'll say if loading is not going on and recipe.length if equals to 0, then here I'm going to render a div right here, background white, rounded 3XL, some padding of 12, text center, border 2, border dash, and border stone to be 200. And inside this div, we will have a few things like first of all the icon or bookmark icon, and I'll say no saved recipes yet, and start exploring recipes and save your favorites to build personal cookbook. And below it, probably you can display a link which will take us to explore recipes page, probably something like this. Link which will take us to dashboard. We will have a button tag right here and a chef hat icon. Okay, I think this is fine. Let's just make it true and see how this looks. So I'll say true right here and I'll go back. There we go. We can see save like loading indicator as well. And we can see no saved recipes yet, the empty state, right? Okay, nice. Let's revert it. And between both of these, we are going to be rendering all of our recipes. So I'll say if loading is not going on and recipe.length is more than 0, then I'll render a div right here with grid, and in the bigger screens grid columns will be 2 and gap to be 6. And inside of it, I'm going to map through all of the recipes and render the recipe card right here. Okay, recipe.document ID, recipe, and variants are going to be list. So this is what we're going to be creating next. So currently it won't render anything, I'm assuming. Let's see. See, it's empty right now because we don't have anything as list, right? So let's go inside of recipe card. And first of all, we have to structure the data that we want to use over here. So over like below it, I'm going to say if recipe has anything, these two were checking for recipe.match percentage str meal. This is just simple recipe, right? So I'm going to structure it like title, description, category, cuisine, prep time and all, servings, image, the href where it will take us, and an image or not, right? Okay, nice. And then we can create a new variant over here. I'll say if variant equals list, then inside of it, I'll have a link tag, which will have href to be data.h. And then inside of this, let's take a card component right here. Let's provide this card with some styles like rounded none, border stone 200, on hover, shadow large, border orange 200. We're going to have transition all and cursor pointer, group, overflow hidden, and some vertical padding of 0 to remove the default padding. Inside this, first of all, we will render the image. So I'll have a div over here, display flex, flex column, and in the larger screens, flex row. And then inside of this, I'm going to render the image if it's available, right? So I'll say data.show image if it's there. Then I'm going to render the image just like we've done earlier with data.image in src, data.title in alt tag, and some responsive sizes right here. Otherwise, we can just render a gradient over here if we don't have any image. Let's have a look if we can see anything. It's not, okay, I think we are not returning over here. Yes, now it should render it. Yes, this is nice. We can see the images right here. Okay, now below this, we can render the actual content. So I'll take a div right here, flex 1, padding y to be 5. And inside this card header, where we will simply render a div right here, which will check data.cuisine is there, then just render data.cuisine, else the category. We have again done this before as well. We've created the badges right here, right, for both of these. And after this, we can render the card header and description right, sorry, title and description right here. So data.title, data.description. Again, same thing, we have done it before. Let's actually have a look first. Yes, something like this. It's similar to that. Now we can render other details like prep time, cook time, etc. Right? So I'm going to say data.prep time, cook time, or serving is there. Then we can render it over here inside of the card content. Let's take a div over here as well. Display flex, gap 4, text to be small, and text tone 500 with some padding top. And here, first of all, for prep time and cook time, if both of them, like either of them is there, I'm going to render clock icon and then render the time that it will take. Similarly for serving as well. And again, we have done all of this before. That's why I'm just copy and pasting this code right here. Right? Looks good. Let's have a look. Awesome. I guess both of these didn't have any description. That's why it's looking a little bit empty, but it's fine. We have successfully created our saved recipe page. If we click on either of these are saved inside of our database. So these will take us right here in the recipe page, and it should show us that recipe loaded from DB. Yep, there we go. Recipe loaded from database. Amazing. This looks nice. Now finally, we have created all of the major features of our app. Now what we want to do next is we want to add the global protection inside of our app using Arcjet. Things like Shield, which will protect us from SQL injection, XSS attacks, etc. We will also add bot protection, but we will only allow bots from search engines and live previews, like when we send someone link to Discord or probably WhatsApp, etc. Right? Cool. Let's do this. So over here in our lib folder, arcjet.js right here, we have this rules as empty, right? So here we are going to be adding, I'm going to first say shield over here, right? And make sure to import from at arcjet/next. So if I go to their documentation, see something like this, introduction to Arcjet Shield WAF. You can read more about it and how it protects us from all of the different types of threats, right? Something like these. If I click on quick start right here, see, they've mentioned how you can use it over here. And if you want to add more stuff over here, you can find the complete details right here, right? Now, next, what you want is bot protection. So I'll go right here and it tells you all of the benefits and stuff for the bot protection. If I click on quick start, we already installed the SDK and everything, right? Now here you can see rules. Here you can add this bot protection just like this, right? And you can see there are different categories that you can choose from over here. Like we will be needing the search engine and also the preview. So let me just add it first, then I'll show you something like this. I want preview here as well. Let me just move it to the top and we can see the full list of bots right here. So I'll just open this over here. And after this, we will add all this decision and all to check. And yeah, that's all. Let's go on and see. Yes, there are these many types of different types of bots that you can allow or block, right? So highly recommend it. Go on and check it out. It's very useful. So yeah, let's take this AJ and what we will do, we will import it inside of our proxy. So proxy.js. Inside of the clerk middleware, I'll say const decision equals AJ. Make sure to import it just like this dot protect. So this will run before our app runs. I'll take the request object from right here. And then again, just like previously, we can check over here. If decision is denied, we can check different ways on what the decision was all about, right? Just like you can see over here, if it was bot, then you can return that exact reason. If you go to shield and scroll down right here, see, we have different decisions over here as well. What was the reason for blocking it, right? So this is a small homework for you, a small assignment for you to go through Arcjet's documentation and write out all of these things. Cool. And with that, we are done. Let me just test it out real quick. First of all, if I just, refresh this app just like this, and we will see inside of Arcjet. Okay, we get this error. Detect bot is not defined. I guess I have not imported it over here. Make sure to import this just like that. Let's try it again. And by the way, I realized I made a mistake over here. We have to put await right here since this is an asynchronous operation, right? And there we go. This has been refreshed. If I go to Arcjet now, yes, we can see we were on the /dashboard page, right? And yes, we have run the bot protection and stuff, right? Shield as well and both bot protection as well. Great. Now I'll show you when we go on and deploy it on Vercel, you will see that it will block the Vercel's block like bots over here probably and not allow them to crawl. Nice. So finally, we have completed this whole application. Now let's go on and deploy this, both our backend and our front end. So over here in the backend, I'm going to first of all deploy the backend. And what I'll do, I'll just go to my terminal. Let's switch to the backend folder. And if you notice in package.json file, we have this deploy right here, right? So that's what we're going to do. So I'm going to say npm run deploy. That's all, and press enter. So it's going to run this Strapi deploy command right here. And this will deploy our Strapi CM, like headless CMS to Strapi Cloud. Then after this, we are going to be deploying our front end as well, right? So let's wait while this is happening. Now, if you got logged out for some reason, you can log in again. So I'll say yes, login. Just copy this link right here and open it inside your browser. Click on confirm, login successful. There we go. What would you like to name your project? I'm just gonna be naming it served and press enter. Choose your Node.js version, whatever you want to choose, you can choose over here. I'll just choose 24. Let's just choose Asia since I'm in Asia. Okay, this project already exists, so I guess I'll just choose some other name for it. Let me choose served -YT. Press enter. Let's choose the version and the region. So it is now setting up our project on Strapi Cloud. Okay, now it is pressing our project, uploading the project, and finally deploying the project to production server. All right, it is installing dependencies and stuff. And now finally it's running Strapi build and adding all of these environment variables that we had added. And it is done. Let's go to this link right here. Let me just copy it up and paste it right here. And let's see the project deployed. And there we go. This is done. Let's click on visit app right here. And this will take us to our Strapi admin deployed on this link over here. So meanwhile, this is opening. Let me just copy this link up. And what we need to do, just go to our front end in this .env right here. And now we can replace this localhost 1337 with our deployed Strapi URL. Nice. And I guess we should remove this admin from the end. Now after this, let's go on and deploy our Next.js app and actually this whole folder on Vercel. So first of all, I'll go to my GitHub repository, and create a new repository right here. Let's just call it served. Choose visibility. Okay. We can click on create repository over here. Okay, nice. Let me just copy this remote add origin. And what we'll do, first of all, let's just go back and I'll switch to front end and I'll say git add dot. No, actually, hold on a second. We will deploy the whole thing. Right, so I'll say git add. Actually, I'll just say git init first. And let's make sure there's no git already initialized right here. So I'm just going to open it up and just check. Yes, let me just get rid of this dot git over here in the front end. And if there's in backend, okay, there's nothing in the backend. Nice. So let's just run this git init again. And now I'll say git add dot. So it will add and like it will stage everything up so that we can push it. Now we can say git commit and -m for message, and I'll say deployment. Press enter and it will commit all of those files. And now we can paste this line git remote add origin that we copied. And now I can say git push origin master and press enter. So it will push all of the files to our git repository. Let's see. There we go. It is done. Now if I go back and refresh our page, okay, our repository has both of these folders. Nice. Now what we can do, we can go to Vercel. And here we can finally deploy our Next.js app. So just click on project right here. And by the way, you can see our Strapi admin has been opened. Why don't we go on and just create the account over here real quick and click on let's start. Okay, here we are. Let's go to the settings and in the API tokens, let's create a new API token. Let's call it served. Token duration can be unlimited. Token type can be full access. Let's click on save right here. Here we go. We have our token now. Let me just copy it in our .env over here and replace our previous token just like that. And yeah, I guess that is all. Let's just save it, go back. And now going back to Vercel, let's click on this served repository that we have created and we have to go inside of over here to front end folder, right? Continue. And now it should identify it as a Next.js app. So I'll just choose Next.js right here. And okay, this is fine. In environment variables, yes, let's just copy it, all of our environment variables and paste it over here. So they're just like this, added right here and click on deploy. Let's see if it works or not. Meanwhile, I'll just check. I don't think we will have our data right here. So it should be empty for now. Yep. Let's see. Let's just wait for it to get deployed. And there we go. It is deployed. Let's click on it. Meanwhile, it's loading. Let me show you. Let's continue to dashboard. We can also set the custom URL right here. So if I go to settings and in domains here, you can click on edit and probably edit this to whatever you want, right? So there we go. Here's our app deployed. And with this, you have successfully created this full stack Next.js app. Now the next step is for you to go and prepare for those interviews. So click the link in the description down below and check out my front-end interview preparation course. This is the only resource that you will ever need, and enter this coupon code on your screen to get the maximum discount.